They sealed my cultivation at birth. The seal was the gift. Story 275, Step 1, Chapters 1 to 20, Arc 1. The years of humiliation and the crack. Chapter 1. The crack trash. That was the word. Not as an insult, though it was used as one. As a category. The way you might file something under broken or used without needing an adjective. Sukai was trash in the way a dropped vase is trash. Irredeemable, past the point of judgment, only useful if melted down. Except nobody was melting me down. They were just leaving me on a shelf, watching to see if I'd stop taking up space. I was 20 years old. I had lived in the Jade Serpent Sect's outer hall since I was 8, and in those 12 years, I had cultivated exactly 0 martial progress. Not behind. Not slow. 0, as in no measurable advancement along any cultivation path the sect recognized. No chi gathering. No meridian opening. No insight breakthrough. The aptitude tests given at age 8, 13, and 17 had all returned the same result. Blank. Null. A reading that made the elder testers uncomfortable enough to leave quickly. My father had died without comment when I was 10. My mother had died with a comment. Something soft-voiced to my aunt that I overheard. At least he doesn't take medicine. Maybe his body will give less trouble. Then she'd turned her face to the wall and refused to eat for a week. That had been 8 years ago. I'd learned something useful from it. Pity was heavier than hatred. Hatred was quick. Pity required you to survive it. The Jade Serpent Sect was a mid-rank cultivation institution, the kind that administered to a cluster of villages in the lower foothills. We weren't important enough to matter, stable enough that nothing changed very often. The junior disciples trained in the outer halls for 5 years before testing for inner disciple rank or getting cut. I'd been in the outer halls for 12 years. The sect had stopped cutting me because they'd stopped noticing me with any regularity. I was background. Oxygen. A liability they'd inherited so long ago that the original decision to keep me seemed quaint. The only person who wanted me around was Lin Qing. Lin Qing had arrived at the sect 5 years ago with actual aptitude, Earth-type cultivation base, steady progress, the kind of middle-tier talent that made you reliable without making you remarkable. She'd chosen to share a table with me in the outer hall refectory during her first week, and I'd been processing that decision ever since. I tried leaving tables when she sat down. She'd followed. I tried practicing cultivation near her and failing spectacularly, the way I did every day, hoping the embarrassment by association would be sufficient to drive her off. It hadn't. So now, at 20 years old, I had one friend. Not through any quality of my own. Through Lin Qing's incomprehensible stubbornness. I was meditating in my assigned dormitory cell when I felt it. Not a pain. Not a warmth exactly, though it was warm. It was more like the sensation of a crack, a hairline fracture in something that had been sealed so long I'd forgotten it was sealed at all. The feeling came from deep in my chest, along a meridian path I'd traced so many times in theory that the mental map was worn smooth. From the lower dantian, spiraling upward toward the heart center, then across the back toward my spine. It lasted 3 heartbeats, then faded. I opened my eyes and sat very still, not moving, barely breathing. The crack was gone, but it had been real. I knew that with the kind of certainty that doesn't require external confirmation. I'd felt something in my body that the 12 years of cultivation attempts had never produced. Not power, not breakthrough, just a shift, like ice beginning to remember how to be water. I stood and walked to the window of my cell. The outer halls of the Jade Serpent Sect were built in tiers down the eastern slope of the foothills. From my window, I could see the training grounds 3 levels down, where junior disciples were running through sword forms in the gray light before dawn. Their movements were efficient, practiced. Some of them showed real chi control, that telltale shimmer in the air around their blades, the sound of cultivated strength moving through the metal. They would all pass the 5-year test. Some would advance to inner ranks. Some would eventually leave to establish smaller sects of their own or take administrative posts in the territorial aristocracy. They would build lives. They would use their cultivation as a foundation for everything that came after. I would stand in the back during the test, show no progress, and receive my papers of discharge. Probably at 25. Maybe they'd wait until I was 30, just to be kind. And yet, for 3 heartbeats, something in me had cracked. I went back to meditation, trying to recapture the sensation. Nothing. It was like trying to replicate the exact moment of a dream. You could remember that it happened, but the feeling itself had evaporated. I sat there until the morning bell, breathing carefully, running my awareness through my meridians like someone checking a house for structural damage. Everything felt sealed. Whole. Exactly as it always had. Except there was a thin line of something different, running from my lower dantian upward. A seam. A place where 2 pieces of something didn't quite fit together perfectly anymore. If you enjoy cultivation stories where the underdog's power was never small, hit subscribe and the notification bell. A new chapter every day. The morning bell rang. I rose, dressed in my gray outer disciple robes, and headed down to breakfast. In the refectory, I collected my portion of congee and pickled greens, found Lin Qing at our table, and sat across from her as I had nearly every morning for 5 years. She looked at me carefully, the way she always did, as if she was trying to read something written on my face in a language most people didn't know. "You look different," she said. "I look the same. You moved like you hurt less getting down the stairs." "I'm just tired," I said, which was neither true nor false. I was neither tired nor well-rested. I was something else, something in between states. "How's your earth sense training?" She accepted the subject change without comment, another quality I appreciated about her. Lin Qing didn't demand explanations. She just watched, quiet and steady, like someone tending a garden that hadn't grown in a long time but might. The watching alone was its own kind of witness. "Elder Song says I need to reach deeper," she said, pushing some kanji around her bowl. "My perception only goes down 10 qi. The inner disciples can feel stone work at 50 qi. I'm slow. You're consistent." "Consistent is another word for slow," she said, but not bitterly. Lin Qing never sounded bitter. That was something else I'd learned from her over 5 years. You could be clear-eyed about your limitations without making them your identity. I finished my breakfast in silence. Around us, other junior disciples talked about their progress, their breakthroughs, the new sword forms the blade master was teaching. Their voices were pleasant, professional. None of them were cruel. Cruelty required investment, and nobody invested in me. They simply existed in a world where I didn't fully exist, and they were kind about it the way you might step around a puddle without hating the puddle for being there. After breakfast, we dispersed to our assignments. I was to clean the meditation hall and refill the water basins. Lin Qing was to attend an earth-sensing seminar with the other mid-rank prospects. We parted at the middle courtyard, and she squeezed my wrist once, briefly, before heading upslope toward the advanced training grounds. I descended to the meditation hall. The work was simple enough. There were 20 meditation cushions arranged in 5 rows, all facing the northern wall where a carved stone Buddha sat in eternal peace, looking profoundly uninterested in any of our problems. I carried the water basins out to the cistern, refilled them, carried them back. My movements were efficient, smooth, nothing remarkable. And yet, underneath that normality, I was aware of something new. That line running through my center, that seam in whatever seal had defined me since birth. I was halfway through wiping down the cushions when I heard footsteps. Xianxia. I recognized the walk before I saw him. A particular bounce to the stride that indicated someone who knew they took up space correctly. Xianxia was 17, still in the junior outer disciple ranking, but he was testing for inner advancement at the next quarterly assessment. He had mid-tier fire aptitude, good technique, and the kind of natural confidence that came from never having experienced genuine failure. He had taken a particular interest in me about 6 months ago. In the way someone might take an interest in a stone, they kept kicking to see if it would ever move. "Trash," he said, which was greeting and diagnosis both. "Still cleaning?" "Still here," I corrected. He stopped a few paces away, close enough that I could see the small jade pendant hanging from his neck, a token from some breakthrough achievement, probably a rank advancement. He was watching me with the expression people got when they decided something was important enough to comment on, which usually preceded something unpleasant. "I had a dream last night," he said. "You broke through and became the sect's greatest genius. Everyone learned cultivation from you. You got to stand on the high platform and receive accolades." He smiled. "It was hilarious." "Was it?" I went back to wiping the cushion. The cloth was damp, and the movement was just complex enough to require attention. Most people find their own dreams more interesting. You might have better luck keeping that one private. Something flickered across his face. Surprise, probably. I didn't usually talk to people directly. Most of my interactions with disciples like Zhang Xiao consisted of receiving their mockery in silence, which I'd found to be the most efficient response. But the crack in my seal had done something to my internal gravity, made me less dependent on external pressure to define my position. I could afford to be calm now in a way I hadn't been able to be before. "Are you talking back to me?" He stepped closer. "Is the trash suddenly developing personality?" "Not suddenly." I turned to face him, still holding the wet cloth. "I've always had personality. I've just been using it to process contempt. I was very efficient at it. You might have noticed that I never complained." He was taller than me by a finger's width, and he'd started cultivating qi intensively 5 years ago, so his body had the tightened efficiency of someone whose form was being slowly perfected by internal power. He could have hit me without effort. The thought seemed to occur to him just then, brightening his expression. I watched his hand rise with mild interest. It was the same hand he'd used to push me into walls, to throw my food across the refectory, to gesture when explaining in front of the other disciples why I was fundamentally not worth the same respect as everyone else. It was a very ordinary hand. Capable, but not exceptional. The kind of hand that did damage because of the status it was attached to, not because of any real strength inherent in the hand itself. He stopped mid-motion. Something in my expression had changed. I wasn't sure what. I wasn't angry. Anger felt like a waste of energy I might need elsewhere. I was just looking at him with full attention, the way you might study something small and interesting under magnification. Not contemptuous, not fearful, just present, witnessing. It was apparently more unsettling than he'd anticipated. He dropped his hand and stepped back, a flush creeping up his neck. "You're still trash," he said, but the tone had changed. The certainty was still there, but underneath it, there was something that sounded like a question. Like he was trying to convince himself of something he'd previously taken for granted. "Yes," I agreed. "Trash is recyclable, though. You might want to remember that." He left without another word. I returned to my cushion wiping, my heartbeat perfectly steady, the line in my center thrumming with what I could only describe as satisfaction. The crack had widened again. Chapter 2. The investigation. I began mapping the seal in the third hour after dawn, sitting cross-legged on the stone bench behind the outer hall dormitories, where nobody ever ventured. The location was useful because the back face of the sect received almost no foot traffic, just the occasional elder moving between the residential quarters and the main compound. Most disciples trained forward-facing, toward the mountains and the rising sun. They didn't think backward. They didn't think about the service passages, the waste channels, the dead zones where maintenance happened invisibly. I'd learned early that being invisible meant you had access to invisible places. My meditation practice was different now. For the past 12 years, my cultivating had consisted of following the standard sect forms: breathing exercises, meridian scanning, attempts at chi gathering that went nowhere. It had been work without direction, like building a wall made of smoke. But now, with the crack to follow, I had a map, a destination, something solid to build awareness around. I closed my eyes and traced the line. It started in my lower dantian, the energy center beneath my navel where cultivators were supposed to gather and compress raw chi into the beginning of personal power. Except my lower dantian didn't feel empty, the way everyone else described theirs before they started gathering. It felt sealed, like a door with a very sophisticated lock. The crack I'd felt was like someone had taken a pry bar to the frame, and now there was a hairline gap where there had been none. From the lower dantian, the line spiraled upward. It traced along the central meridian path, the one that ran through the core of the body from the lowest energy point to the crown. A single line, impossibly thin, impossibly visible now that I knew to look for it. It was warm, not hot, not dangerous, but warm in the way a living thing is warm. In the way something that had been dormant for a very long time might warm up when you finally gave it attention. The line extended all the way to the crown point at the top of my head, where the most advanced cultivators supposedly opened their connection to heaven and earth directly. I'd read about it once in a reference text. The crown opening was something that took decades to achieve, if you ever achieved it at all. It was the mark of a transcendent cultivator, the beginning of the path to immortality. And I had a perfect line running through the center of it, as if something had mapped this path long before I was old enough to understand what cultivation even was. I was still sitting there, my awareness slowly tracing the line a second time to verify it was real, when I heard footsteps approaching from the northern path. I didn't open my eyes. The steps were slow, careful, older. The weight distribution spoke of someone who was compensating for damage, a slight favoring of the left side, a deliberate control to each movement that suggested pain was being managed rather than eliminated. The footsteps stopped a few paces away. I waited, eyes still closed, awareness still tracking the line through my center. "You're learning," a voice said. An old man's voice. Weathered. Familiar in the way that meant I'd heard it rarely, but been paying attention when I had. "That's dangerous." I opened my eyes. Elder Su Feng stood at the edge of the bench, leaning on a cane that had been carved from dark wood and set with copper bands. His robes were the deep gray of someone who'd once held high rank, but had retreated from formal position. His face was thin, angular, lined in the way of someone who'd spent decades in intense meditation. And his eyes were the color of water in a deep well. "I'm just meditating," I said. "You're just learning what's already inside you," he corrected. Which is what I said. Dangerous. Elder Su Feng was a ghost in the sect's hierarchy. Nobody talked about him directly. But there were stories, the kind that hung in the background of conversations and evaporated if you tried to look at them straight on. Stories about him having been part of the founding council, about his cultivation having been exceptional before something happened that made him cripple himself. Stories about why he lived in the residential quarters on the far side of the sect, away from the central compounds, and why disciples who approached him for advancement were turned away without explanation. Nobody had told me to stay away from him. It had been implicit in the structure of the sect itself. The way he was placed, the way the space around him seemed somehow different, like walking past a shrine that everyone acknowledged but nobody exactly worshipped at. "What's in me?" I asked. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he lowered himself onto the bench beside me, the movement careful and controlled. Pain flickered across his expression as he settled his weight, but he didn't acknowledge it. When he was still, he looked exactly as old as he probably was, somewhere in the 3rd century of life, by my estimate, which meant he was running on pure cultivation mastery and willpower at this point. "Your family," he said. "My family is dead. Father when I was 10, mother at 12. Both of them unremarkable cultivators. Mother was outer rank until she lost interest. Father never advanced past foundation." "That's what the records say," Elder Su Feng agreed. "That's also not what I'm talking about. Before them. Go back. The Su lineage comes from one of the original martial houses of the lower territories. 3,000 years of breeding power, of passing strength through bloodlines. Your great-great-great-grandfather was a cultivator who touched the edge of tribulation. That means he was strong enough that heaven itself was considering whether to strike him down." I processed this. It meant nothing to me. It meant everything. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "Because you're starting to notice," he said. "And when you notice, other people will notice that you're noticing. When that happens, you'll need to decide what you're willing to lose to protect what's beginning to wake up inside you." He pulled himself to his feet with effort, leaning hard on the cane. For a moment, I could see the sheer force of will required to do something as simple as standing. His hands shook slightly, his jaw tightened, but the movement was completed with absolute finality. "Don't let the crack become a chasm," he said. "Not yet. Not until you're ready to fall." He left the way he'd come, moving slowly back along the northern path, disappearing around the corner of the dormitory. I watched him go, my mind running through the information like fingers through broken glass. A seal. That's what he'd been calling it. Not a curse, not a limitation of aptitude. A seal. Something applied. Something that had been placed on me deliberately. I returned to meditation, but my awareness was different now. I wasn't just tracing the line anymore. I was trying to understand the locks holding the other side. I was trying to feel the architecture of whatever cage had been built around me at birth. The crack had widened noticeably by the time I finished. Maybe half a finger's width now if it had been a physical thing. It wasn't. It was too small to see, too subtle to measure. But I could feel it more clearly than I could feel my own heartbeat. That evening, I was assigned cleanup duty in the inner courtyard, which meant I crossed paths with most of the senior disciples during their evening cultivation sessions. I worked methodically, sweeping the stone paths, refilling the ceremonial water basins at the cardinal points. And I watched. The senior disciples looked different to me now. Before, they'd just been abstractions, stronger people, doing things I couldn't do. Now, I was looking at them as physical systems, trying to imagine what their cultivation looked like from the inside. That one with the fire aptitude probably had a very hot core, bright and active. That earth type over there probably had cultivation that felt like stone, dense, slow, but immovable once it got going. The water type had movements that looked liquid, flowing from one position to the next with minimal effort. None of them had the kind of perfect, still, almost surgical control that I could feel in my own sealed core. I was beginning to understand something. The seal wasn't a flaw. It was architecture. And I was possibly the most carefully constructed person in the entire sect. That night, lying in my dormitory cell, I didn't sleep. I kept my awareness pressed against that hairline crack, feeling it pulse with something that might have been my own heartbeat, or might have been something else entirely. Something that had been waiting a very long time to move again. The next morning, Xianxia saw me passing through the western courtyard and took a step back, giving me a wide berth. He didn't mock, didn't speak. He just watched me pass with the expression of someone who'd kicked a stone and found something underneath that wasn't stone. I noted this and filed it away. The crack had changed something visible. Not enough to raise immediate alarm. Just enough that people were beginning to suspect the trash might be more than background. Elder Su Feng appeared at the evening meal, which was unusual. He rarely took his food in the main refectory. He sat alone at a corner table and didn't look at me directly, but I noticed that his eyes tracked my movement through the hall. Watching, waiting, preparing for something. When I went to bed that night, the crack was wider still, maybe a chi wide now, running clear and clean through the center of my being. I was no longer wondering if it was real. I was beginning to wonder what would happen when it finally tore all the way through. Chapter 3, The Assessment. Sect Assessment Day came on the first morning of the 5th lunar month, which in the greater calendar tradition meant the day when heaven was supposedly listening most carefully to the cultivation of mortals. It was supposed to be auspicious. In practice, it meant the entire sect gathered in the main arena, arranged by rank, and demonstrated their cultivation progress to the assembled elders, who made notes and revised advancement recommendations accordingly. I'd participated in 2 previous assessments, one at 13, one at 17. Both times, I'd walked into the center of the stone circle, executed the basic chi-gathering forms, and demonstrated nothing. The elders would confer quietly, make notations, and gesture for me to step back. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. Efficient, kind in its brevity. I was good at taking a hint. This assessment would be the 3rd. Lin Qing woke me before dawn, as she often did when there was a big event. She'd brought me buns from the kitchen and was sitting on the edge of my cot, swinging her feet like someone who hadn't yet learned how to sit still, when I opened my eyes. "You need to eat," she said, pressing the buns into my hand. "The assessment takes all day. You'll be standing around for hours." "I'll be standing for about 100 heartbeats," I corrected, eating one of the buns. They were still warm, which meant she'd borrowed them from the early kitchen and brought them down at a run. "Most of it will be watching other people fail or succeed. You should still eat." "I am." She watched me finish the first bun with the intensity of someone observing a trial, as if the way I chewed might tell her something important about my future. After 5 years of this, I'd stopped finding it strange. Now it was just part of the texture of my existence, someone paying attention to me as if I mattered, for reasons I couldn't fully understand and didn't need to question. "Are you nervous?" she asked. "No. You should be. Elder Song said the advancement standards are higher this year. Some people might not make it through." "I've already not made it through," I said. 3 times. Being not made it through is my stable state. Changing now would be unlikely. She didn't respond, just took the remaining bun from my hand and broke off a piece to eat herself, which meant she was worried enough that she'd forgotten to be polite. Lin Qing had specific protocols for concern. Forgetting them meant she was genuinely upset. "I have a feeling," she said carefully. "I can't describe it, but I've been getting this feeling for weeks now. That something is going to change. For you." "Things change constantly," I said. "You're probably just noticing regular change. Not this kind." She finished the bun and wiped her hands on her robes. "I don't know how to explain it. It's like you're a cup that's been full of water for a long time, and the water hasn't spilled, but lately, I feel like you're about to." "That's poetic," I said. "Also inaccurate. I'm not full of anything." But it wasn't inaccurate, and we both knew it. The crack had widened to nearly a hand's breadth now, visible in the way I moved, the way I sat, the way I looked at the world. I'd been practicing keeping my face neutral, keeping my movements controlled, but the change was there, deep and obvious to anyone who was paying attention. By the time we assembled in the main arena, 1,000 disciples or more had gathered in ranked tiers. The outer halls occupied the lowest positions, arranged by age and nominal advancement level. Most of the outer disciples were between 13 and 25 years old. A few had been here longer, testing repeatedly and failing. I was the longest. 12 years was what you got when a sect couldn't quite bring itself to throw someone out, but also couldn't find a reason to keep them. The assessment began with the youngest disciples, 5- and 6-year-olds, just being evaluated for initial aptitude. Their tests were simple. Stand in the center, breathe in a particular way, see if the elders' instruments registered any chi accumulation. Most of them succeeded to some degree. A few showed real promise. One child, a girl with a very serious expression, showed earth-type aptitude so strong that the elder made a special notation. The girl was maybe 6 years old. She would probably advance to inner disciple ranking at 20, maybe become a master-level cultivator at 60 or 70, spend 2 centuries reaching toward higher transcendence. She was just beginning what I'd been running away from since birth. The assessments continued through the day. Teenagers with fire aptitude demonstrated sword work. Water types showed their meditative depth. Earth cultivators moved stones with pure will, rocks rising and falling in complex patterns. Wood types showed healing exercises, closing small cuts and bruises with practiced grace. Metal cultivators demonstrated defensive formations, light bending around them and shimmering walls. By late afternoon, they reached the older disciples, and then finally, the ones who had been in the outer halls for extended periods. This was the category that required the most careful handling, because some of these disciples had families with connections, or might snap if rejected too harshly, or might do something dramatic. I was the last one called. The arena had fallen into a particular quality of silence by that point. The kind of silence that came when everyone knew what was about to happen and didn't need explanation. I walked to the center of the stone circle, where a measurement device had been installed. A bronze compass marked with gradations that would supposedly show the intensity of any chi I could gather. The head elder, a woman named Jiang who had never looked at me in any direction, gestured for me to begin. I took a stance, feet shoulder-width apart, hands in the reception position, breathing pattern set to the standard gathering technique. And I did what I'd done 50 times before. I attempted to pull chi from the earth, up through my body, and direct it into a visible manifestation. Nothing happened. The bronze compass didn't move. The instruments made no sound. The gathered disciples watched with the particular attention you paid to something everyone understood was fixed, watching to see if the fix would hold. But the crack was moving. I could feel it, clear as anything, throbbing like a second heartbeat deep in my chest. The seal was pulsing, not breaking, not yet, just responding to the stress of the attempt, responding to the pressure of being observed, judged, found wanting. The accumulated humiliation of this moment and 1,000 others like it was activating something in the sealed core. The crack widened visibly in my internal awareness. A hand's breadth, a forearm's width, maybe further. I was careful to keep my expression absolutely neutral, but inside, something was waking up. Something that had been sleeping for 20 years was stirring. I held the stance for the required time. 30 breaths. The instruments remained silent. The elder nodded, made a notation, and gestured for me to step back. Exactly as expected. Exactly as it had always been. But as I stepped back, xianxia made a sound. A short, sharp laugh. It was timed perfectly, placed right as I was returning to the outer circle. Close enough that everyone would notice, public enough that it couldn't be ignored. He was standing with the other mid-ranked disciples, his fire-type cultivation clearly visible in the shimmer around his form, his face bright with the certainty of his own trajectory. And he was laughing at me. Really laughing, not just marking my failure, but actually enjoying it. I looked at him across the stone arena. And something happened. Something in my sealed center twisted. The crack didn't just pulse, it wrenched. Twisted like it was alive. Like it was fighting against the pressure that contained it. The pain of it took my breath away. Genuine, clear pain, bright and sharp. It lasted maybe 2 heartbeats before fading back to a throb. But in those 2 heartbeats, I understood something bone deep. That crack was still trying to break. The seal was still trying to hold. And every moment of humiliation was feeding the pressure in both directions. I kept walking, kept my pace even, kept my expression blank. But I was aware that Lin Qing was watching me from the younger disciples section, and that elder Su Feng, visible at the highest tier of the assembly, had gone completely still. The assessment concluded with a final ranking announcement. I was given papers indicating that I was, once again, still within assessment period pending reevaluation. This meant I could stay another year without formal advancement, but also without formal dismissal. It was a kindness, in its way. It left the door open just enough that if something changed, the sect could claim they'd always known I had potential. That evening, I was meditating in my cell when someone knocked. Lin Qing, with food from the refectory and a very serious expression. xianxia said you almost did something, she reported, handing me a bowl of rice and vegetables. He said you moved wrong, like you were about to attack. That's why he laughed, because he was afraid for a second. I didn't move, I said. I was assessed and stepped back. You did something, she insisted. I felt it. There was something in the air. She sat down on the edge of my cot, exactly as she'd done that morning, and her hands were trembling. You felt angry. I've never felt you angry. You're never angry. I'm not angry now, I said, which was true. Anger was too simple. What I was feeling was closer to clarity, to purpose. The seal was waking up, and in its waking, it was teaching me things about myself that 12 years of breathing exercises and theory texts had never managed. Promise me, Lin Qing said, that you're not going to do something dangerous. I promise I'm not going to do anything dangerous at the assessment, I corrected carefully. It wasn't the same promise, and she knew it. But she accepted it anyway, which meant she trusted me more than she trusted her own fear. That was something I would need to remember, that there were people who believed in me without needing reasons for it. After she left, I returned to my meditation. The crack was still wide open, a full hand's breadth now, visible as a clear line of gold in my internal vision. The seal was beginning to shift. The pressure was building. And I, trash of the outer halls, was beginning to understand what I'd been walking around with my whole life. I wasn't broken. I was compressed. Chapter 4. The forgotten text. The village ruins were 3 chi beyond the sect's outer boundary. Down the eastern slope where the first buildings of the original settlement still stood. Crumbling stone foundations, scattered shards of pottery, old wells still filled with water, so clear you could see straight through to the smooth rocks at the bottom. Nobody went out there except occasionally to gather herbs, or when a junior disciple was punished with cleanup duty. I went out there because the ruins were where thoughts went to become clear. It was 3 days after the assessment, and the crack in my seal had begun doing something new. Not widening anymore. It seemed to have stabilized at a particular depth, but moving, pulsing, active. Sometimes I could feel power in it, hot and dense and compressed, like there was actual chi gathering now at the edges of that hairline gap. It was strange and consuming and made it difficult to do ordinary things like eat meals and attend to my assigned tasks. So I went to the ruins and climbed, moving through the broken architecture, stepping carefully over fallen stones and rotting wood. The morning was clear and cold, the way spring mornings were in the foothills when the snow was still clinging to the higher peaks. My breath made small clouds in the air. My fingers were numb. I was halfway through the ruins when I found it. It wasn't hidden, exactly. It was just placed there in the shadow of a partially collapsed wall, on a shelf that had once been part of a storage alcove. The book was ancient. The cover was made of treated leather that had hardened nearly to stone, the pages inside bound with cord that had turned gray with age. No title was written on the spine or cover. There was just a single character burned into the leather, cultivation. I lifted it carefully. The pages rustled. Dust came off in clouds that made me cough. I opened it to a random page and started reading. The text was written in the old form, which meant the characters were small and intricate and took time to process. But once my eyes adjusted, I could read it clearly. And as I read, something very strange happened. The characters didn't just make sense, they resonated. It was like reading something I'd already known, something that had been written into my bones before I could read. The explanations of cultivation pathways, the descriptions of how chi should move through meridians, the techniques for sealing and unsealing power, all of it felt familiar. Not familiar like I'd read it before. Familiar like I'd lived it before. I kept reading, standing there in the shadow of the broken wall, the ancient book in my hands, dust coating my robes. The text described something called deep compression, a technique for taking a person's natural cultivation potential and compressing it to a fraction of its physical size, which allowed the power to accumulate at exponentially higher density. It was a technique that supposedly took decades to perform, required multiple masters working in concert, and produced a person who was essentially a time bomb walking around with human consciousness wrapped around it. The text stated it clearly. A compressed cultivator with the seal intact will appear as trash to all common measurement tools. The seal itself will be invisible to any technique that doesn't know to look for it. Upon breaking, the released power will devastate everything in the immediate vicinity unless carefully managed. This technique is forbidden by all major sects and should be considered a crime against the cultivated world. I read that paragraph twice. 3 times. The words didn't change. I was so focused on the text that I didn't notice someone approaching until there was a shadow across the page. I looked up to find Elder Su Feng standing maybe 10 paces away, leaning on his cane, watching me with the expression of someone who'd been expecting exactly this. "You found it," he said. "This was here," I said slowly, holding up the book. "How long have you known it was here?" "Since before you were born," he replied. "I placed it myself. Kept the ruins clear of other seekers. Waited for the moment when you'd be ready to understand what it said." "I'm trash," I said, which felt like the most important thing to establish, even now. "Everyone says so. The measurements say so. My whole life says so." "The measurements were designed to miss you," he said. "I designed them. I was part of the council when your mother and father came to us with a proposal." He moved closer, moving slowly, the cane supporting his weight as he settled on a broken stone nearby. "Your family, the original Su lineage, they'd gone into decline. Too many years of external marriages, of mixing bloodlines with lower aptitude cultivators. Your father was the last of pure descent, and even he showed only foundation-level talent. But your bloodline contained the original power. It was still there, just diluted, scattered. So you sealed it," I said, understanding beginning to crystallize. "Your mother and father asked us to. They knew what it meant to be powerful in a sect like ours. They'd seen what happened to people with real potential, how other disciples envied them, how masters pushed them too hard, how the weight of expectation crushed most of them by the time they reached 30. They asked us to seal you, to compress you, to let you grow up as a normal person, without the burden of power following you everywhere." I looked down at the book in my hands, at the characters that made perfect sense even though I'd never formally studied them, at the descriptions of techniques I shouldn't understand but did, with perfect clarity. "They sealed me," I repeated. "As a gift, as the best gift they could give," Elder Su Feng confirmed. 20 years of peace. A childhood without predators circling. A chance to develop your mind and character without the constant pressure of being something you were born to exceed. When you came of age, the seal was supposed to automatically begin loosening. Slowly. Managed. Safe. It's cracking, I said. Yes. He didn't sound surprised. Faster than expected. The stress of the assessment, the accumulated humiliation, the weight of people deciding you are something you're not. It's all feeding the crack. The seal was designed to be gentler than this. But it's responding to pressure just like anything else would. I closed the book carefully. Dust rose in the afternoon light, catching the sun in small sparkling particles. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Why now? Because the next crack might be catastrophic, he said quietly. If the seal breaks all at once, without warning or preparation, you might hurt someone. You might hurt yourself. More likely, you'll overwhelm yourself with power you don't know how to control, and the shock of it will shatter your mind along with the seal. He paused. Your mother asked me to watch over you, to tell you when you were ready. I've been waiting to see when that moment came. And now? I asked. Now you found a text from the original Sioux teachings. Now you understand, at least intellectually, what's happening to you. Now you're calm enough and observant enough that you might be able to survive what comes next without destroying everything around you. He rose from the stone carefully, leaning hard on the cane. The effort of rising made him wince, and I understood something else. His crippling wasn't an accident. He'd done it to himself. Probably to reduce his own cultivation signature, to make himself less interesting to the powers that might come looking for the bloodline they'd sealed away. Read the book, he said. Understand what the seal is. Understand what's underneath it. When it breaks, and it will break, you need to know what you're becoming, so the becoming doesn't destroy you. He left me there in the ruins, ancient text in my hands, afternoon light slanting through the broken walls, and the crack in my seal throbbing with a warmth that was starting to feel less like pain and more like possibility. That night, I hid the book in a loose stone under my cot and lay awake reading by starlight, the characters making perfect sense, the knowledge sinking into my bones like water into dry earth. By the time dawn came, I understood the architecture of my own imprisonment, and I was beginning to understand why they'd had to imprison me, because compressed into my body was something that, once released, might exceed everything in the sect by decades of cultivation progress. Something that a family in decline had given to a child as the only gift they could offer him. Peace now, in exchange for power later. The seal had been a kindness. But kindnesses, no matter how well-intentioned, eventually break. Chapter 5, The Diagram. The advanced formation diagram appeared on my dormitory shelf the morning of the 7th day after the assessment. I didn't find it immediately. I discovered it later, when I returned from meal duty and opened the shelf where I kept my spare meditation robes. It was a sheet of expensive paper, the kind only the inner disciples usually had access to. The diagram drawn on it was intricate. A circular pattern with 7 concentric rings, each one marked with cultivating characters that indicated the flow of power, the collection points, the binding mechanisms. It showed, in perfect technical detail, how to create a seal. Not just any seal, a compression seal. Specifically the kind that could suppress exponential power growth and maintain structural integrity across decades of physical change. The diagram was exact to the point of being dangerous. Someone was telling me exactly how my seal worked, broken down into its component parts, each mechanism labeled and explained. I rolled it up carefully, hidden it in a loose space behind my shelf, and spent the next 4 hours in the archives looking for anything about formation diagrams, seal construction, or advanced compression techniques. I was halfway through the 3rd text when I felt Elder Su Feng's presence behind me. I didn't turn, just kept reading. You're not supposed to have that, he said quietly. Someone left it for me, I replied. I'm just making sure I understand it correctly. Do you? Yes. I turned a page. Each ring represents a layer of compression. The outer rings are what keep the inner rings functioning. The center point is where the core power is actually sealed. The binding force is keyed to my bloodline specifically. Nobody else could create this pattern because it requires access to my actual chi signature. Which means, Elder Su Feng said, settling himself on the bench beside me, that you now understand how to potentially modify the seal, to accelerate the breaking, to control the release rather than being controlled by it. Is that what you meant for me to understand? I asked. It's what your family meant for you to understand, eventually, when you were ready. I'm just facilitating the process. He was quiet for a moment. You're becoming dangerous, Su Kai. Not in the way most people are dangerous. You're becoming the kind of dangerous that requires consent, awareness, trust. Who left the diagram? I asked. Someone who cares about your survival, he said. Beyond that, I'm not going to tell you. You don't need to know. You just need to study it. Understand it. Prepare yourself for the moment when you can't hold the seal anymore. I finished the text and returned it to the shelf. In the evening, I went back to the village ruins and spent 2 hours there, the ancient book in my hands, cross-referencing the formation diagram with the text descriptions, matching them, understanding them. What emerged was a complete picture of compression architecture. The seal was designed to be self-failing. That is, it wasn't going to stay forever. It was designed with an internal timing mechanism, not chronological, but stress-based. As pressure accumulated, the seal would thin. As the person inside matured and their mind grew stronger, the seal would begin to crack. Eventually, at the right moment, with the right catalyst, the seal would break completely, releasing the compressed power in a controlled cascade rather than an explosive burst. The diagram I'd been given showed me exactly how the pressure was accumulating, how close to the threshold I actually was. Based on my calculations, working backward from the crack pattern I could feel in my own body, I had maybe 2 to 3 months, maybe less, depending on how many assessment days and humiliation sessions the sect scheduled in the meantime. When I returned to my cell that night, Lin Qing was waiting for me. She was sitting on my cot, very still, her earth-type cultivation active in small ways, her fingers tracing patterns on the stone floor, her breathing perfectly measured. She looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "You're changing," she said without preamble. "And you're not going to tell me why or how or what it means." "That's correct," I said, not contradicting her. "But it's not dangerous," she continued. "I can feel that much. Whatever's happening is deliberate. It's something you're controlling, not something that's controlling you." "Mostly," I said. She accepted that qualification, stood, walked to the window, and looked out at the courtyard, where junior disciples were running through sword forms in the fading light. "My father was a cultivator," she said quietly. "Foundation rank, like yours was. He advanced to outer rank after 20 years of work. He was proud of that advancement. He built his whole identity around it. When the sect moved on, when his training stopped producing results and younger disciples started surpassing him, he didn't handle it well. He tried to force breakthroughs he wasn't ready for and damaged his meridians. Spent his last 5 years in pain." She turned to face me. "I learned something from watching that. It's that cultivation is cruel to people who need it to define them. But it's kind to people who understand that power is just a tool, that the person is always more important than the strength." "Are you saying something?" I asked. "I'm saying that whatever is happening inside you, I trust you not to let it hurt you worse than life already has. And I'm saying that if you need help when the change comes, you know where I am." She left without waiting for acknowledgement. That night, I meditated on the seal, the crack, the pattern of pressure accumulating in my center. I traced the formation diagram in my mind, understanding each element, each binding point, each place where the architecture could potentially give way. The crack had widened to nearly 3 chi now, visible as a clear golden line running through the center of my body. The compressed power underneath was starting to manifest in subtle ways. My movements were becoming faster without any actual cultivation, my reflexes sharper, my physical body more efficient than it had been. But I was holding. The seal was holding. And I was beginning to understand how to help it hold just a little bit longer until I was ready for the break. Because when the seal broke, everything would change. The sect would see it. The other disciples would understand immediately that I was no longer trash. Predators would begin circling, senior disciples wanting to understand the source of my power, other sects wanting to recruit me or eliminate the threat I represented, the inner power structure of the Jade Serpent sect recalculating the entire hierarchy based on the fact that someone they'd written off for 12 years had been building strength the whole time. I had 2 to 3 months to prepare. I began that night. I started physical training in secret during the hours when nobody monitored the outer halls. Nothing obvious, just careful, methodical movement, pushing my physical form to the absolute limit of what it could do without cultivation assistance, building my body so that when the power came rushing out, it would have a foundation strong enough to contain it. I began studying every advanced text I could access quietly in the archives, learning about power, about control, about the difference between strength and wisdom. I began meditating twice as long each night, feeling the crack deepen, understanding the pressure building, preparing my mind for the moment when everything would shatter. And I began looking at the sect differently, not as trash, not as a place I was trying to escape from, but as a place I was going to move through. A place where, in 2 to 3 months' time, I would show everyone exactly what they'd been ignoring the whole time. The sealed cultivation at my birth had been a gift. But gifts, no matter how carefully wrapped, eventually get unwrapped. And when mine unwrapped, I intended to be ready. Chapter 6. The village festival came on the 15th day of the 5th month, a celebration that the sect officially permitted but didn't formally acknowledge, the kind of event that was allowed to exist in the background while the serious business of cultivation happened in the foreground. But for the village people themselves, the festival was everything. It was 3 days of music, food, trade, and the kind of casual social chaos that only happened when the constraints of daily hierarchy relaxed enough to let people breathe. I attended because attendance was expected, because disappearing would be noted, because being visible while ordinary was safer than hiding and looking suspicious. The village square had been transformed with lanterns and stalls. The smell of roasted meat and spiced vegetables filled the air. People moved in clusters, their voices carrying the particular lightness of temporary reprieve. I walked through the crowd with the deliberate invisibility I perfected, observing but not participating. This was easier than usual because my mind was elsewhere, tracing the formation diagram, running calculations on the timing of the seal's failure, considering what would happen when the compressed power inside me finally overwhelmed the architecture holding it in place. Xianxia was at the festival too, though not with his parents. He was with the other outer disciples of mid-rank advancement, standing near the demonstration area where the sect was putting on a cultivation show. A carefully choreographed display of power that was meant to inspire the village youth to pursue cultivation while also serving as a reminder of the sect's authority and competence. He was showing them his fire cultivation. There was nothing spectacular about what he was doing, just basic flame work, creating balls of fire in his hands, tossing them in high arcs, catching them again without singeing himself. It was the kind of technique that any fire-type cultivator at his rank could perform. But the village people were suitably impressed, their gasps and exclamations feeding his certainty that this was impressive, that this mattered. I watched him work through his forms and found myself calculating. Xianxia had been cultivating intensively for about 5 years. He was at the early middle stages of outer disciple progression. His fire aptitude was good, but not exceptional. With another 15 to 20 years of solid training, he might reach inner disciple status. Another 30 to 50 years after that, he might become a genuine master. And if the seal broke now, if I released the compressed power in my core, I could surpass his entire projected cultivation path in the span of weeks. The thought should have made me feel something. Triumph, maybe. Satisfaction. Some sense of karmic balance finally shifting in my direction after 12 years of being beneath him. Instead, I felt nothing. Or rather, I felt a clear, cold assessment. Xianxia was not important enough to matter. He was a disciple in a mid-rank sect, pursuing a path that thousands of other cultivators pursued, destined to achieve a level of power that was respectable but not exceptional. His cruelty to me was not personal, it was systemic. He was cruel to me because I was trash, and his entire existence was built on the certainty of his own not trash status. When that certainty collapsed, he would be left with nothing to build on. That was more interesting than anger. I continued walking through the festival, and my awareness continued mapping the other disciples. There was Lin Song, the earth type with the steady advancement, probably headed for inner disciple rank. There was Mei Wei, the wood-type healer, who showed actual compassion in her healing work and would probably be one of the few people who didn't treat power as a weapon for humiliation. There was Dao Chun, the water type who had already advanced to inner rank and was on his way to somewhere beyond. I could catalog them all, could understand their power levels, their advancement timelines, their probable trajectories, could see, with absolute clarity, where I would stand relative to them if the seal released its contents completely. Far above. Incomparably far above. It should have felt good. Instead, it just felt like information. I found Lin Xing near the food stalls, helping one of the village ants arrange portions of sticky rice. She saw me watching her and excused herself, moving to meet me at the edge of the crowd. "You're thinking about something," she said immediately. "Your face looks different when you think about something important." "Just observing the festival," I said. "Watching people celebrate." "You're calculating something," she corrected, which was closer to accurate than I would have preferred. "I can feel it. That whole thing of you assessing things. You do it with the disciples too." "I'm trying to understand the sect better," I said, which was a version of the truth. "To understand how power works in this place. How advancement actually works." She was quiet for a moment, her earth-type awareness carefully neutral. Lin Xing had never tried to push me for more than I was willing to share, which made her the easiest person to lie to because the lies felt less like lies when she accepted them so simply. "Whatever you're figuring out," she said finally, "don't figure it out in a way that hurts you. You're going to change. I can feel it coming. But change can go different ways. It can go in ways that make you better or in ways that make you more like everyone else." "What's the difference?" I asked. "Everyone else thinks they have to prove something. Everyone else thinks power is about dominance. You're different. Don't let that part get lost when you become strong." She left me there in the crowd and returned to helping the ant with the rice. That evening, I returned to the sect and to my cell, my mind still running calculations. The crack in my seal was now visible to my internal sight as a clear, golden line running through my entire center, from lower dantian to crown, perfectly straight, perfectly uniform. The seal was designed to fail on a stress curve, which meant each crack made the next crack easier. Each humiliation, each moment of pressure, each second of accumulated rage and rejection was tightening the compression and simultaneously loosening the binding. I had maybe 2 months now, maybe less, and I was beginning to understand what Elder Su Feng meant about the danger not just being about the power itself, but about what I would become when I could no longer hide it. Chapter 7. The merchant, the traveling cultivator, arrived in the village on the morning of the 23rd day of the 5th month, moving through Stone River Village like someone inspecting a particularly uninteresting chessboard. He was tall, with the kind of bearing that came from genuine power held at a low burn, not aggressive, just present. The kind of presence that made you aware of your own relative insignificance simply by existing near him. He moved through the village with the casual efficiency of someone cataloging it. He stopped at the market stalls, apparently browsing but actually assessing. He entered the sect grounds without asking permission, which was the kind of thing that would have gotten a junior disciple executed, but which apparently was fine when you had the kind of power that made institutional authority feel like a suggestion rather than a law. The sect elders didn't stop him. Apparently, there was some kind of agreement or understanding, because the elders received him with respect and showed him around the grounds as if he were an honored guest. It was at the end of his tour that he encountered us. I was in the outer hall courtyard with a dozen other junior disciples, engaged in the standard breathing exercises that were supposed to strengthen our chi-gathering foundations. For most of us, it meant sitting very still and trying not to fidget. For the cultivators with actual aptitude, it meant measurable chi accumulation, visible as subtle shimmer in the morning air. The traveling cultivator walked through our group with the kind of casual dismissal that spoke volumes. He looked at each of us in sequence, his awareness apparently scanning something beneath the surface. Fire type, foundation level. Earth type, steady but unambitious. Water type with promise. Then he reached me. He stopped. His eyes, which had been moving across the group with mechanical efficiency, fixed on me. For maybe 3 full heartbeats, he just looked. His awareness reached toward me. Not like someone trying to attack or compel, but like someone trying to read a book written in invisible ink. His expression changed. Not dramatically, but noticeably. The smooth professional assessment fractured into something that looked very much like confusion. Null reading, he said finally, to the senior disciple who was accompanying him. Either dead or something I don't know how to measure. He moved on, continued his circuit through the courtyard, completed his tour, but I'd felt it. That moment when his awareness had touched the seal and found nothing underneath. Not because there was nothing, but because the compression was so complete, so absolute, that even an experienced cultivator couldn't penetrate it without specific knowledge of what they were looking for. That night, I followed him. The traveling cultivator had taken lodgings in a private room at the sect's guest house, which meant tracking him meant moving through the senior disciple areas without being noticed. This was theoretically impossible for someone of my status, but the crack in my seal had apparently begun affecting my physical capabilities in ways that went beyond just internal power. I moved faster now, more silently, with a natural awareness of foot placement and balance that 12 years of physical weakness had supposedly prevented. The seal was beginning to bleed power even before it broke, little capacities leaking out around the edges of the containment, like water finding cracks in a dam. I followed the traveling cultivator as he left his lodgings near midnight. He moved through the sect grounds with the confidence of someone who owned the place, heading toward the lower compound where the sealed meditation chambers were kept, the ones that had been built during the original founding of the sect, now mostly forgotten, mostly unused. He had a key, or he knew the precise sequence of movements to unlock the chambers that required sealing keys. Either way, he gained access to the meditation chamber complex with an ease that suggested he knew this place far better than a passing merchant should. I watched from the shadows as he accessed the main chamber, the one where the sect's most dangerous seals were supposedly kept. The one I'd been assigned to clean just once, years ago, never again. The one where Elder Su Feng had apparently pulled me away from during something I couldn't remember, or had been shielded from remembering. The traveling cultivator was apparently examining something inside the chamber. His awareness was reaching toward something, trying to assess it or sense it or catalog it. The intensity of his focus suggested whatever he was looking for was important. He stayed there for maybe half an hour. Then he withdrew, locked the chamber again, and moved away through the night. And I was just about to slip away myself when someone caught me. "You should be sleeping," Elder Su Feng said, appearing from exactly nowhere in that way of his. He looked neither angry nor surprised, just watchful. Following traveling cultivators through the sect grounds at midnight is a good way to cause problems. He was looking for something, I said. In the sealed chambers. Yes, he's been looking for something for a very long time. Elder Su Feng's expression was unreadable. He's part of why the seal exists. Part of why you exist exactly as you are. There are factions in the cultivated world that would pay extraordinary prices for what you are. A person who can compress power at this density, if they learned how to do it, could change the entire balance of force between the great sections. Should I be afraid of him? I asked. No, but you should be careful. He sensed something odd about you today. He'll come back to investigate. And if he figures out what you are. Elder Su Feng paused. Well, there are reasons your seal is supposed to remain sealed until you're ready to break it yourself. We returned to the outer halls in silence. The next morning, I learned that the traveling merchant had left overnight. His business, apparently, was concluded. The elders seemed relieved to see him go, which suggested that whatever deal or understanding existed between him and the sect, it was not entirely comfortable. That evening, I accessed the meditation chamber for the first time since my childhood. The seal locks were broken now, or had been broken by the traveling cultivator, or had simply decided to open because I was touching them. I entered the chamber and stood in the center of a space that felt older than time. And I understood why Elder Su Feng had never let me go there. The chamber was not designed as a meditation space. It was designed as a containment. The walls were carved with the same formation characters that I'd seen in the diagram. Complex, layered, exponentially interlocking patterns that described the limits of power, the boundaries beyond which strength could not extend, the locks that held dangerous things in place. And in the center of the chamber, there was an altar. On the altar sat a single object, a jade pendant, carved in the shape of a seal. I picked it up. The moment I touched it, I understood. This was the key to my own imprisonment. This was the tool that had been used to compress me, to lock me down, to make me appear as trash. And according to the formation diagram I'd been studying, if I wanted to break the seal on my own terms, controlling the release rather than having it explode in me all at once, I would need to use this key. I would need to give permission to my own breaking. I carried the jade pendant back to my cell and hid it with the book and the diagram. 3 pieces of my own architecture, 3 tools of my own liberation. The seal was holding, but it was holding because I was helping it hold. The moment I decided I was ready, the moment I took that jade key and applied it to the formation center, the entire structure would begin to collapse. 2 months, maybe less. I was getting close. Chapter 8. The intervention. The attack came 3 days later, while I slept. I was in my dormitory cell, in the deep hours of sleep where the body's defenses are lowest and the mind is most vulnerable. The traveling cultivator had apparently decided that direct examination was better than careful study. He entered my cell through the sealed wards like they didn't exist, moved directly to my cot, and placed his awareness against the seal. He was trying to force it, to crack it with pure power, overwhelming the structure through direct pressure rather than through understanding. The seal screamed, not with sound, but with something deeper. A vibration that ran through every meridian in my body, a pressure that felt like the entire architecture of my being was being torn apart. I woke gasping, my body convulsing, every muscle straining against some force I couldn't see. But I wasn't alone. Elder Su Feng's awareness hit the traveling cultivator with the precision of a blade. Not destructive, just focused. Just enough to push him away from me, to break his contact with the seal. There was a moment of perfect clarity where I could see both of them. 2 cultivators of genuine power engaged in something that was too fast and complex for my brain to process. Then Elder Su Feng did something, and the traveling cultivator was suddenly flying backward through my cell wall, through the dormitory structure itself, crashing into the external courtyard hard enough to crack stone. The traveling cultivator rose from the wreckage, unhurt, but apparently understanding he'd been warned. He looked at Elder Su Feng with the expression of someone reassessing an equation, then simply left. Walked away from the sect, away from the village, disappearing into the darkness like a predator that had decided the hunting ground was too well defended. Elder Su Feng turned to me, his hands still trembling with the exertion of power. The seal accelerated, he said without preamble. The trauma of the attack forced it to compensate. You don't have 2 months. You have maybe 6 weeks. Maybe less. My body was still convulsing. I could feel the seal itself, actually visible now, a line of pure golden light running through my center. The cracks were deeper. The pressure inside was exponentially worse. What do I do? I asked. You prepare, he said. You understand that the moment the seal breaks, you'll become something the sect can't ignore. The moment you show power, the balance of everything here will shift. People will want things from you, to claim you, to control you, to exploit you. Some people will want to kill you because the threat you represent is too large to leave alive. So I hide, I said. I keep the seal closed. If you keep it closed, it will break on its own. And when it does, you won't be in control of the release. You'll be a tool of your own power, rather than a wielder of it. That's what the traveling cultivator was trying to force, a seal break that you wouldn't be ready for, that would leave you vulnerable and dependent. He moved to my window and looked out at the courtyard, where scattered disciples were beginning to gather, drawn by the sound of destruction. You have 6 weeks to become someone who can survive being discovered, Elder Sufeng said. Someone who understands power. Someone who can protect themselves. Someone who can't be controlled or broken or turned into a weapon. I can't do that in 6 weeks, I said. No, he agreed. But you're going to try anyway. Because the seal doesn't care about your timeline. It's going to break when it breaks, and you're either going to be ready or you're not. The sect elders were already approaching, drawn by the destruction. Elder Sufeng touched my shoulder once, briefly, and then he was gone. Not physically, but his presence had withdrawn, leaving me alone with my cracked seal and my accelerating timeline. The elders found me standing in the center of a destroyed cell, surrounded by broken stone, with the traveling cultivator's handprint marked in blood on my dormitory wall. What happened? The head elder demanded. I don't know, I said, which was true. I was sleeping. Someone entered. There was conflict. The elders exchanged looks that suggested they knew who the intruder was and what he'd been trying to do. They cleaned up the destruction with a few gestures of power, repaired the cell, and never asked any questions. Which meant they'd been expecting something like this. Which meant they were invested in keeping me alive and sealed until a very specific time. Which meant my family, my actual family, had left instructions with the sect to watch over me, to protect me, to make sure nothing stopped the seal from breaking exactly as it had been designed to break. That night, Lin Xing came to my cell and found me staring at the repaired wall. The merchant tried something, she said, not asking. The other disciples are saying there was an explosion in the outer halls. Someone was hurt. They're saying it was the traveling merchant. He left, I said. The sect made him leave. She sat on my cot, very carefully, as if sitting too hard might cause me to break. How much time do you have? She asked quietly. What? Before whatever you're becoming becomes instead of being. How much time until you change completely? I considered lying. Then I considered what trust meant, what Lin Xing had been offering me for 5 years with no reciprocation. 6 weeks. Maybe less. Okay, she said. Like that was an acceptable answer. Like that answered all the questions she needed answered. Then let me help with whatever the preparation is. Let me be part of what happens next. It's dangerous, I said. When the seal breaks, I might hurt people. I might not be able to control the release. Then I'll help you learn control, she said simply. Before it breaks. We have 6 weeks. That's enough time to figure out how to do that. She left after that, but she returned every night for the next week. We would meditate together in the darkness, and she would feed her earth-type power into the edges of my awareness, learning the architecture of the seal, understanding its structure. She couldn't help me break it, but she could help me understand what would come after. She could help me visualize the moment of release and prepare myself for survival. Her father had been a cultivator who broke under pressure. She was determined that I wouldn't be the same. By the end of that week, I had a framework for survival, a structure of understanding, an actual plan for what to do when the seal finally gave way. 5 weeks remained. Chapter 9. The truth. Lin Xing's fear was rational and well-founded, and I told her, so the night, she finally asked the question she'd been building toward. You're afraid I'm going to hurt you, I said. When the seal breaks, when the power comes out, I might not be able to control it. I might accidentally destroy you because I'll be focused on the release and not on managing the force. Are you, she asked, afraid that you'll hurt me? I considered the question seriously. No, I said finally. But not because I'm confident I won't. I'm afraid that you are, which means you're accepting the risk consciously. That's different. It means you understand the cost, and you're choosing anyway. That matters. She was quiet for a long moment. We were in the meditation chamber this time, the one in the outer halls that had become our regular meeting place. The one where I'd felt that first crack, what seemed like years ago, but was actually only about 2 months. Tell me about your family, she said. My mother and father asked the sect elders to seal my power, I said. They thought power would be dangerous for me, that I would be hunted, that the burden of potential would crush me like it crushed so many other cultivators. So they asked for the strongest seal that could be created, one that would compress my potential to the point where I appeared as trash, that would give me a childhood without predators, without pressure, without the weight of expectation. That's love, Lin Xing said. Yes. And the humiliation? All of this. That was part of it. I don't think so, I said. I think the humiliation was just how the world works. The seal made me invisible, But invisible things still exist. The sect still existed around me, still ran its hierarchy, still decided that I was beneath them. That wasn't designed. That was just how power structures work. They need something to stand on, and trash is the easiest platform. You're not trash, she said. I know, but I couldn't know that about myself while the seal was intact. That was part of the design. If I'd known what I was, the pressure would have broken the seal early. The only way to survive the seal was to accept the seal, to become the trash, to believe what everyone told me until the architecture inside me was strong enough to release without destroying me. Lin Qing rose and walked to the edge of the meditation chamber, where the formation characters were carved into the stone. Can you read these? She asked. Yes. And you understand them? Completely. They show the structure of the seal, how the layers interlock, how the compression works, how the power inside is organized into dense forms that can be released in waves without overwhelming the body. She placed her hand on one of the carved characters and let her Earth-type awareness flow through it. My father's seal broke wrong, she said. He forced breakthroughs he wasn't ready for, and his meridians couldn't handle the power. They shattered. He spent the last years of his life in constant pain because he didn't wait. Because he wanted power so badly that he couldn't accept the waiting. I'm not going to do that, I said. I know. But I'm saying that when you break your seal, you're going to have power that most people spend their entire lives trying to achieve. Power that could let you escape this village, escape this sect, leave behind everyone who ever treated you as trash. And I'm asking you not to. Not to what? I asked. Not to let the power make you leave. I'm asking you to stay in the sect, to stay in the village, to stay with me. Because when you break that seal, I want to be the person who helped you do it. I want to be part of what happens next. I stood and walked to her, and I did something I'd never done before. I took her hand. I'm going to break the seal, I said. And when I do, I'm going to be something new, something powerful, and I'm going to need anchors. People who know who I was. People who remind me that trash is recyclable. That power doesn't mean I have to become someone else. You're going to be that person. And yes, I'll stay. I'll stay as long as you need me to. She squeezed my hand, and I felt her Earth-type power settle around me like a blanket. Grounding, centering, real. For weeks remained. For weeks until the seal gave way completely. For weeks until everyone in the sect understood what I actually was. For weeks until everything changed. Chapter 10. The sealed chamber. The dungeon assignment came on the first day of the 6th week, and it was clearly designed. The sect's lower compounds contained detention areas and research chambers, places where sealed power was studied, where dangerous things were kept contained, where the sect maintained its inventory of dangerous knowledge. Senior disciples cleaned these areas only under careful supervision. Junior disciples never went near them, which was why being assigned to clean the entire lower compound was effectively a punishment and a test all at once. I accepted the assignment without complaint. I knew what I would find there, because Elder Su Feng had left me enough knowledge to know. I knew there was a chamber that would respond to me. I knew there was something waiting in the sealed archives that had been waiting since before I was born. The lower compound was exactly as I'd imagined. Stones carved with formation characters, chambers sealed with locks that existed more in the spiritual realm than the physical one, an entire architecture of containment. I worked methodically, sweeping areas that nobody had swept in months, cleaning stones that had been gathering dust for years. And I found the chamber. It was smaller than I expected, carved into a natural alcove in the rock face that formed the lower boundary of the sect. The door was sealed with a lock that was actually a pattern, a formation that interlocked with itself in such a way that you couldn't open it by force. You had to understand it. You had to see how the pieces fit together and manipulate them in the right sequence. I understood it immediately. The jade pendant that I'd taken from the altar upstairs, the one that was supposedly the key to breaking my seal, also served as a key to this door. I produced it from my pocket and placed it against the lock. The formation reacted, not with violence or alarm, just with recognition. The pattern shifted, simplified, and the door swung open. Inside was not a prison or a danger chamber. It was a library. The walls were covered with ancient texts, cultivation scrolls from times when the current knowledge systems hadn't existed, records of power, records of the original Su family and their achievements, records of the original decision to seal me. But the most important thing was the inscription. It was carved into the back wall, in characters so old they barely registered as language anymore. It was a message, and it was addressed to me specifically, to the one who has not yet remembered what they are. This chamber is a safe place. The seal above is designed to let you break free on your terms. The formation here will teach you what you need to know. When you are ready to emerge from childhood, emerge as yourself. Not as trash. Not as the version of you that the world created. Emerge as the power your family meant you to be. Your mother, Su Ling. Your father, Suzhong. I stood in that chamber for a very long time, my hands shaking, my mind processing something that I'd known intellectually but had never truly accepted. My parents hadn't just sealed me because they wanted to protect me from external predators. They'd done it because they wanted to protect me from myself, from the weight of knowing what I was, from the burden of being something so powerful that other people would orbit my gravity, whether I wanted them to or not. The seal had been compression and protection and love, all at the same time. And now it was almost over. 3 weeks remained. 3 weeks until the seal reached the final phase of its design. 3 weeks until the golden line running through my center broke completely, released the decades of accumulated power, and turned me from trash into something else entirely. I returned to the outer halls and found Elder Su Phone waiting in my cell. You found it, he said. It was meant for me to find, I replied. Yes. Your parents left instructions. When the seal was designed, they wanted you to understand why it was necessary. To understand that it wasn't punishment. It was gift. He paused. But you won't truly understand until it breaks. Until you feel what's underneath. Until you become what you were always meant to be. What happens then? I asked. Everything changes, he said simply. For you. For the sect. For everyone. You'll be strong enough that no one will be able to dismiss you. Strong enough that people will want things from you. Strong enough that you'll have to decide what you want for yourself, separate from what everyone else wants from you. I'm afraid, I said. Good, Elder Su Phone replied. Fear keeps you thoughtful. It keeps you from becoming the kind of powerful person who destroys everything. He left me there in my cell, 3 weeks away from liberation, 3 weeks away from power, 3 weeks away from becoming something entirely new. The sealed meditation chamber downstairs contained everything my family had wanted me to know. The sealed seal inside my body contained everything I needed to become. And the jade pendant sat in my pocket, waiting for the moment when I decided I was ready to use it. 3 weeks. I could wait that long. I'd already waited 20 years. Chapter 11. The inscription was both more and less than I'd expected. The chamber had been sealed since before my birth, and the inscription had been waiting here, speaking to me across decades of time, from my parents across the boundary of death and distance. I returned to the chamber several times over the next few days, spending hours there, running my hands across the carved characters, letting the meaning soak into me at a deeper level than just intellectual understanding. The message was structured in sections. The first part was addressed to whoever found the chamber, a note explaining the purpose and architecture of the seal. The second part was a direct letter from my mother to me, describing her thoughts during the sealing process, her fears, her hopes that I would understand what she'd done. The third part was a technical diagram showing the exact mechanism of the seal's failure, not how to break it artificially, but how it was designed to break naturally over time as the bearer matured. But the most important part was the fourth section, a map. It showed the structure of my body's meridian system, and it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Where other cultivation texts showed standard meridian paths, standard energy centers, standard progression routes, this diagram showed something exponentially more complex. It showed multiple layers of meridians, each one sealed beneath the previous one. It showed power distributed in forms and densities that shouldn't be possible in a human body. It showed a person who wasn't just cultivating power, they were storing it. According to the map, once the seal broke, I would have the equivalent of decades of cultivation progression stored in compressed form, ready to be released in ways that my body could theoretically handle if I was careful, if I was prepared, if I understood what was happening to me. The map was a gift. A teaching tool, a roadmap for surviving the transition from sealed to unsealed. I photographed it in my memory with perfect clarity, tracing every character, every line, every formation marking. My mind, apparently, had capabilities that my sealed power had made possible. The compression of my physical power seemed to come with a compression of my mental capabilities. Everything I learned, everything I saw, everything I understood was stored with perfect fidelity, retrievable at will. I could hold the entire map in my awareness, could understand it completely, could use it to guide myself through the breaking of the seal when the moment came, which meant that I was ready. Technically, intellectually, spiritually, I was ready. The only thing I lacked was time. The seal would break when it broke. I could guide the breaking, but I couldn't delay it indefinitely. 3 weeks became 2 weeks became 1 week. The crack in my seal was now visible as more than a hairline. It had become a genuine fracture, a separation between the sealed part of me and the unsealed part waiting underneath. I could feel the power now, hot and dense and pressing against the architecture of my body. I could feel it testing the boundaries, looking for weaknesses, preparing to explode outward. I was lying awake in the meditation chamber on the night of the 7th day of the 6th week when Elder Su Feng entered with a senior disciple in tow. The senior disciple was Chun Hu, one of the inner disciples most heavily involved in seal research and formation work. He looked confused and apprehensive, as if he'd been summoned to witness something he didn't understand. "This is the one," Elder Su Feng said, gesturing at me. "Examine him. Tell me how long before the seal naturally releases." Chun Hu approached carefully, his cultivation awareness reaching out to touch the boundaries of my power. I felt him encounter the seal, try to press into it, find only smooth, seamless architecture that revealed nothing. "This is," he began, then stopped. "This is a sealed cultivation base. A complete seal. I've only read about these in ancient texts. The compression is extraordinary. The structure is." He looked up at Elder Su Feng. "What is this person?" "Someone whose family loved them enough to give them peace," Elder Su Feng replied. "Estimate the failure timeline." Chun Hu closed his eyes and let his awareness sink deeper. I could feel him probing the structure of the seal, looking for stress fractures, understanding how close I was to breaking apart. "Days," he said finally, opening his eyes. "Maybe a week. Maybe less. The seal is at critical stress point. Another significant emotional or physical pressure, and it will fail. Once it starts to fail, the decompression will cascade. Complete seal break in hours once the process begins." "Which means," Elder Su Feng said, "that we have very little time to prepare the sect for what's about to happen." The senior disciple was escorted out shortly after, his mind apparently sealed by Elder Su Feng to prevent him from discussing what he'd learned. But now the sect knew. Or at least, the senior power structure of the sect knew. Which meant they were preparing. Which meant my emergence from trash to power was no longer a secret. Which meant the countdown had become real. Chapter 12. The discovery. The sect elder discovered me in the sealed chamber the following evening, and it was a calculated violation. I'd known that eventually someone would find me there. It was inevitable that someone would follow me down to the lower compound. What I didn't anticipate was that it would be Elder Qian, the head of the outer halls, and that his discovery would be treated as a violation so serious that it required immediate punishment. "You're not authorized to be here," he said, his voice sharp with the indignation of someone whose authority had been breached. "This is a restricted research area. You're a junior outer disciple with no clearance for these chambers." "I was assigned to clean the lower compound," I replied calmly. "You don't clean research chambers. You clean maintenance passages. You don't enter sealed areas." His cultivation was mid-rank, strong enough that he could enforce discipline if he wanted to. His expression suggested he very much wanted to. "The seal on this chamber opened for me," I said, which was true and therefore the safest version of a response I could give. "Because you broke the seal," he said, which he believed and which might have been true, depending on whether trying to open something with the key given to you counted as breaking it. Either way, his reaction was immediate and severe. He reported me to the senior council. I was summoned to the central chamber and formally questioned. The report was that I'd accessed restricted research materials without authorization, that I'd potentially compromised sensitive seal knowledge, that I'd acted with disregard for the sect's hierarchy and structure. The punishment was isolation. For 1 week, I would be confined to a private meditation chamber in the lower compound, brought only water and minimal food, prevented from any contact with other disciples. The stated purpose was to give me time to meditate on my violations and understand the seriousness of circumventing sectarian authority. The actual purpose, I realized, was to give the sect time to prepare for something it could feel coming. The isolation chamber was actually ideal for my situation. I was alone, completely alone. No interruptions. No one watching. No need to maintain any social presence. The seal, sensing that it had been given room to express, began accelerating its failure process. By the second day of isolation, the golden line running through my center had become a visible field. Not visible to anyone looking at me physically, but visible to my own internal awareness. A golden light permeating my meridian system, gathering in intensity, preparing for release. By the 4th day, I could feel individual techniques stored in the compressed power. Each one was a discrete piece of knowledge, a cultivation technique or form or fighting movement, all compressed to density so extreme that it made them almost inaccessible. But as the seal weakened, I could start to perceive them. A sword form that I'd never learned, but somehow knew perfectly. A hand technique that my body remembered from somewhere before my consciousness existed. Meditation methods that were ancient and powerful and absolutely forbidden by modern sect standards. My family had been storing knowledge in the compression. They hadn't just compressed power, they'd compressed technique. Compressed experience. I was carrying the cultivation understanding of multiple generations, sealed away until I was ready to receive it. By the 6th day, I was in active physical pain. The seal was beginning to leak power in small, uncontrolled bursts. My meridians were stretching to accommodate the expansion. My body was trembling with the effort of holding form, while something inside me was beginning to explode outward. Elder Su Feng appeared on the 6th day of isolation, entering the chamber despite the fact that I was supposed to be held in complete isolation. "It's time," he said simply. "The week isn't finished," I replied, but I was trembling. "The seal is finished," he corrected. "It's going to break whether you're ready or not. The girl, Lin Xing, has prepared a location where the breaking can happen safely, where you won't hurt anyone, where you can let the compression release without destroying the sect." "How much time?" I asked. "Hours. Maybe less. Can you walk?" I tried to stand, and the effort sent shockwaves of pain through my entire body. The seal was so close to failure that moving was agony. But I did it, because the alternative was losing control in the isolation chamber, in the heart of the sect, where the uncontrolled release of compressed power could destroy buildings and people indiscriminately. Elder Su Feng supported me as I walked. The sect's pathways at night were empty, just stone and shadow, and the weight of my own mortality pressing down. We moved toward the outer edges of the compound, toward the space beyond the main buildings where the ancient meditation grounds extended into the forest. And there, in a clearing surrounded by formation characters that had been drawn in the earth, Lin Xing was waiting. Chapter 13. The breaking began with light. I was in the center of the formation, surrounded by the ancient characters that Lin Xing and Elder Su Feng had inscribed in the clearing. Lin Xing stood at one boundary point, her earth-type power grounding the formation, keeping it stable. Elder Su Feng stood at another boundary, his power reinforcing the structure, making sure that when the seal failed, the force wouldn't radiate outward uncontrollably. The jade pendant was in my hands. I'd been carrying it for weeks, and now the moment had come. All I had to do was apply it to the formation center that existed in my body, the exact point where all 7 layers of the seal connected to each other, where the compression held its strength. I closed my eyes and located the center. It was beneath my heart, in a space that was technically part of my body, but also somehow outside it. The seal was visible now, not as a line, but as a complete geometric pattern, 7 rings of binding power locked together in an interlocking pattern that was beautiful and terrible. I raised the jade pendant to that center point, and I broke the seal. The sensation was not like anything I'd experienced before. It wasn't pain, though there was pain in it. It wasn't pleasure, though there was something like relief. It was the sensation of a dam failing, of centuries of pressure suddenly released, of compressed things expanding to their natural size for the first time. The golden light that had been contained within me exploded outward. It didn't destroy anything immediately. The formation held. Lin Xing's earth-type power and Elder Su Feng's mastery kept the release contained to the clearing, kept it from radiating outward in an uncontrolled wave. But the light was blinding, beautiful, terrifying. It was pure power, uncompressed, free, finally allowed to exist as itself. I felt my meridians expanding, felt them stretching to accommodate the sudden flood of energy, felt my body transforming as decades of accumulated power moved through it simultaneously. Forms and techniques flooded my mind. I understood, suddenly, how to use power, how to move it, how to bend it to purpose. I understood cultivation in a way that no amount of study could have taught me. The compressed knowledge of my family was accessible to me, written into my meridian structure, released now into my full consciousness. And then, underneath the expanding power, I felt something else. I felt the awareness of people in the sect, sensing the explosion of released power. I felt their shock, their understanding that something had just happened in the outer edges of their territory that was significant and unusual and not entirely explainable. I felt the moment that everyone understood. There was a cultivator in the outer halls. A genuine, significant cultivator. And they'd been hidden there the entire time. The breaking continued for hours. The light faded gradually as the power was integrated into my body, as my meridians stretched and adapted and finally achieved their full size. My body was changing, becoming more efficient, more perfect, the way a body transforms when power is properly contained. My mind was expanding with access to knowledge I didn't know I had. My cultivation base was establishing itself, and I could feel the architecture of it, understand the extent of it, and recognize that it was extraordinary. By the time the release was complete, I was not the same person who'd entered the clearing. I was still Sukai, still the trash of the outer halls. But I was also something else, something that had been dormant for 20 years and was now awake. I opened my eyes. Elder Su Feng was watching me with an expression of profound sadness and profound relief. Lin Xing was crying. her earth-type power still grounding the formation, still holding the structure stable even though the violence of the release was over. "Welcome back," Elder Su Feng said quietly. "Welcome to what you always were." I looked down at my hands. They were the same hands, the same body, but underneath, I could feel the power, could feel the cultivation base that extended through every meridian, could feel the capability that had been compressed there since before I was born. And I could feel, with perfect clarity, every single person in the sect who was currently sensing the disturbance and beginning to understand that something had fundamentally changed. "What do I do now?" I asked. "Now," Elder Su Feng said, "you decide who you want to be." Chapter 14. The confession. Lin Qing kept her hand on my shoulder as the three of us walked back toward the sect, her power still touching mine, still grounding me, still maintaining the connection that had kept the breaking controlled. "The sect knows," she said quietly. "They felt it. They know something happened. Let them wonder," I replied. My voice was different now, not deeper, but more present. Like I'd been speaking through several layers of insulation before, and now I was speaking directly. "They'll understand soon enough." Elder Su Feng was moving slowly, leaning on his cane, the exertion of managing the formation break apparently having cost him something significant. But his eyes were bright with the particular satisfaction of someone who'd been waiting for a very long time to see a plan come to fruition. "There will be chaos," he warned. "Political chaos. The sect was structured around your being trash. That structure just collapsed. Senior disciples will want to claim you, want to understand your power, want to control you or use you. Other sects will hear rumors and send representatives. Families with power will want to arrange marriages or alliances. Everything is about to become very complicated." "Then it's good I have time to adjust," I said. "You don't," he replied simply. "The moment you appear in public, the moment you demonstrate cultivation, everything accelerates. You have hours, not days." We walked in silence for a while, moving through the stone pathways of the sect, seeing lights in windows where people were waking, aware that something had happened even if they didn't know what. The humiliation of the past 12 years was ending. The trash of the outer halls had become something that the sect had to take seriously. The thought should have filled me with satisfaction. Instead, I just felt tired. By the time we reached the main compound, the sun was rising. The sect was stirring. Senior disciples were gathering in the courtyards, their voices carrying confusion and speculation. Elder Su Feng led me directly to the sect's central council chamber. The elders were assembled there, all 8 of them, arrayed in a semicircle of authority and power. They looked at me with expressions ranging from curiosity to wariness to something that looked very much like fear. "The seal broke," the head elder, Jiang, said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," I confirmed. "And you're Su Kai?" From the outer halls. 12 years in this sect. 12 years of showing no cultivation potential. That part was true. This part. I gestured at myself, at the power that was now visible in the shimmer of the air around me, was also true. It was just compressed. The elders exchanged glances. They already knew. Of course they knew. Elder Su Feng had told them, or they'd sensed something, or they'd been part of the plan from the beginning. "Your family," Elder Jiang said carefully, "made a request of this sect. A very unusual request. To hide you. To let you grow without the weight of being what you actually are." "Yes. And that seal was designed by a council that included Elder Su Feng," I said. "And possibly including you." The mechanism was complex. Multiple masters were involved. The decision was that I should appear as trash until I was old enough to survive being discovered. The head elder nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something she'd been considering. "The question," she said, "is what you intend to do now." "I intend to stay," I said. "I intend to finish my term in the outer halls properly. And then, when I'm ready, I intend to advance to inner disciple rank like any other junior who's completed their training cycle." This seemed to surprise them, which meant they'd been expecting me to demand immediate advancement or special treatment or to storm out in fury over my mistreatment. "You're going to go through the normal advancement process?" Elder Jiang asked. "Yes. Even though you're clearly far beyond the level of a standard outer disciple?" "Yes," I said. "Because the point of all of this, according to my family's design, was to teach me that power isn't the most important thing. That character matters. That how you treat people matters. Going through the normal process keeps me connected to that teaching." Elder Su Feng made a small sound that might have been satisfaction. The head elder looked at the other elders. They seemed to confer silently, through cultivation to cultivation communication that happened too fast for me to follow. "You'll be moved to a private meditation chamber," Elder Jiang decided. "Not as punishment, but as protection. The junior disciples will be in chaos once this news spreads. You'll need space to stabilize your new cultivation base. You have 1 week to integrate." Then we'll schedule your advancement test. And then, she paused. Then we'll see if the trash of the outer halls becomes the genius the sect expected you to be. And if I'm not, I asked, then at least you'll have tried, she said simply. I was escorted to the private chamber by 2 senior disciples who looked at me with a mixture of fear and awe. Word had apparently begun to spread. The trash had become something else. The nothing had become something. That evening, Lin Qing brought me food and sat with me in silence while I meditated on the newly expanded cultivation base, understanding its structure, learning to use the techniques that were stored in my meridians. You'll become inner disciple, she said eventually. Probably. And eventually, you'll probably become a master. Maybe. And the entire sect will know what you are. Yes, I agreed. But I'll still be me. I'll still be the person who couldn't cultivate for 12 years. I'll still remember what trash feels like. That memory is worth something. She nodded, and I felt her earth-type power settle around mine, grounding it, keeping me connected to the person I'd been while I became the person I was going to be. Outside, the sect was already beginning to reorganize around the revelation that their hierarchy had just shifted. The trash had been gold all along. The nothing had been everything. And I was finally ready to decide what I wanted to be. Chapter 15. The aftermath. The humiliation was public, and it was designed that way. 3 days after the seal broke, I was called to the main courtyard for a formal acknowledgement ceremony. This was not standard procedure for advancing disciples. It was a specific ritual that the sect apparently reserved for moments when they needed to realign their entire understanding of someone. The entire sect assembled. Every disciple, every servant, every person attached to the institution was gathered in the stone courtyard. Xianxia was there, his expression carefully neutral. Chunhu was there, his eyes bright with the intellectual interest of someone who'd just realized that the limitations he'd assumed were real were actually just political constructs. Even the village people were invited. Word had spread, and they came to witness the transformation of the trash boy into something remarkable. Elder Jiang called me forward and detailed my actual heritage. Not everything. The specifics of the seal remained confidential, but enough that everyone understood. I was from a cultivating family. My appearance as trash had been deliberate. My lack of progress had been an illusion. Zhang Xiao was invited to respond. This was apparently another ritual, a chance for those who'd mistreated me to recalibrate their understanding in public. He stepped forward, and for a moment, I could see him struggling with what to do. This was not a scenario he'd been trained for. Defending his behavior toward trash was one thing. Defending his behavior toward a hidden genius was another. I didn't know, he said finally. I treated you poorly because I thought you were actually trash. I apologize for my cruelty. It was a public apology, delivered with all the shame that came with it. I could have accepted it graciously, could have forgiven him, made some gesture of magnanimity. That would have been the expected path for someone who'd been vindicated and was now secure in their power. Instead, I did something different. You treated me poorly because I was powerless, I said, loudly enough for everyone to hear. You were cruel to someone who had no way to defend themselves or retaliate. That wasn't about not knowing my heritage. That was about choosing to hurt someone because you could. That's the same thing whether I was actually trash or just appeared to be trash. And an apology doesn't change what you did. It just means you've decided that what you did was wrong now that the consequences exist. The courtyard went silent. Elder Zhang looked at me with an expression that was difficult to interpret. Zhang Zhao's face went red, and he stepped back, clearly unsure how to respond to being called out publicly by someone who now had the power to do significant harm to him if they wanted to. I'm not interested in forgiving you, I continued, because forgiveness is for people who've actually done the work of understanding what they did wrong. You haven't. You're just sorry you were wrong about my status. That's not the same thing. When you actually understand what cruelty means, and when you've actually changed because of that understanding rather than because the cost of being cruel became too high, we can talk about apologies. Elder Su Feng made a small sound that might have been suppressed laughter. The senior disciples looked at each other, clearly reassessing the situation. This wasn't a triumphant return of a hidden genius. This was a return of someone with power who had no interest in the social rituals that were supposed to make everyone comfortable after mistreatment. I was breaking rules. Unspoken ones, but still. Lin Qing was watching me from the younger disciples section, her earth-type power reaching out to me with a subtle gesture of approval. The advancement test will occur in 1 week, Elder Jiang said, apparently deciding to move forward before I said anything else that destabilized the social structure further. Su Kai will demonstrate his cultivation in formal assessment. If he passes, he will advance to inner disciple rank. The ceremony concluded, and I was dismissed. But that evening, Elder Su Feng appeared at my meditation chamber, and he looked like someone who'd been crying, which seemed impossible for someone as ancient and composed as him. You did well, he said quietly. Better than I expected. You stayed in control. You didn't take revenge. You just stated the truth. Should I have forgiven him? I asked. No. Your mother would have been very proud of what you just did. He sat down on the meditation cushion across from me. She understood something that most cultivators never learn. That power without moral clarity is just destruction. That the strongest person is not the one who can hurt the most, but the one who understands when hurting is appropriate and when it isn't. By refusing to play the forgiveness game, you've just taught xianxia and everyone else something far more valuable than mercy would have. We sat in silence for a while. There's going to be more chaos, he continued. More disciples will want to apologize. More will want to claim they always knew you had potential. More will want to use your power for their own advancement. The sect will try to leverage you for status. Other sects will want to recruit you. Your family's allies will try to reconnect you to a lineage that's been dormant for a long time. What should I do? I asked. Be yourself, he said. Which, I think, means remembering that you spent 12 years as trash. You learned something there that most cultivators never learn. Don't abandon that knowledge just because you have power now. After he left, I spent the evening meditating on the formation of my cultivation base, integrating the remaining techniques, preparing myself for the advancement test that was now just 7 days away. The seal was broken. The trash had become something else. And I had no idea what I was supposed to do with the knowledge that power could exist alongside humility, that strength and kindness were not opposing forces, that the most dangerous cultivators were probably the ones who never had to survive being powerless. 7 days until everyone found out what the sealed cultivation was actually capable of. 7 days until everything changed again. Chapter 16. The preparation. The advancement test was not designed for people like me. I understood this by the second day of my preparation, when I'd studied the historical records of the test and understood that it was meant to assess whether a cultivator had reached a basic threshold of competence. Could they gather qi? Could they channel it properly? Could they demonstrate fundamental control? For someone whose cultivation base had been compressed for 20 years and was now expanding to its full potential, these tests were not challenging. They were background. They were the baseline assumptions that everything else was built on. But I didn't want to fail them, because failing would be easier, would be more comfortable, would maintain the social structure in a way that passing would not. Passing would prove that the trash had become something genuinely remarkable. Failing would let everyone maintain their existing understanding. I chose to prepare for passing. The week between my courtyard confrontation and the test was consumed by training that nobody could see. The meditation chamber that the sect had assigned to me was private, sealed against observation, placed in a location where I could practice without the constant awareness of other disciples. I spent the days refining the techniques that were stored in my compressed knowledge, learning to move power through my meridians with precision, understanding the extension of my cultivation base far enough that I could demonstrate it without destroying the testing arena. I also spent time learning to lie with my power. This was something my mother had apparently anticipated. Among the techniques stored in the compressed knowledge were methods of masking cultivation, of appearing weaker than you actually were, of demonstrating just enough power to pass without revealing the full extent of what you were capable of. These methods were ancient, dangerous, and absolutely critical for someone who wanted to survive integration into normal society without immediately becoming a target. I practiced appearing as though I had the power of a standard inner disciple. I practiced limiting my awareness to exactly the range that an inner disciple would have. I practiced moving at the speed that inner disciples could achieve. I became very good at pretending to be much less than I actually was. By the 6th day, I could demonstrate inner-level power without revealing that I had access to far more. By the 7th day, I had a plan for the test that was designed to be impressive enough to validate my advancement without being so impressive that it raised questions about how much training the seal had given me. Lin Qing came to my meditation chamber on the morning of the test. "You're nervous," she observed, settling onto the meditation cushion across from me. "No," I said, which was true. I wasn't nervous. I was calm in the way that someone is calm when they've prepared for something so thoroughly that the outcome is already determined. "The other disciples are nervous," she continued. "They're saying that your power is too high, that the test results won't be reliable if you demonstrate too much capability. They're saying the elders might have to adjust the scoring because you'll break the scale." "Will they?" I asked. "Probably. But that's fine. Everyone's expecting you to pass. Everyone's expecting you to become inner disciple. What they don't know is whether you're going to destroy the entire advancement framework by showing power levels that inner disciples aren't supposed to have. And are you expecting that?" I asked. "I'm expecting you to do whatever you think is right," she said simply. "I'm expecting you to be yourself. And I'm expecting that whatever you decide will teach everyone something they probably needed to learn." The test was held in the main arena at dawn, in front of the assembled sect and a selection of the village elders who'd been invited to witness it. This was apparently a big enough event that outsiders were welcome. I was called forward as the last candidate, which meant the assembled sect had already watched 20 other disciples demonstrate their advancement levels. Most of them had been competent. A few had been impressive. One Earth-type disciple had shown real mastery of terrain manipulation. None of them had shown anything that would have prepared the observers for what they were about to see. I was handed a bronze compass, the same instrument they'd used to measure my null cultivation 12 years earlier. I was instructed to gather qi, channel it through my body, and direct it into a visible manifestation. I did exactly that. My power flowed through the measurement device like water through a broken dam. The compass's indicator didn't just move. It exceeded the scale designed for inner disciples and continued rising. The senior disciples in the crowd actually gasped. The elders' expressions shifted from neutral to carefully controlled shock. I was careful to stop at exactly the threshold that would be consistent with someone who'd been compressed and had just released fully grown power. Not so low that it would be dismissible, not so high that it would be incomprehensible. When I was finished, the head elder, Jiang, took the compass and examined it carefully. Unprecedented, she said quietly, so that only I could hear. You're at least 5 times the power level we'd expect from an inner disciple advancement. Is that acceptable? I asked. It's necessary, she replied. Your family seal was designed to produce exactly this. Exceptional power, exceptional control, exceptional capability. You just demonstrated that you have it. She turned to address the assembled crowd. Su Kai is advanced to inner disciple rank, she announced formally. His advancement test is complete. His demonstrated power level is exceptional. The crowd erupted in sound, not quite cheering, but definitely not silent. The other disciples were looking at me with the expression of people whose understanding of the hierarchy had just been fundamentally disrupted. Xianxia was watching me with something that looked like resignation. And Elder Su Feng was watching me with something that looked like pride and deep, complicated sadness. Chapter 17. The crisis, the external threat, came 3 days after my advancement was formalized. It arrived in the form of a traveling caravan that was apparently just passing through, but which contained something that immediately activated all of the sect's defensive protocols. An alarm was sounded at dawn, 3 distinct tones that meant threat level significant potential combat. All senior disciples and newly advanced inner disciples were called to the central courtyard. I stood with about 20 others, all of them displaying confusion, because this kind of alert almost never happened. The sect was secure. The region was stable. There was no obvious threat. Elder Jiang explained it quickly. A cultivator caravan has approached the sect's outer boundary, she said. They claim to be peaceful traders, but our scouts have identified qi signatures consistent with at least 3 cultivators of genuine power traveling with them. Their leader matches descriptions of a creature that has been moving through the territories for the past month, devastating settlements, and taking control of local resources. What's a creature? One of the junior inner disciples asked. A cultivator who's been possessed or consumed by something that uses human form but isn't human, Elder Jiang replied calmly. They're dangerous, unpredictable, and they're usually looking for resources or power to absorb. The fact that this one is approaching us specifically suggests it knows about our sect. She looked directly at me. We need to arrange a defensive perimeter, she said. We'll position our strongest disciples at the outer boundaries. Everyone else will be held in reserve. Our goal is not to engage directly unless we have no choice. Our goal is to understand what they want and whether it's something we can negotiate or something we need to fight. The plan was put into motion. Disciples were distributed to various defensive positions. I was initially placed with the reserve group, which made sense from a hierarchy perspective. I was newly advanced, still integrating my power, probably not fully reliable in a combat situation. But Elder Su Feng appeared at the reserve position and requested that I be reassigned to one of the frontline positions. He's ready, he told Elder Jiang, with a certainty that suggested he knew something about my current capability level. I was moved to the rear defense line, positioned where the creature would encounter me if it got past the outer defenses. The creature, apparently, had decided that forward movement was its preferred strategy. It came at sunset, moving through the village with the kind of casual arrogance that came from power. The outer defenses engaged first, senior disciples creating barriers, attempting to slow its movement, trying to communicate before combat actually began. The creature ignored all of it and kept walking forward. At the secondary line, 3 inner disciples attempted to engage it in actual combat. Their cultivation was good, solid, competent. The creature destroyed them with the kind of casual efficiency that suggested it barely noticed it was fighting. By the time it reached my position, It was clear that this was not a problem that could be solved through the sect's normal hierarchy. The thing that had worked its way into human form was too powerful for that. It was moving toward the inner compound, apparently looking for something specific, apparently willing to kill anyone who got in its way. I stepped forward. The creature stopped. For the first time since it had appeared, it showed recognition. Its eyes, which were human-shaped but not human in any way that mattered, focused on me. Power, it said, its voice like grinding stones. Hidden power. Compressed power. Young thing, you carry something interesting. I'm going to ask you to stop, I said calmly. To turn around. To leave the sect and this territory. I'm going to ask politely, because courtesy is something my family valued. But if you don't listen to the polite request, I'm going to stop you by force. The creature laughed. It moved toward me with the confidence of something that had never encountered meaningful opposition. Its movements were fast, certainly faster than the disciples it had destroyed earlier. Its power was considerable, far beyond what normal humans could achieve. But I had been training in the compressed knowledge of my family for days now. I had access to techniques that were ancient and devastating. I had power that was built on foundations laid 20 years before I was born. I didn't fight the creature so much as study it. I let it attack me, felt the signature of its movement, understood the pattern of its power. And then I did something that seemed to surprise it. I used its own power against it. With a precise movement, I redirected its attack into itself, created a feedback loop in its cultivation base, forced it to absorb its own power with nowhere to put it. The creature screamed, a sound that wasn't sound, a vibration that made everyone in the courtyard feel pain. And then, with a technique that my hands suddenly remembered how to perform even though I'd never consciously learned it, I sealed it. Not forever. Not completely. Just enough to neutralize the threat, to trap the consciousness that was inhabiting the form, to prevent it from causing further damage. The creature's body collapsed. It was still alive, technically, but it was locked in stasis, its power contained, its consciousness isolated. The silence that followed was profound. Every disciple who'd been watching had just witnessed something that exceeded anything they'd imagined. A newly advanced inner disciple had defeated something that should have been able to defeat most of the sect's power structure. Elder Zhang approached me carefully. "Where did you learn to do that?" she asked. "From my family," I replied. "From the seal. It was designed to give me exactly what I needed to survive, which apparently included how to deal with possessed cultivators." "You defeated it without significant injury," she observed. "It wasn't trying to kill me," I said. "It was curious about my power. If it had been genuinely trying to destroy me, the fight would have gone differently." This was true. I'd held back, the way I'd held back at the advancement test. I'd demonstrated enough power to solve the problem without revealing the full extent of what I was capable of. The creature would have required serious engagement to truly defeat. I'd just managed it with about 10% of my full capability. Elder Zhang nodded slowly, understanding something in that statement that went beyond the words. "You're not what we thought you were," she said finally. "No," I agreed. "I'm what my family thought I was." Which is not the same thing as what the sealed version of me could pretend to be. She left me standing in the courtyard, the sealed creature at my feet, every disciple in the sect suddenly aware that the trash had become something far more dangerous than merely impressive power. I'd become something that exceeded the normal boundaries of what power should be. And I still had years left before I reached my full potential. Chapter 18. The battle the sealing of the creature should have been the end of the crisis. Instead, it was just the first act. The creature's masters, the ones who'd supposedly sent it as a scout or a probe, apparently decided that subtlety was no longer worth attempting. The next morning, a force of cultivators materialized at the sect's outer boundary. Not hostile immediately, but clearly there for hostile purpose. They were coordinated, disciplined, and they carried the kind of power signatures that suggested they were part of a larger organization. A sect, a big one, from much further away than the territories we normally dealt with. The message they brought was simple. They wanted me. They wanted the sealed cultivator. They wanted to understand the mechanism by which a compression seal had been created and maintained. And they were willing to negotiate, but negotiations had a deadline. Elder Zhang received them with formal courtesy but zero flexibility. "Su Kai is our disciple," she said simply. "The sealed cultivator is our property. Neither is available for acquisition at any price." The representatives of the larger sect seemed almost disappointed that this was the response. "Then we'll take them by force," their leader said, with the kind of certainty that came from believing their power was absolutely sufficient for that task. The combat that followed was not a fair fight. It wasn't supposed to be. The invading sect had sent a strike force of about 30 cultivators, ranging from outer disciples to experienced masters. The Jade Serpent sect had assembled all of its available power, maybe 40 disciples and elders, but distributed at various competency levels. On paper, it should have been roughly balanced, with perhaps a slight advantage to the invaders because they were unified and coordinated. On practice, it became apparent very quickly that one element was going to tip the balance. That element was me. I was positioned at the rear of our defensive lines, supposedly as a reserve, supposedly as additional support if the battle started turning against us. What actually happened was that I immediately became the focus of the invading force. They sent their 3 strongest masters directly at me, which was perhaps a mistake born of arrogance. I was 20 years old. I'd been a cultivator for 3 days. I was also carrying the compressed knowledge of a family lineage that had produced tribulation-level cultivators. The masters that came at me were experienced, skilled, impressive. I was something that shouldn't exist within normal cultivation frameworks. The first master came at me with a devastation technique that was designed to overwhelm defenses through sheer force. I studied it, understood it, and redirected it around me with a precision that made his form fail halfway through execution. The second master tried to use trapping techniques, attempting to lock my meridians and prevent me from gathering chi. I broke free using methods that the locked meridians themselves taught me how to achieve. Counterpressures written into my compressed knowledge, specific to this exact type of attack. The third master took one look at how I was handling the first 2 and attempted to flee. I let her go. There was no point in chasing her. Instead, I turned my attention to the battle's broader situation. The invaders had momentum, but they were losing coherence. Without their 3 strongest masters directing them, they were just individuals, and individuals could be managed. The sect's disciples, watching how I was handling masters, suddenly found their own courage. They began fighting with increased effectiveness. The coordinated strike force became a collection of skirmishes, and in skirmishes, the invaders lost their advantage. It took about an hour for them to break formation and attempt retreat. It took another hour for them to actually complete that retreat, because Elder Su Feng had apparently been waiting for exactly this moment to demonstrate his own power. He wasn't old and crippled. He was old and chosen to appear crippled. His actual power was enormous, ancient, absolutely devastating. He positioned himself at the boundary between our territory and theirs and made it very clear that further advancement would not be tolerated. The invaders left, carrying their wounded, carrying their dead, carrying the information that the Jade Serpent sect had access to power levels that exceeded their expectations. The battle concluded at sunset. I was not significantly injured, which surprised everyone, including probably the invaders. The sect's disciples had fought with more effectiveness than they should have had to, given the difference in power levels. And the message that went out from that battle was clear. A sect that could produce the kind of power I'd just demonstrated was not something that could be bullied or challenged or easily conquered. The political implications were enormous. Elder Jiang stood in the center of the damaged courtyard, looking at the destruction and then at me, and there was something complicated in her expression. Your family, she said, had significant enemies. Apparently, some of those enemies have been waiting for the seal to break. Some of them have been waiting for you to emerge. What do? I asked. You prepare, she said. You understand that you've just announced to the cultivated world that you exist. You've just shown power levels that exceed normal expectations. And you've just become the most interesting person that any organization with ambitions might want to acquire or eliminate. Elder Su Feng approached, and I could see now that his crippling was fading. He was straightening, moving with greater ease, the performance apparently no longer necessary. Your mother asked me to protect you until you understood what you were, he said. That's done now. The next phase is you understanding what you want to be. Power is one thing. Purpose is another. And purpose is what separates cultivators who build from cultivators who destroy. Chapter 19. The revelation. Elder Su Feng examined me thoroughly for the first time since the seal had broken, his ancient awareness reaching into my meridian system, understanding the structure and capacity of what I'd become. He was trembling when he finished. You're at 85% capacity, he said finally. The seal compressed power equivalent to what should have taken a cultivator 400 years to achieve naturally. You're carrying the development of centuries. And you're only 5 days into actually using it. That's too much, I said, understanding the weight of what he meant. It's exactly what your mother wanted to give you, he corrected. She understood that you'd be targeted, hunted, pursued by people who wanted what you represented. So she compressed not just power, but knowledge. You don't have to learn cultivation. It's written into your meridians. You just have to learn how to survive having it. Why would she do that? I asked. Because she loved you. Elder Su Feng said simply. Because she understood something that most cultivators never learn. Power without wisdom is destruction. Power with wisdom is everything. And the only way to give you both is to compress your growth, seal you, let you develop your wisdom as a powerless person, and then give you the power once your character was already formed. He sat down heavily on a meditation cushion. The seal was breaking when the traveling merchant tried to force it. He continued. That acceleration put you on a timeline where you're becoming powerful far faster than your mother wanted. In an ideal scenario, the seal would have broken 5 years from now, after you'd had time to become an adult in every way. Instead, it broke now, while you're still young, still forming opinions about who you are and what you want to be. So what happens now? I asked. Now you decide, he said. Everyone in the sect is going to want something from you. Your family's old allies are going to want to reconnect you to the lineage. The large sects are going to want to recruit you or destroy you. The sect itself is going to want to use your power for their advancement. And underneath all of that, you need to figure out what you actually want. I considered this. I want to stay, I said finally. Not because the sect was kind to me, but because I need to understand what I am in the place where I become powerful. If I leave, I lose context. If I stay, I have to face everyone I knew as trash and teach them a new way of understanding power and hierarchy. That's harder, Elder Su Feng observed. Yes, but it's necessary. Otherwise, I just become another powerful cultivator. I don't become someone who understands what powerlessness feels like. And my mother was very careful to teach me that understanding. Elder Su Feng smiled, and it was the smile of someone who'd been waiting for decades to see something come to fruition. Your family is waiting, he said. They'll want to know that you've survived. They'll want to see you. There are protocols, ways to communicate across distance, methods that keep the communication hidden from the organizations that might be listening. But you should know, you're not alone in this. There's a whole lineage of people who've been waiting for your emergence. Tell them I'm not ready yet, I said. Tell them I need time to figure out who I am as a powerful person before I reconnect with who my family wants me to be. That's wise, he agreed. That evening, as I walked through the sect's corridors, I was aware of the changed way people looked at me. No more dismissal. No more invisibility. I was being watched carefully by every person with any power, evaluated, assessed, understood as a potential resource or threat or opportunity. I hated it, but I also knew it was necessary. Because the trash had become something that required respect, and respect in the cultivated world was another word for fear. They were afraid of me now, and that fear was going to take time to transform into actual understanding. Lin Qing found me in the meditation chamber late that evening. You're changing, she said, settling onto the cushion across from me. Yes. And you're going to keep changing. Yes. But you're still you, she said. It wasn't a question. Yes, I confirmed. I'm still the person who spent 12 years as trash. I'm just also the person with compressed power and family secrets and a lineage that apparently has very complicated history. I'm both. I need to figure out how to be both at the same time. She reached across the space between us and took my hand. That's the hardest thing, she said. To integrate power without losing the person who survived without it. Most cultivators fail that integration. They become the power and forget the person. I won't, I promised. I have people like you to remind me what I was. And what you could become if you're not careful, she added. Chapter 20. The choice. The final moment of Step 1 came at midnight, 23 days after the seal broke. I was in the sealed meditation chamber, the one with the formation characters carved into the walls, the one where my family had left me their knowledge encoded in stone and architecture. The crack in my seal was no longer a crack. It was a perfect division, a clean break between the old me and the new me, and the golden light that poured through that division was clear and present and absolutely undeniable. I was no longer sealed. I was no longer compressed. I was fully power, fully aware, fully capable of doing things that most cultivators would spend centuries learning how to achieve. The decision I'd been avoiding made itself clear in the darkness. I could leave. The sect had demonstrated its weakness. I could take the sealed creature, take the knowledge my family had left, and walk away into the territories to rejoin my lineage. I could become exactly what my family had trained me to be, a powerful cultivator, connected to resources and allies, positioned to take advantage of the chaos my emergence had created. Or I could stay. I could stay in the sect that had treated me as trash. I could force myself to remain visible to people who had humiliated me, people who needed to learn that trash didn't stay trash just because they needed it to. I could become the kind of cultivator who didn't use power to escape difficult situations, but to face them. I held the jade pendant in my hand, the key to my own breaking, the symbol of my family's intention, the physical manifestation of my mother's hope that I would survive this moment with my character intact. And I made the choice that my mother had apparently known I would make. I stayed. The formation that I'd be part of from this point forward was different from the one that had held me compressed. It was a formation I chose, an architecture of my own values overlaid on top of the power that had been given to me. I was going to be the trash that became something, not the something that had always been trash underneath the appearance. The sect would have to reorganize around my presence. The other disciples would have to recalibrate their understanding of hierarchy. Xianxia and the others would have to face the person they'd humiliated every single day and understand the cost of their cruelty in the form of power that could destroy them if I decided it should. And Lin Qing would be here, grounding me, reminding me who I was when I started to believe that the power was the most important part. Elder Su Feng would be here, watching, supporting, waiting to see if I'd make the choice that would honor my mother's intention or the choice that would break it. The sealed chamber's inscriptions seemed to shimmer in the darkness as I came to my decision. My mother had compressed my power so that I could grow as a person without the burden of being what I was meant to become. She had sealed me so that I could learn compassion, resilience, the understanding of what powerlessness felt like. And she had designed the seal to break at exactly the moment when my character would be strong enough to survive having power without using it to hurt people or escape responsibility. That moment was now. I stood in the darkness, fully power, fully aware, and I chose to face the world with the knowledge that trash was recyclable, that pain could teach rather than destroy, and that the seal had been the greatest gift my family had ever given me. Not because it had happened to me, because I had decided to understand it that way. The golden light in the chamber faded as I left it, walking back into the normal compound, back into the lives of the people who would have to reorganize around my emergence, back into a future where being powerful was not the same as being important, and survival meant more than just not breaking. 20 days from the seal's initial crack to the complete transformation. 20 days of integration, understanding, choice. Step 1 was complete, and I was just beginning. They sealed my cultivation at birth. The seal was the gift story 275. Step 2, chapters 21 to 40 Arc 2. The seal breaks. The path emerges chapter 21. Accelerated training. The decision to stay had consequences I had not fully calculated. Within 3 days of my emergence as a genuine cultivator, within 3 days of the seal breaking and the 20 years of compressed cultivation flooding through me like a river breaking a dam, Master Yuchen summoned me to his personal training courtyard. Not because he knew what I was, but because he had seen what I could do. And a man who had spent 40 years cultivating the highest-tier disciples in the province did not overlook data that contradicted his expectations. He was waiting for me when I arrived. Seated on a stone bench, a cup of morning tea in his hand, his cultivation aura carefully suppressed so as not to overwhelm the courtyard's ambient chi. I had learned, in my 20 years of watching powerful people, that those who had nothing to prove suppressed their cultivation aura in ordinary moments. It was the insecure ones who let it leak. "Sit," he said. I sat. He studied me for a long time, the way a craftsman studies a piece of material he hasn't worked with before. Not unkindly. Professionally. He was not the kind of person who wasted attention on sentimentality. What he offered was more useful, genuine interest in what was actually there. "You progressed 3 full tiers in 3 days, he said. "Yes, Master Yuchun. That is not possible. I understand why it appears that way." He set down his tea. "Walk me through the mechanisms. Not what happened. I observed what happened. Walk me through how it happened, from your perspective." This was a test, not of cultivation, but of understanding. He wanted to know whether I had integrated what had occurred or whether I had simply experienced it blindly. The difference mattered to him. A cultivator who couldn't explain their own breakthrough couldn't be reliably taught. They were a phenomenon, not a student. I told him what I could without revealing my family's technique. I described the compression. I described the years of building internal understanding without any outlet for that understanding. I described the moment of release, the way the compressed energy had moved through pathways that had been prepared for it, why it had integrated so rapidly rather than destabilizing. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. Then he said, with the blunt accuracy of someone who had heard 1,000 cultivation explanations and could detect the gaps in each of them, "You're describing a preparation before release mechanism. The cultivation wasn't happening during the compression. It was happening earlier, when whatever created the compression built in the pathways." "Yes," I said. "That's an unusual approach. I've read of similar techniques in historical texts. They were considered theoretical, requiring too precise a calibration of the compression to be practically replicable. Someone would need to know the cultivator's natural meridian structure very well before applying the seal." He was looking at me with an expression I recognized as the beginning of genuine curiosity. Not sympathy, not pity. The specific quality of attention that a scholar gives to a question that has just become more interesting than they expected. "Someone did," I said. "He didn't ask who." He was too careful a person to pursue a thread I was not ready to pull. What he did instead was what I came to understand was the master's version of respect. He accepted the data and moved forward with it. He began training me the next morning. The weeks that followed were the most intensive of my life, and I had spent 20 years doing intensive internal work while pretending to be incompetent. Master Yuchen had a system. It was efficient, demanding, and calibrated with precision to the exact pace at which a cultivator could advance without creating instability. He had refined this system over decades. He knew, almost to the day, how long a given technique should take to master, how long a given breakthrough should take to integrate, when to push, and when to allow consolidation. He had to abandon most of that system for me. I was advancing at a pace that had no precedent in his experience. In a month, I had covered ground that normally took 5 years. Not because I was working harder than other disciples. I was working exactly as hard as he asked, neither more nor less. But the compressed preparation my mother had built into me meant that each new technique I was shown activated pathways that had been waiting for it, like turning a key in a lock that had been cut to accept exactly that key. No resistance, pure recognition. The other disciples noticed. They had categories for understanding cultivation achievement, and I had fallen outside every category they owned. When I had been compressed, I was trash, comprehensible, dismissible, useful as a negative example. Now I was something they didn't have a word for. Not a hidden genius, because those followed recognizable patterns of sudden emergence. Not a fraud, because I was demonstrating real capability in front of witnesses. Not a sect secret, because Master Yuchen's visible surprise was genuine. Xianxia watched me from across the training yards with an expression I had learned to read over 2 years. The particular quality of attention that a person gives when their internal hierarchy is reorganizing itself around an inconvenient truth. I did not gloat. I did not look at him. Master Yuchen had said something in our second session that I carried with me. Power that is used to humiliate the weak is power that has been wasted. Every time you use your strength to make someone feel small, you are choosing the smallest possible use of what you have. The largest use is always to do something that couldn't have been done without that strength. I was learning, under his direction, what the largest use might look like. Within the month, the sect master had inquired about me. Within 6 weeks, I had been moved into advanced training sessions. Within 2 months, I had become, by any external measure, the most promising disciple at Jade Spring sect, not by reputation, not by title, but by the simple metric of what I could do when asked to demonstrate. Elder Su Feng watched all of this with an expression I was only beginning to learn to read. The particular combination of satisfaction and grief that belongs to someone who has hoped for an outcome for a very long time and is now watching it arrive later than it should have, at a cost that can't be refunded. I kept Lin close. Not because I needed a witness. I didn't. But because she was the only person in the sect who had treated me as a person when it cost her something to do so, and I understood, in the way that people understand things they haven't yet fully articulated, that holding on to that connection was important to remaining the person my mother had compressed me to become. The accelerated training would continue. The advancement would continue. And the question of what all of this was building toward would remain, for now, unanswered. But I was beginning to understand the outline of its shape. And somewhere in the depths of what remained of the seal, not the sealing compression, which had broken, but the technique's underlying architecture, which persisted in my meridians like the memory of a structure. I felt something that was not quite a response and not quite a presence, but was close enough to both that I filed it carefully and did not speak of it yet. There would be time to understand what it was. First, there was the training. Chapter 22. The certainty. The morning cultivation session was held in the open courtyard, the way it always was. 20 disciples in loose formation, supervised by an instructor named Chen Fei, running through basic qi exercises and breath patterns that had been refined over 3 generations of sect teaching. The exercise was calibrated to the level of outer disciples, useful for accumulating foundation cultivation, but not advancing beyond it. Perfect training for cultivators who would be stuck at the outer tier forever, which meant it was designed perfectly for someone like me, supposedly. I moved through the forms with everyone else, breathed when instructed, adjusted my posture when the instructor corrected me, offered no display of any kind. The seal's remaining layers were still more than sufficient to mask what was happening underneath. To a casual observation, I was performing exactly as I always had. Competent but limited, cultivating but not progressing, useful as a body in formation, but nothing more. But I was watching something else. I was watching Zhang Xiao. He was 2 positions to my left, his movements sharper than mine, his qi display marginally stronger. He'd been the torment of my existence for 2 years, not the most cruel, which was almost worse. He was consistent, methodical. He had built a practice of small humiliations the way other people build muscle. Each morning, he would find some way to make me aware that I existed at a level below his notice. A casual comment about my cultivation being stuck at the starting point. A demonstration of power just extreme enough to remind me of the gap between us. The worst kind of cruelty because it left no marks. This morning, he stopped. Not physically. He continued moving through the forms with precision. But the moment he came within a few feet of me, something changed in his posture. His shoulders tightened slightly. His breath pattern stuttered for just a fraction of a second. His eyes flicked toward me with a new expression. It wasn't recognition of power. If anything, his chi senses should still read me as blank, as empty, as the same broken disciple he'd been dismissing for 2 years. But something in how I was standing had changed. Some quality of my bearing had shifted. Certainty. That was it. He was reacting to certainty. The old Su Kai, the one who'd existed before the crack, before the release, before the meditation in the dungeon, had been moving through the world with resignation. Not despair exactly. Resignation has more hope in it. I'd been moving with acceptance of nullification. I'd accepted that I was a certain kind of failure, and I'd learned to function within the limits of that failure. It had made me quiet, efficient, invisible in the way broken things are invisible. You don't notice them because they fit into the category of already accounted for. Now I was moving with a different knowledge. I knew, with mathematical certainty, that the seal was breaking. I knew that the release was only beginning. I knew that my existence was not a fixed category, but a transformation in process. That knowledge lived in how I stood, in how I breathed, in some quality of attention that animals could sense the way they sense weather changes. Xianxia could sense it. Not consciously, maybe, but his body knew something had shifted. The session ended. The disciples dispersed to their various duties. Xianxia found me at the edge of the courtyard, where I was rolling up a practice mat. "You seem different today," he said. Not an accusation, just an observation, but one that required an answer. "I slept well," I said. "Right. Well." He studied me for a moment longer. Then he turned away, his confidence in place again. The moment of uncertainty passed. But it had happened. The impossible had happened. Xianxia, for the first time in 2 years, had second-guessed his own reading of me. It was a small thing, but small things compound. I spent the rest of the day moving through routine tasks with this new awareness. The sect seemed smaller somehow. The formations that had always felt like impenetrable systems felt instead like elaborate, well-constructed, but ultimately readable patterns. The instructors who had seemed authoritative revealed themselves as people executing a curriculum they themselves didn't fully understand. The disciples who had seemed confidently powerful seemed instead like people moving along paths that had been laid out for them, never questioning whether other paths might exist. In the afternoon, I was assigned to clean the outer gardens, pulling weeds, arranging stones, maintaining the aesthetic that visitors needed to see. Linqing was there, working on the flower beds. She noticed immediately. "You're different," she said without preamble. She was holding a trowel, and there was dirt on her knees. "Your chi signature. It's more stable. You're not fighting against something anymore." "I made a decision," I said. "About your cultivation?" "About myself." She considered this as she turned back to her flowers. "Is it dangerous?" "Extremely. To the sect. Not if I choose it not to be." She planted something. A flowering vine I didn't recognize, with careful hands. "Good. Because I like it here. I like Master Yuchen. I like the possibility of becoming something more than I was born as. I would hate it if that had to end because someone decided to burn everything down." "It won't," I said. "I believe you. Not because you're good, but because you're precise. You don't do things imprecisely. If you say it won't, that means you've already calculated the trajectories and determined which ones are acceptable." She was right, of course. I had. Even before the first crack, even when I was still functioning at 0 cultivation level, I'd been mapping the paths of least collateral damage. The seal had been teaching me that, too. How to move through space without causing unnecessary disruption. How to be powerful without being loud about it. That evening, I sat in my dormitory room and wrote in my notebook. Not meditation notes, not observations about the sex structure, just simple records. Date, time, power signature strength, meditation depth, the rate at which the seal was releasing. It was the same kind of precision I'd been using all along, but now it had a purpose. I was documenting the process. Not for anyone else. For myself. For the version of me that would exist when the seal was completely broken, so that I could remember how it happened. What it cost. What I chose along the way. The crack had changed more than my power. It had changed my relationship to inevitability. Chapter 23. The market Linqing asked me to join her for the village market on a day when the sect had given disciples time for personal affairs. We took the path down from the heights, the winding way that led through terraced farming land to where the merchant district began. It was a clear afternoon, the kind of day that made cultivation seem less urgent and living seem more important. I didn't particularly enjoy markets. Too many variables. Too many people with different motivations in close proximity, all of them creating noise that was hard to filter. But Lin Xing had been kind to me in the way that mattered, not with pity, but with assumption that I was a person worth talking to. That obligation was real. The market smelled of produce and people and the particular dust that accumulates when human commerce happens in the same space repeatedly. The stalls were arranged in loose rows, farmers selling vegetables they'd grown on the terrace slopes, merchants from the larger towns selling cloth and tools and preserved foods. There were cultivators here too, though not many. The sect kept mostly to itself, and cultivators generally existed at the top of local hierarchies, moving through villages as they pleased, but not lingering. We moved through the stalls. Lin Xing was selecting vegetables with the concentration of someone who took food seriously. I walked beside her and let myself extend my senses. It was immediate and overwhelming. Where before I'd been blind or nearly blind to the cheese signatures around me, now I could feel everything. The farmers had no cultivation, just the natural qi that all living things possessed, like a loham. The stall owners similarly, but there were others scattered through the crowd. A woman selling herb bundles who was foundation establishment stage. A man repairing tools who was body refining rank 5. A young person carrying water who had the beginning of a cultivation base, maybe 3 months into the outer disciple path. I could rank them, could assess them, could see with precision what they were. The revelation was almost physically disorienting. I'd suspected this was coming. Once the seal started breaking, my chi senses would activate fully, but experiencing it was different than anticipating it. It was like suddenly being able to see in colors that hadn't existed in my world before. I steadied myself by focusing on the immediate, on the particular task at hand, on Lin Xing, who was now examining tomatoes with great seriousness. "These are good," the farmer was saying. "Just picked this morning. Very fresh." "How much?" Lin Xing asked. They negotiated price. The farmer was honest, the price was fair, the transaction was straightforward. I watched the exchange with something approaching fascination. This was how people moved through the world when they couldn't see through it. When they had to rely on words and assumption and negotiation rather than on direct perception of power and capability. "Come on," Lin Xing said when she'd finished, her arms full of vegetables. "Let's get something to eat." There was a small restaurant near the center of the market, the kind of place that served noodles and broth to both cultivators and ordinary folk. We found a table on the edge of the establishment, visible but separate from the main crowd. A young server brought us menus without showing any particular deference, which meant either the sect disciples here were common enough to be unremarkable, or this particular restaurant didn't care about rank. "You've been quiet," Lin Xing said while we waited for the food. "Observation," I said. "About what?" "Everything. The market. The people. How much information you can extract from direct contact versus distant analysis." She laughed. "That's very you. Most people just enjoy markets. You're trying to build a model of them. Not most people have my limitations. I'm learning to work without them. Are you?" She set down her chopsticks. The food had arrived, and looked at me directly. "Because I'm noticing that your limitations are disappearing faster than they should be. At the rate you're going, you'll be matched with the upper disciples within 6 months." I considered lying, but lying to someone who was being direct seemed like its own kind of cost. So I approximated honesty instead. "Yes, something about my situation has resolved. The resolution is creating cascade effects." "Does the sect know?" "Not yet. Master Yuchen suspects something unusual, but the full extent of it is still hidden." Lin Xing returned to her noodles. "That's going to be a problem, eventually. People notice when reality doesn't match their assumptions about someone." "I know. What's your plan?" "To advance carefully. To avoid unnecessary display. To make myself as useful as possible while the advancement is happening, so that when people realize I'm no longer broken, they have context for what I am instead." She nodded. It was the kind of plan that made sense to someone with no magical thinking, no need for dramatic revelation. Just pragmatic causality. "Well, you have at least 6 months before it becomes undeniable. Use that time." We ate our noodles. The broth was excellent, a long-simmered bone base with herbs I couldn't immediately identify, though my new chi senses were giving me hints about the cultivation level of whoever had prepared it. High enough that their choices would have been deliberate. The chef cared about the work. "I'm probably going to ask to be transferred to a different sect," Lin Xing said suddenly. "After next season. This place is good, but it's a beginning. I'm not going to end my cultivation journey in an outer disciple rank when I could be advancing elsewhere." The statement landed with the weight of a final decision already made. She wasn't asking for advice or permission. She was informing me. Where? I asked. There's a sect 2 regions north that specializes in formation cultivation. More prestigious than Jade Serpent. More resources. Better infrastructure for advancement. She smiled slightly. I'm going to go be brilliant somewhere people will notice it. When? For months, probably. I need to accumulate enough contribution points to make the transfer fee manageable, and I want to make sure I leave the sect in good standing. But I'm leaving. The news was somehow both expected and unexpected. I'd known she wasn't meant to stay small, but knowing it abstractly and having her state it directly were different things. I'll help if you need anything, I said. You always do, without needing to be asked. That's one of your better qualities. She finished her noodles and looked at me one more time. Whatever you're becoming, whoever the real version of you turns out to be, I hope you do it somewhere that appreciates you. This sect is good, but it's not worth sacrificing yourself for. We paid and left the market as the afternoon was beginning to shift toward evening. The path back to the sect was the same path we'd come down on, but I was moving through it differently now, with full perception, with awareness of every cultivator within range, every formation pattern in the landscape, every strategic advantage and vulnerable point. The seal was breaking, and the world was becoming legible. Chapter 24. The confrontation. Elder Su Feng found me 3 days later, in the upper meditation pavilion where I'd been training alone with the door sealed. His authority was sufficient that my seals didn't stop him. He placed his palm on the barrier, and it dissolved without resistance. He was older than I'd realized. The previous times I'd seen him, he'd carried himself with the authority of someone who'd lived long and accumulated power. Now, with his defenses down in the privacy of the pavilion, I could see the cost of whatever he was maintaining. There was something underneath his cultivation base, something fractured and compromised, like someone who'd deliberately damaged their own meridians and been living with the consequences for decades. You're breaking the seal, he said without preamble. Yes, I replied. Deliberately. Yes. He settled onto a meditation cushion across from me with the careful movements of someone managing chronic pain. You understand what the seal was for? To contain power that would otherwise kill me at birth. To allow me to survive to adulthood so that I could break it myself, when I was capable of handling what was underneath. Not quite, he said. His eyes were gray-blue and very direct. The seal was to contain power so catastrophic that, if released all at once, it would shatter every formation in this region and kill everyone within the sect, including you. The point wasn't survival. It was controlled release. The seal was meant to be broken gradually, across decades, by someone patient enough to guide the process. The revelation didn't change my understanding as much as sharpen it. The seal had been a gift, but also a weight, a mercy and a curse in the same act. Who placed it? I asked. Someone who loved you more than they loved their own future. Someone who sacrificed power and position to give you a chance at life instead of inevitable destruction. The seal bearer paid for it. Paid in ways that shaped this sect's entire trajectory. He was telling me something. Not everything, but a beginning. The framing suggested that the seal hadn't been placed on some random infant. It had been placed on someone specifically chosen. Someone whose birth had been significant enough to warrant that kind of intervention. You knew, I said. You've always known what I am. Not what you are. What you could be. There's a difference. He shifted slightly, and I caught a glimpse of the pain it caused him. Your ascension is going to draw attention. Attention from outside the sect. There are people who've been waiting for the seal to break, waiting to see what emerges, waiting for their opportunity to reclaim certain things. When you become powerful enough that your power is undeniable, they will know. They will come. Then I should leave the sect before that happens. You could, but I'm asking you not to. At least not immediately. He was looking directly at me now, and there was something almost desperate in his expression. There are people here who care about you. People who have invested in your future. If you run, they'll be left to face the consequences of your departure. I understood what he meant. Lin Qing might face pressure to reveal what she'd known about my advancement. Master Yu Chun might be questioned about why he'd granted me private training. The sect itself might be seen as complicit in the rising power of something that had been labeled defective. How long? I asked. A year. Maybe less if you advance faster than expected. But I'm asking you to give us that long to prepare. To establish context. To make your existence here something that can be explained away as a hidden genius rather than as something that emerged from nowhere with catastrophic power. And if I can't wait that long, if the seal forces the issue faster, then you control the narrative. He stood slowly, carefully, as if every movement was an internal negotiation. You don't run from what you are. You own it. You make yourself valuable enough that keeping you becomes obviously better than destroying you. You make allies before you make enemies. He moved to the door, then paused. One more thing. The seal's breaking is accelerating. The first cracks are the slowest ones. As you break more, each subsequent break will come faster. The compression will make more sense to you. The process will become almost natural. By the time you've released perhaps 30% of the seal, you'll be able to guide the rest of the releases consciously. You'll have a decade, not decades. Plan for that. He left without waiting for my response. I sat in the meditation pavilion as the afternoon turned to evening, processing what he'd told me. The seal was not random. My birth was not random. There were people who'd been waiting. There were people who cared about what happened to me, and not out of kindness, but out of something older and more complex. I'd been operating under the assumption that I was alone in this, that my advancement was my own private project, a thing I was managing in isolation. But every conversation was suggesting that I'd never been alone, that I'd been part of systems and plans and hopes that existed before I was born. It was a disorienting realization, but also clarifying. If that was true, then my path wasn't entirely of my own choosing. But within that constraint, I could still choose with precision. I could still decide which lies to trust, which secrets to keep, which compromises were worth the cost. Elder Su Feng had asked me for a year. That was a reasonable request, given what he was, given what he'd sacrificed. I would give him the year. And in that year, I would prepare for the moment when preparation stopped mattering, and I simply had to be what I was. Chapter 25. The challenge. Xianxia issued the formal challenge on a morning when the entire sect was present in the courtyard. Not via message, not in private. He announced it publicly, the way protocol required, his voice carrying to every disciple within earshot. Su Kai, I challenge you to a formal cultivation match, before witnesses, to establish our relative capabilities. The announcement created immediate noise. Challenges were ordinary enough. Disciples challenged each other constantly, testing their advancement, proving their ranking. But this one had texture. Zhang Xiao had never challenged me before. For 2 years, he'd treated me as beneath the effort of testing. Now, suddenly, I was worth his direct attention. Master Yu Chun emerged from the teaching pavilion, his expression unreadable. This challenge is accepted. The match will take place this evening in the trial ring. Witnesses are welcome. The afternoon moved in strange slow motion. Word spread through the sect with the speed that gossip moves. By the time evening arrived, nearly everyone was present. The full roster of outer disciples, several inner disciples, and even 2 of the elder council members had come to observe. The trial ring was a broad expanse of compacted earth, marked with circles to define the combat boundary. Zhang Xiao was already there when I arrived, his posture confident, his movements loose and ready. He'd been training hard since that morning in the courtyard when he'd noticed something different in how I was standing. He'd been compensating for a weakness he sensed. Unfortunately for him, he was compensating for the wrong thing. Unarmed, he asked. Unarmed, I confirmed. We took our positions. The assembled disciples formed a watching circle, their attention focused. I could feel their expectations. Most of them expected Zhang Xiao to win. He was ranked higher, was known to be strong, had been demonstrating consistently good technique for 2 years. The best they expected of me was a decent showing before I was ultimately overpowered. Master Yu Chun stood at the boundary. Begin. Zhang Xiao moved first, as I expected. He'd made a deliberate choice to be aggressive, establish early dominance, maintain pressure, bring the match to a conclusion where he could define the terms. It was a good strategy for someone trying to overcome an opponent of unknown capability. He advanced with a sequence designed to test my defensive capacity. Quick strikes, probing attacks, none of them at full power yet. The kind of feints that professional fighters use to gather information about an opponent's speed and reaction time. I let him come. Didn't move. Didn't adjust. When his strike connected with my wrist, he got the first piece of data, solidity beyond what his casual impact should have encountered. His eyes registered the surprise as his hand bounced off something that wasn't supposed to be there. My cultivation was hidden by the seal's remaining layers, but the physical density of my body was not hidden. At foundation establishment strength, my body was simply more compact than it should be. Again, he said. This time, he committed more power. A proper sequence, beginning with a faint high and flowing into a powerful strike aimed at my ribs. I could have moved, could have countered. Instead, I let him hit me, and I absorbed the impact by channeling the force directly downward into my legs and the earth beneath them. He felt the difference immediately. The strike should have driven me back. Instead, the force simply dissipated. For the next few minutes, we moved through a sequence that was beginning to feel like a test rather than a genuine competition. Zhang Xiao was discovering that every assumption he'd made about me was slightly wrong. Not wrong enough to be obvious, but wrong enough to create cascading doubts in his confidence. I remained entirely passive. Didn't attack. Didn't demonstrate any technique beyond holding position and absorbing force. Let him feel the impossible weight of my simple existence. Eventually, he stepped back, breathing hard. "I acknowledge your strength," he said. It was the formal phrase that ended a match where one contestant conceded. "You have advanced beyond my current rank." The declaration sent a ripple through the assembled disciples. Xianxia had just, publicly and formally, admitted that I'd surpassed him. That the worthless outer disciple at zero cultivation had somehow become someone worth acknowledging. "I acknowledge your skill," I replied, offering the counterphrase. "Your technique is superior. You're stronger than when we first met." He bowed slightly, the formal respect between equals, then walked away from the ring. Master Yuchen's expression was carefully neutral, but I caught the beginning of what might have been a smile. The other disciples dispersed slowly, conversations breaking out in urgent whispers. By tomorrow, the story would be everywhere in the sect. Xianxia has acknowledged Su Kai's strength. Something has changed. That worthless disciple is worthless no longer. I had wanted to avoid unnecessary display, but the universe had required this moment, and Elder Su Feng had been right. It was better to own the narrative than to have it spoken about you in absence. That night, I returned to my dormitory to find Lin Qing waiting outside my door. "You're not zero," she said simply. "No. How long have you known?" "Since birth, I think. I'm only now understanding it." She nodded, accepting this without asking for more explanation. "That's fine. Just be careful. The sect is good, but it's not infinite in how much strangeness it can absorb. At some point, your existence here becomes untenable. Figure out what you want before that point arrives." "I will," I said. She left. I sat in my room and felt the seal continuing its slow dissolution. The first crack had released 1/10 of the contained power. The second crack was coming. I could feel the pressure building, the next fracture line already forming. When it broke, another month's worth of normal cultivation would suddenly be available. The timeline was accelerating. Elder Su Feng had said I had a year, but his prediction assumed gradual progression. Zhang Zhao's challenge had changed something. Acknowledgement was accelerating attention, and attention was accelerating the need to move. But for now, I would wait. I would meditate. I would prepare for the next crack in the seal. And I would plan for the moment when preparation was no longer sufficient. Chapter 26. The second release 3 nights after the public challenge with Zhang Xiao, I felt the second crack coming. The sensation was different this time. The first crack had arrived like a door locking into place, clean and sudden after hours of subtle pressure. This one announced itself gradually, building like a slowly tightening rope. My meditation became difficult. My focus fractured. The pressure in my core grew until even sitting still became a negotiation with my own body. I left the dormitory and made my way to the dungeon cleaning assignment spaces, where I'd broken the seal the first time. The deep chamber was cold and silent, offering the isolation I needed. I sat and placed my attention on the fracture line where the first crack was already healing. The seal was sophisticated enough to self-repair minor damage, closing behind each released segment to prevent catastrophic discharge. The new breakpoint wasn't far from the old one, perhaps a millimeter away in terms of the seal's vast geometry, close enough that they could be related. Sequential. I began the process again. Meditation, observation, precision, not forcing, not pushing, just reading the pattern. It took longer this time, for hours at least. The pressure continued building, the point of fracture becoming sharper and more defined. At one point, I wondered if I'd miscalculated, if the seal was instead beginning to collapse catastrophically, if Elder Su Feng had been wrong about controlled release, if I was about to become a problem that needed to be solved. Then the fracture deepened. It happened faster than the first time. The seal's logic was becoming clear to me now. The pathway was established. The mathematics were repeating. It was like learning a lock and then learning a second lock built on the same principles. Faster, cleaner. The release was enormous. The power that came through wasn't just stored energy. It was compressed experience. Months of cultivation, compressed into seconds of release. My meridians expanded to accommodate it. My cultivation base deepened, gaining layers of density I'd never possessed. My chi signature, carefully hidden by the seal's remaining layers, suddenly contained power that was several times greater than before. Foundation establishment rank 1 was no longer my ceiling. I'd jumped to the lower end of core formation, my base suddenly thick and competent in ways it had never been. I sat in the darkness of the dungeon for an hour after the release, just breathing, processing, integrating. The expansion was destabilizing. My body knew more power than it was trained to use. But it would adjust. The seal was giving me pathways, teaching me efficiency. It was the most sophisticated training I could have received, because the training was built into the containment itself. When I left the dungeon, my movements were different. Not because I was trying to hide now. The seal was still sufficient for that. But because the distribution of power had changed. I was centered differently in my own body. That evening, I made notes in my notebook, second release. Foundation Establishment Core Formation Rank 1. Power approximately 50x increase in immediate capacity, though total stored power remains largely untapped. Meridian strain manageable, but notable. Integration time. Approximately 8 hours for complete adaptation. Seal fracture self-repair initiated immediately post-release. Next release window estimated at 15 to 17 days. I read the entry back to myself. Precise. Factual. The kind of record that would mean nothing to anyone else, but everything to me. Proof that this was happening. That I was documenting my own becoming. The second crack was complete. And already, I could see the pattern of the third. The integration required discipline. The raw power flowing through my meridians was like water through a dam that had too many breaks. I had to consciously distribute it, guide it into pathways, train the channels in my body to accept and carry loads they'd never handled before. I spent the next 4 hours in absolute stillness, breathing in controlled patterns. Each inhalation pulled the distributed power inward. Each exhalation sent it deeper into my cultivation base. This was meditation refined to engineering, not the peaceful emptiness that the sect taught, but active, precise restructuring of how power could flow through living tissue. The dungeon was cold enough that frost was beginning to form on the stone. I could feel the temperature through my skin, but it no longer mattered in the way it had mattered before. My body was becoming something that could tolerate extremes. The seal was teaching me through its own degradation. Every broken segment showed me where compression had been possible, which meant every release segment showed me where expansion could now occur. By the time I climbed back to the sect's surface level, my movements were noticeably different. Not more fluid, that would have been obvious, but deeper, more grounded, as if I was suddenly aware of the earth beneath my feet in a way that made each step more purposeful. The other disciples noticed. I could see it in their eyes, not understanding what had changed, but recognition that something had changed. The outer disciples who'd seen me daily for months moved differently around me now, not with fear, but with the careful distance you maintain around something whose true weight you're beginning to perceive. Xianxia was in the training courtyard when I passed through. He watched me walk from one end of the grounds to the other, his expression unreadable. I was no longer pretending to be zero. The gap between what I was displaying and what I actually was had shrunk enough that the pretense served no purpose. I could destroy him with a thought. He was beginning to understand that. And he was beginning to understand that I chose not to. That choice, the active decision to remain restrained, was perhaps the most important thing the seal had taught me. Strength without restraint was indistinguishable from fragility. Control was the only real power worth having. Chapter 27. The assessment, a formal sect assessment, was called for outer disciples 3 days after my second release. The purpose was routine, measuring current cultivation rank, identifying disciples ready for advancement, determining training allocation for the next quarter. Assessments happened twice a year and were unremarkable except for the discipline required to sit still while cultivation measuring stones evaluated your power. The measuring stones were ancient artifacts, probably older than the sect itself. They worked by detecting Qi's signature amplitude and frequency. A disciple would place their hand on the stone, channel Qi through it, and the stone would display a reading that corresponded to their current rank. Body refining showed as green. Foundation establishment showed as blue. Core formation showed as silver. The higher your power within a rank, the brighter the color. I was the 7th disciple to be tested. The measuring stone sat on a pedestal in the main courtyard. The assessing elder was Master Wei, someone I'd seen before but never trained under. He was careful and precise in his evaluations, noting things in a ledger as each disciple completed their test. I stepped forward when called, placed my hand on the stone. The instruction was to channel Qi naturally, not with any suppression or amplification, just to let the stone read what was. I complied. The stone remained blank, not slightly dim, not the faint glow of someone at the very edge of a rank boundary. Completely blank. The kind of reading that indicated either no Qi at all, or so much Qi so completely compressed that the stone couldn't parse it. Master Wei frowned. He picked up the stone, checked its power coupling, then gestured for me to try again. I did the same thing. Channeled Qi normally. Let the seal's remaining layers do their work of complete obscurement. The stone remained blank. Still no reading, Master Wei said. He didn't sound surprised exactly. More like he was confirming something he'd been expecting. Sukai, you're registering as 0 again. This is consistent with your previous assessments. No advancement has been detected. Yes, Elder, I said. He made a note in his ledger. Continue with your current training regimen. If you show any signs of advancement at the next assessment, report it immediately. I bowed and stepped away from the stone. The notable thing was that Master Wei had seemed disappointed by the lack of change, as if he'd been hoping the blank reading would suddenly show power. He'd been watching, waiting, curious about whether the worthless disciple would remain worthless or surprise everyone. That evening, I understood what had happened. The blank reading wasn't just the seal hiding my power. It was the seal demonstrating its sophistication. The stone couldn't measure what it couldn't parse, and the seal was designed to be unparsable except to someone who understood its mechanics. Master Yuchen summoned me after the assessment results were filed. The stone showed you at 0, he said. Not a question. Yes. And 2 weeks ago, you defeated xianxia in an unarmed match where you demonstrated physical capabilities well above your supposed rank. That's accurate. He was seated at his desk, his hands flat on the surface. The most straightforward explanation is that you're hiding your power somehow, using a technique or talisman to suppress your chi signature while allowing your physical body to function at a higher level. That's one possibility, I said. The other possibility is that your power isn't in your chi signature. It's something else, something the measuring stones can't detect. I didn't confirm or deny, just waited. I don't need you to explain, he continued. I need you to understand something. The sect tolerates mysteries only so long as they're not threats. Right now, you're useful enough that tolerating you is easy. Zhang Zhao's challenge changed something in the disciples' perception of you, but not fundamentally. If you begin to progress faster, if your power becomes impossible to hide, or if you start making decisions that appear to put the sect at risk, that tolerance will evaporate. I understand. Do you? Because I think you need to be more aware of how quickly circumstances can change. In 3 months, you went from being a nonentity to being someone who matters. In 3 more months, if your advancement accelerates, you'll become a liability. Have you thought about what happens at that point? He was asking me the same question Elder Su Feng had asked, but from a different angle. Not, do you plan to stay, but, do you understand what staying costs? I've thought about it, I said. And I'd prefer to remain until the situation becomes untenable. I have commitments here. People I don't want to abandon without good reason. Lin Qing is leaving, he said. That stopped me. When she requested transfer approval yesterday. For months from now, probably. She's going to a different sect where she can advance faster. Smarter decision than most disciples make. It is. But not the decision you're making. No. Master Yuchun leaned back in his chair. The seal on you, if that's what's happening, is breaking gradually. The person who placed it was very careful, very deliberate. They were making sure you'd have time to grow into your power, rather than having it destroy you immediately. In about 6 months, the point of no return is going to arrive. Your power will become undeniable. I'm telling you now, when that happens, I'm going to recommend that the sect elders offer you a formal position as an advanced disciple, potentially even an inner disciple rank. I'm going to do this because it's better for the sect to have you as an ally than as an enemy. That's strategic, I said. It's also genuinely in your best interest. Don't squander it by waiting too long to acknowledge what you are. I bowed to him. I won't. Good. You're dismissed. I left his office with a new timeline forming in my head. Not a year, as Elder Su Feng had suggested. 6 months. Maybe less. The accelerating perception was pushing my horizon forward faster than anyone had anticipated. But I still had time. Still had runway. Still had opportunity to prepare. Master Yuchen's strategy was becoming clearer to me. By offering the inner disciple rank now, before the seal completely broke, he was securing my loyalty through genuine accommodation rather than through force or pressure. He was demonstrating that the sect wasn't threatened by what I was becoming, but instead was willing to bend its own structures to include me. It was good strategy. It was also genuine kindness, which made it more dangerous to his own position. If I remained at the sect, my power would eventually overshadow his authority. The inner disciple rank would become meaningless as my actual capability diverged from the rank's implication. The only sustainable outcome was that I eventually leave, preserving the sect's integrity by my voluntary departure. He understood this. That's why he'd already begun preparing me for it. That's why he'd spoken to Lin Qing about my nature. That's why he was ensuring that I would leave as an ally rather than as an enemy. It was the thinking of someone who understood that the greatest threat to any organization isn't the person who leaves, but the person with vast power who stays and becomes a point of fracture, forcing the organization to choose between transforming itself entirely or rejecting him. By ensuring I was prepared to leave, Master Yuchun was ensuring that the sect would survive my existence intact. I returned to my dormitory and meditated on this new understanding. The timeline was accelerating, but the path forward was becoming clearer. I would break the seal completely. I would become what I was meant to become. And then I would leave this place with gratitude and without regret, understanding that my departure was the final gift I could give to the sect that had sheltered me. Chapter 28. The surveillance xianxia began bribing other disciples to report on my movements. It was clumsy, but it worked. I noticed because I was extending my chi senses further now, getting accustomed to the new power at my core, learning how to perceive the world at a greater distance. I could feel the conversations happening in corners of the sect, disciples being offered contribution points in exchange for information. Where does Sukai go when he leaves the dormitory? Who does he speak with? Does anyone see him training? Has anyone observed him meditating? The desperation in Zhang Zhao's approach was almost pathetic. He couldn't make sense of how I'd beaten him. The most rational explanation, that I was simply stronger, was unacceptable to him because it meant he'd been wrong about his own understanding of power. So instead, he was looking for hidden explanations. Secret training. A teacher he'd missed. A technique or artifact that gave me an unfair advantage. He couldn't accept the possibility that he'd been misjudging me the entire time. I let it continue. There was no harm in having disciples watch my movements, because my movements were nothing remarkable. I attended training sessions. I completed my assigned duties. I meditated. I spent time in the library. I occasionally went to the market with Lin Qing or sat in the gardens. Nothing that would give Zhang Xiao any answers. But I noticed something else. The disciples he was recruiting were becoming tense. They were uncomfortable with the task of spying on someone who'd become, in the sect's unofficial ranking, an interesting figure. It was one thing to dismiss me as worthless. It was another to secretly observe someone who'd proven capable of defeating Zhang Xiao without displaying obvious power. One of them, a junior outer disciple named Tao, approached me privately. He's asking us to report on you, Tao said without preamble. We were in the library, shelving cultivation manuals in the back section where no one was paying attention. Zhang Xiao. He's offering contribution points to anyone who tells him where you go and what you do. I know, I said. You know? I can sense them watching. You're all less subtle than you think. Tao looked uncomfortable. Are you going to do anything about it? No. What does it matter if Zhang Xiao learns that I spend most of my time doing ordinary things? It doesn't, I guess. But he's scared of you. That's why he's doing it. He's trying to figure out how to make you stop being scary. He could talk to me about it, I said. He won't. His pride won't let him ask questions that admit he doesn't know something. I shelved another manual. Tell him that if he stops the surveillance, I'll acknowledge his strength in public. Not because I owe him anything, but because his technique is good and his dedication is real. Tell him that fighting someone who matters is better than hiding from them. Tao nodded slowly. I'll tell him. He left. The message would reach Zhang Xiao within hours. And Tao was right. Zhang Xiao's pride wouldn't let him accept help that looked like it came from me. But the message would plant a seed. The suggestion that there was an alternative to desperation. That night, the surveillance stopped. The disciples Zhang Xiao had been bribing went back to their normal activities. And 3 days later, Zhang Xiao found me in the training courtyard. Your technique is good, he said. It came out stiff, like he was forcing the words. So is yours, I replied. I want to understand how you got stronger so fast. The same way anyone gets stronger. Practice. Meditation. Accumulation over time. He didn't believe me. I could see it in his eyes. But he also understood that I wasn't going to give him more truth than that. So he nodded, accepted it as the best answer he was going to get, and walked away. The surveillance had been a failure. But Zhang Zhao's attempt at it had revealed something important. His fear was evolving. It wasn't fear of me as a person anymore. It was fear of the unknown thing I represented. Fear that the entire structure of understanding he'd built about power was somehow wrong. That was a fear I could work with. The watching continued for 3 days. I let it. Every disciple Zhang Xiao had recruited came back with the same information. Su Kai does ordinary things. He trains. He meditates. He spends time in the library. He occasionally helps with sect duties. It was accurate and useless, which was exactly what I'd intended. What Zhang Xiao didn't understand, what he couldn't understand without training his senses to perceive the subtle layers of reality that I was beginning to perceive, was that my ordinary activities were now undergirded with extraordinary depth. When I meditated, I was doing more than sitting still. I was mapping the sect's entire chi infrastructure, understanding the pathways through which power flowed, noting which formations supported others. When I helped with duties, I was observing how the sect's social hierarchy reinforced or undermined itself. When I spent time in the library, I was reading texts at multiple levels simultaneously, surface meaning for anyone who might ask, but deeper analysis of power theory for myself. Zhang Xiao was looking for hidden training, but he was looking in the wrong way. He was looking for something dramatic, secret techniques, midnight sessions in forbidden chambers, forbidden manuals in hidden locations. He wasn't looking for the possibility that power could grow through observation and understanding rather than through effort and force. The disciples he'd recruited were becoming increasingly uncomfortable. I noticed Tao, the one who approached me, showing signs of stress. His chi signature had become unstable. His movements were careful, cautious. He was conflicted. He wanted the contribution points xianxia was offering, but he also was becoming aware, at some level, that being part of this scheme meant being complicit in something he didn't fully understand. I chose to make his decision easier. When I told him to deliver the message about acknowledgement and public respect, I was doing three things simultaneously. First, I was giving Zhang Xiao a path toward dignity. Second, I was removing Tao from the position of spy and potential liability. Third, and most importantly, I was demonstrating something about how power actually functioned in a social structure. The strong who used their strength to crush the weak created enemies. The strong who used their strength to give others choices created allies. The distinction was subtle, but it was absolute. Zhang Zhao's pride wouldn't let him accept help directly from me, but help delivered through intermediaries, help that looked like wisdom rather than charity, help that left him with the illusion of his own agency, that he could accept. And in accepting it, he would begin to understand that the gap between us wasn't a judgment on his worth. It was simply a fact of what we were. Some people were stronger. The question was always what you did with that strength. The surveillance and its dissolution had taught me something important about how power worked in small communities. When power was visible and measured, it created hierarchy. When power was hidden and ambiguous, it created anxiety. Anxiety was often worse than simple hierarchy because it made people desperate to understand, desperate to predict, desperate to feel safe in a world where the rules were no longer clear. By allowing the surveillance to continue and then allowing it to end, I'd given Zhang Xiao the closure he needed. He'd learned that he couldn't understand me through observation. He'd learned that I wasn't a threat to him. I was simply someone who existed at a different level. And that acceptance, that understanding, would eventually allow him to move forward without the anxiety that had been consuming him. That was strategy. That was what Master Yuchen was teaching me. Not how to dominate, but how to move through a social structure in a way that minimized damage and preserved the things worth preserving. Chapter 29. The wanderer Shunhua arrived on a day when the weather was turning towards summer. Not a new arrival. She'd visited the sect before, was known to Master Yuchen, had some kind of arrangement with the sect that allowed her to move in and out without explanation. But she was different this time. Her attention was focused. She'd come looking for someone specific. I was in the library when her chi signature entered the building. I felt her scan the space, moving through levels until she'd mapped the entire interior. Then she descended to where I was, sitting in a quiet corner with a cultivation manual open on my lap. "Found you," she said. I didn't know I was lost. She pulled up a cushion and sat across from me. "Your chi signature is changing. Every time I've visited this sect, you've been barely visible to my senses. Now you're becoming legible. Someone significant is breaking your seal." I didn't ask how she knew about the seal. Her chi senses were strong enough to read compression when it was being released. She would have noticed. "It's a controlled process," I said. "Yes, I can feel that too. Very elegant. Very deliberate. Whoever designed the seal designed the release equally well." She leaned forward. "Who are you?" "I haven't decided yet. But you're becoming powerful. You're going to matter to the region eventually. Possibly. I want to offer you something," she said. "Not immediately, but in 6 months or a year, when your seal is broken and you have to decide what comes next. I want you to consider joining my organization." "What organization?" "One that specializes in training powerful people who need to figure out who they are before they become a threat to everyone else." She smiled slightly. "We've been waiting for someone like you. It's been a very long time." "Someone like me?" I repeated. "Someone with power that requires a seal to contain. Someone whose existence is a message. Someone who needs allies more than they need isolation." I considered her offer. She was interesting. Her power was considerable, but not overwhelming. She moved with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what she was capable of. And she wasn't trying to recruit me through pressure or manipulation. She was offering an option. "I'll consider it," I said. "That's all I ask." She stood. "Keep being excellent. When the time comes, if you want what I'm offering, you'll know how to find me." She left the library. I felt her chi signature move to Master Yuchen's office for a brief conversation, then leave the sect entirely. But she'd confirmed something important. I was being noticed. Word was traveling. Word would continue to travel. The sealed power in my core was becoming a fact of interest to people who paid attention to such things. The timeline was definitely accelerating. Shunhua was unusual. I could sense that immediately when her chi signature entered the library. She wasn't scanning for me the way an ordinary cultivator would scan. She was reading the space itself. understanding the architecture of the library's formations, measuring the density of accumulated knowledge, feeling how the stone and wood had absorbed decades of meditation and study. When she descended to where I was sitting, it was with the precision of someone following a map. "Found you," she said, and I understood that she meant something more specific than physical location. She'd found me in the way a hunter finds prey, by understanding the habitat, the behavior patterns, the likely places I'd be. I didn't pretend to be less than I was. There was no point. Her chi senses were strong enough to read the compression in my power, to understand that the seal was real, to feel the shape of what I was becoming. Her offer was interesting because it was exactly the opposite of what most powerful people offered. She wasn't offering to train me to be more powerful. She was offering to teach me how to live with the power I had. That distinction meant she'd thought about this carefully, that she'd considered what would actually be useful versus what would be flattering. When I told her I hadn't decided who I was yet, I meant it. There were multiple possible paths. I could become a wanderer, traveling between sects, using my power to help where it was needed. I could become a scholar, dedicating my time to understanding the theoretical underpinnings of power itself. I could become a lord, establishing a territory and protecting it. I could become a hermit, removing myself from society and meditating on the nature of existence. Each path had logic. Each path had appeal. But Xianxia was suggesting something different, not a role, but a process. A journey toward understanding myself, guided by people who'd already traveled similar paths. The offer was compelling because it acknowledged something important. Power without understanding was only slightly less dangerous than power in hostile hands. The difference between wise and foolish wasn't always about capability. It was about knowing yourself well enough to use capability correctly. I would consider it, but not yet. I was still in the process of understanding what the seal had been teaching me. I needed time to integrate the releases before I took on the weight of new teachers, new organizations, new structures of expectation. What Xianxia was offering was access to a network, a community of people who understood what it meant to carry power that existed at a scale beyond normal cultivation. She was offering not a place to hide, but a place to understand what I was hiding from and why. The seal had taught me one thing above all others. Constraint is useful. The seal hadn't destroyed me by containing my power. It had protected me by gradually releasing it at a pace I could integrate. Xianxia's organization, from what little I understood, was built on a similar principle. It would constrain my absolute freedom in exchange for access to knowledge and guidance. It was a fair trade, better than fair. It was exactly what I needed when I needed it. But accepting that trade meant leaving the sect, meant abandoning the relative safety of Master Yu Chen's careful accommodation, meant stepping into a larger world where my power would be both more visible and less unusual, where I would be one of many rather than the unique mystery at the center of a small institution. Time I still had, though I could feel it shortening with each new crack in the seal. The pressure was building. The timeline was compressing. Soon the choice would no longer be whether to stay or leave, but when to leave and under what circumstances. Chapter 30. The reading. I came back to my dormitory the next evening to find Xianxia waiting in the courtyard outside. "You don't have servants," I said. "No, but the measuring stone showed you at 0, and yet you defeated Zhang Xiao without displaying any power." "That's accurate. And yet you're not empty. You're compressed." She gestured to me to sit. "That's an extremely specific state. Not many people end up compressed. Not many circumstances produce that outcome deliberately. Where are you going with this?" "Nowhere in particular. I'm observing. You're compressed to the point of absolute invisibility to standard measurement. That means the compression is intentional and sophisticated. It means someone cared about you enough to create a prison that could also be a shelter. A shelter from what? From your own power." She tilted her head. "If you released everything at once, you'd destroy this region. The seal is the only thing keeping that from happening. So whoever placed it, whoever loves you enough to cripple you temporarily, was saving everyone, including you." "You're very analytical," I said. "I am. And I'm telling you this because when you finally break the seal completely, you're going to need people who understand what you are without fearing it. People who can help you figure out how to carry that weight without letting it destroy you." "Is that your organization?" "Partially. I'm also a person. I'm also someone who spent a long time learning how to carry power without being destroyed by it. I can teach you that." She stood. "But I'm not here to recruit you tonight. I'm here because you performed a test I wanted to see confirmed. You moved a heavy stone using only physical strength. You channeled chi through a diagnostic formation and displayed nothing. You're not just compressed. You're learning to carry your power in ways that don't advertise your power." "Yes." "Good. That's wise. Most people with hidden power show off the moment they can. You're being more subtle than that." "I'm being strategic," I said. "Even better. Strategy is survival for people like us. She left me there in the courtyard. I sat and watched the sunset color the sky pink and gold. The seal was breaking faster than I'd predicted. The timeline was accelerating. In perhaps 6 months, maybe less, the point of no return would arrive. And when it did, I would have to become what I was. But not yet. Not immediately. First, I would prepare. I would strengthen my connections to the people worth keeping. I would understand the sect's structure deeply enough to know what would survive my departure and what would collapse. I would position myself so that when the seal broke completely, I could transition to whatever came next without destroying everything I'd built here. I would be strategic. I would be precision. I would be careful. And then, when the moment arrived, I would be what the seal had always intended me to be. Xianxia's return visit confirmed what I'd already sensed. She was testing me, understanding my nature through observation rather than interrogation. The measurement stone test, the physical strength observation, the meditation formation test, these weren't random encounters. They were calibrated tests designed to answer specific questions. Am I actually carrying vast power, or is it a conceptual compression without physical reality? Can I control my power well enough to hide it, or would it leak out? Am I strategic about how I display what I am, or do I show off without thinking about consequences? I passed all of her tests because I'd already been testing myself for months. The dungeon had been my laboratory. The seal had been my teacher. The releases had been my exams. Strategy is survival for people like us, she'd said, and that phrase contained the entire philosophy. The world didn't know how to handle people who carried power that was qualitatively different from normal cultivation. The world's first response was fear. The second response was either destruction or enslavement. Strategy meant moving through both responses without becoming either a corpse or a slave. The sect was good. I understood that clearly now. Master Yu Chun was genuinely trying to accommodate what I was becoming. The disciples were adjusting as best they could without fully understanding what had happened. Elder Su Feng had sacrificed decades of his own life to create the conditions where I could emerge safely. But good wasn't infinite. Good had boundaries. The sect could tolerate unusual. The sect could accommodate hidden power. The sect could even eventually welcome someone with vastly greater capability than normal cultivators. What the sect couldn't do was completely reorganize itself around the presence of someone whose power operated at a scale that made the entire institution seem small. Xianxia understood this. That's why her offer wasn't conditional on staying with her organization. She was offering a choice, a path that was available when I needed it. And the path was based on understanding that what I was becoming couldn't be contained by any single institution. I sat in the courtyard after she left and felt the weight of inevitability. The seal was breaking. The timeline was accelerating. In weeks, possibly days, the point of no return would arrive. And when it did, I would have to leave. Not because I wanted to, but because staying would eventually require me to destroy everything I was grateful for. Strategy meant leaving before that point arrived. Strategy meant being precise about the timing of departure. And timing, I was learning, required understanding both the future you were moving toward and the past you were leaving behind. Chapter 31. The formal offer. Xianxia stayed at the sect for 4 more days. Not as a resident. She moved between the guest rooms, was seen in the training areas, sat in the meditation pavilion for long hours. Her presence was acknowledged but not questioned. Master Yu Chun allowed her freedom that he gave to no one else, which meant either they had history or they had an arrangement. On the 4th day, she found me again. I'm leaving tomorrow, she said. We were in the upper gardens, away from general traffic. But before I go, I want to formalize my offer. When your seal breaks, and it will break, probably within the next 8 months, I want you to find me. I'll have people watching. You'll be able to send a message. They'll know how to find me. Why do you want me? I asked. Because you're brilliant. Because you think 3 moves ahead when most people think 1 move ahead. Because you're understanding your power without being destroyed by it, which is rare. Because you're building allies instead of enemies, which is rarer. And because you're going to need somewhere to go when the sect becomes untenable. The sect could handle me. The sect is a good place, but it's not prepared for what you're becoming. Master Yu Chun is intelligent. He'll see it. He'll try to accommodate you. But accommodating someone like you means changing fundamental assumptions about what the sect is. Eventually, they'll decide it's easier to let you go than to transform themselves around you. She was serious now, not analytical. I'm not trying to take you. I'm trying to offer you a place where you don't have to compromise your nature to exist. That's compelling, I said. Good. Remember it. She placed something in my hand. A small token, carved from stone, marked with a pattern that looked almost like the one on my seal. Show this to anyone wearing the Seeker's mark. They'll know to trust you. She left the next morning. I didn't watch her go. Instead, I sat with the token and felt the weight of another connection forming. Another network. Another layer of preparation. I understood what she meant immediately. Not because she'd been explicit, but because I'd spent enough time observing how power and organizations interacted to read the subtext clearly. The token she placed in my hand was heavier than its physical weight should have allowed. It was stone, carved with precision, marked with a pattern that mirrored the seals on my cultivation base. Whoever had designed the Seeker's Mark had been thinking about power that was deeply compressed. They'd been designing for people like me. "Where do I find you?" I'd asked as she was preparing to leave. "You won't find me. The people watching will find you. After the seal breaks, you'll understand how to send a message. They'll receive it, and they'll bring you to where we are. And if I choose not to send a message, then we'll know you've decided a different path. That's acceptable. But the offer exists. When you're standing in the wreckage of whatever choice you make, when you're trying to understand what the power actually means, when you're desperate for someone who understands what it's like to carry weight that vast, remember that there's an organization built specifically for people in your situation." That was strategic too. She wasn't trying to convince me through continued argument. She was planting a seed and letting me decide what to do with it. The approach suggested she'd done this before. She'd learned what worked with people like me. Not emotional appeals, not urgency, not manipulation. Just clear information and the respect that comes from offering a choice without insistence. I held the token and felt the network it represented. I now had 3 possible paths: remain at the sect under Master Yu Chen's protection, join Xianxia's organization, or pursue some unknown third option. The token represented that I had options, that I wasn't trapped, that whatever came next would be my choice. That choice, the knowledge that I actually had choices, was possibly more important than any single path I could take. The third crack in the seal was coming. I could feel it forming, the pressure building again, more rapidly than the first 2. But something had changed in how I perceived it. The releases weren't just about power anymore. They were about becoming inevitable. About the moment when I would have to step into whatever I was meant to be. I understood the token now. It was more than an artifact. It was a representation of sovereignty. A way of saying, you don't belong to anyone. You belong to yourself. And when you're ready to move, there's someone willing to help you move strategically. Time was accelerating. The point of no return was approaching faster than either Elder Su Feng or Master Yu Chen had predicted. Maybe faster than Xianxia had anticipated. The seal was dying, and I was being reborn. I held the token and felt the future approaching. And for the first time, I felt something close to readiness. Chapter 32. The third release. The third crack came like violence. I was meditating in the upper pavilion, pretending to study cultivation manuals while actually extending my senses across the sect's full territory. I'd been mapping the formation arrays, noting which ones were active surveillance and which were just structural support. I was building a complete understanding of the sect's infrastructure, the way a person might map the layout of a building before deciding whether to stay or leave. Then the pressure spiked. It was sudden and intense, like something was trying to break out of my chest. The seal's next fracture line had suddenly become critical. The compression was reaching a point of instability that couldn't be maintained for long. I gathered my materials and moved to the dungeon. The evening was advancing, and the dungeon cleaning duties had been completed hours ago. The deep chamber was empty and cold. I sat and breathed. The pressure continued building. This time, I could feel how much larger the release would be. The first crack had given me perhaps 10% of my sealed power. The second crack had more than doubled that. The third would add perhaps 30% more. Suddenly, I would be carrying roughly 40% of my total sealed power, and the remaining 60% would become accessible enough to touch, even if not yet released. The fracture point sharpened. Unlike the previous releases, this one didn't open gradually. The seal seemed to understand that the moment had come, and it simply split. The power that came through was so vast that for a moment I couldn't contain it. The released energy flooded through my meridians like water through a broken dam. My body convulsed. Pain seared through every nerve ending. The chamber's stone walls cracked under the force of the release. I screamed. It was the first time I'd allowed myself to express pain since the seal had been placed on me. Years of silent suffering, suddenly voiced in the darkness of the dungeon. I screamed until my lungs burned, until my voice gave out, until the sound of my own anguish was all that existed in the world. The pain that came with the third release was unlike anything I'd experienced before. The first 2 cracks had been disciplined, measured, almost surgical in their precision. The third was raw. It was the seal telling me that the moment of containment was ending. The framework could only hold for so much longer. I was carrying power that was being compressed into a form that couldn't quite hold it anymore. The meridians in my arms were restructuring. My cultivation base was deepening in ways that made my bones ache with the sensation of becoming. The chamber filled with dust from the cracking stone. I could barely see through it, barely breathe through it. barely think through the overwhelming sensation of transformation. But underneath the pain, there was something else. Clarity. Understanding. The seal was showing me something important. Pain was information. Every sensation of strain was telling me something about how power could be distributed differently. Every ache was suggesting new pathways. Every moment of agony was a lesson about what my body was capable of becoming. I stopped screaming and started listening instead. I stopped resisting the power and started dancing with it instead. I let it flow, let it reshape me, let it teach me through the experience of containing more than I thought I could contain. Then the energy settled. It was like pulling a vast rope taut, and then suddenly having it take the weight. My body adjusted. My meridians expanded to their new capacity. My cultivation base deepened by an order of magnitude I couldn't have imagined. I was now carrying enough power that if I released it even partially, I could reshape the landscape for miles around. The expansion was destabilizing. My body knew more power than it was trained to use. But it would adjust. The seal was giving me pathways, teaching me efficiency. It was the most sophisticated training I could have received, because the training was built into the containment itself. I sat in the debris of the shattered chamber and breathed. The pain was still present, but it was integrated now. It had become part of the normal sensation of existing with this much power in my body. Standing in the fractured dungeon, covered in dust, with my cultivation base now carrying perhaps 50% of my total sealed power, I felt something that might have been understanding. Not just relief, but recognition. I was no longer the same person who'd arrived at the sect. That person had been broken. This person was becoming whole. The gap between those two states was the only real knowledge that mattered. When I stood, my movements were different. The seal's remaining layers still hid what I was from casual observation, but they were straining now. The compression that had been complete before was becoming visible to anyone sensitive enough to look closely. I looked at my palm. The golden mark that had been darkening gradually over weeks was now a bright gold line that almost seemed to glow. More than 50% of the seal had been released. Perhaps 60%. I was becoming legible even to normal chi senses. The timeline was no longer 6 months. It was weeks. I climbed out of the dungeon. The night was clear and cold. I could feel the sect's formation arrays as clearly as I could feel my own heartbeat. I could sense every living thing within miles. The disciples sleeping in their dormitories, the elders meditating in their chambers, the servants moving through the lower buildings. I could destroy all of it with a gesture. But I wouldn't. That was a choice I made standing there in the darkness, covered in dust from the shattered meditation chamber. I could destroy everything, but I would choose not to. I would choose instead to leave the sect intact, to let the people here continue their lives, to be grateful for the time they'd given me. I returned to my dormitory and wrote in my notebook, third release. Core formation rank 1, core formation rank 5. Power increase approximately 300x in total available capacity. Seal degradation at approximately 60% complete. Physical manifestations beginning to show. Golden mark now visible. Aura containment requiring active effort. Next release unlikely to be containable within sealed framework. Point of no return approaching. Timeline. Estimated 2 to 4 weeks before seal completely broken. I read it back. Watched the words settle on the page. Accepted the reality of what they meant. The seal was dying. I would have to become fully what I was. And soon. Chapter 33. The journal discovery. Xiao found one of my notebooks. I hadn't been careless about where I kept them. I'd hidden the one with observations about the sect's cultivators in a space beneath the flooring of my dormitory room. The one with notes about meditation and power release I kept on my person or in the library's restricted section. But I'd also kept a smaller notebook, the one where I'd been writing observations about cultivation philosophy and personal reflections. That was the one Zhang Xiao found. Probably dropped it by accident. Probably found it in the gardens where I'd been reading. He brought it to Master Wei, the assessing elder, assuming it was some kind of cultivation manual or hidden technique that would explain my impossible strength. I learned about it from Lin Qing, who'd overheard Master Wei reading it in private. He's confused, Lin Qing said when she found me in the library. The elder. Whatever was in that notebook, it's not what Zhang Xiao was expecting. But the elder found it fascinating. Did he show it to anyone? Master Yu Chun came to collect it. The elder gave it back without argument. But the way they looked at each other, there was something there. Something significant. I should have been concerned about the discovery. Instead, I felt relief. The notebook contained no techniques, no secret methods, just analysis. Precise observations about how different cultivators moved, what their chi signatures revealed about their training, what emotional states could be inferred from cultivation patterns. It was exactly what I'd wanted to show Master Yuchen eventually, just slightly earlier than planned. That evening, Master Yuchen summoned me again. This is your handwriting, he said without preamble. He was holding my smaller notebook, the one with cultivation observations. You wrote this analysis of our disciples' capabilities and development patterns. Yes. How long have you been keeping records like this? Since I arrived at the sect. And before that? I understood the question. Before that, I was at Jade Serpent Sect. I kept similar records there. You were analyzing power structures, noting who was capable of what, creating maps of cultivation hierarchies. I was learning, I said. Master Yuchen set the notebook on his desk. You're not a cultivator who got lucky with a hidden seal. You're an analyst. You understand power because you understand how to read it. That's rarer than natural talent. It has advantages, I said. It does. It also explains why you're so dangerous. He opened the notebook to a middle page. You've written here that 3 of our upper disciples are already beginning to stagnate in their advancement because their techniques have reached the ceiling of what they can accomplish with their current understanding. You've noted specific points where their meditation patterns fail, and you've suggested modifications that would probably work. I was exploring theoretical approaches, I said. Did you ever tell any of them your suggestions? No. Why not? Because it wasn't my role. Because offering unsolicited advice to disciples who rank above me would have been inappropriate. Because I was still observing, still learning the sect structure before deciding whether my suggestions would be helpful. Master Yuchen nodded slowly. You're more mature than most people twice your age. Do you understand that? No, I said. It was the truth. I'd never thought of myself as mature. I'd thought of myself as careful, as precise, but not necessarily as mature. You are. Most people who discover they have hidden power either show it off immediately or hide it desperately. You're doing neither. You're taking your time. You're building understanding. You're making allies before the moment comes when you have to choose sides. I haven't had to choose sides, I said. Not yet, but you will. When your seal breaks completely, and it will break completely, probably within weeks, you're going to have to decide what comes next. The sect can offer you a position, a rank, a place within our hierarchy that acknowledges what you are. But the sect can't offer you everything you need. Because what you need, to understand your power fully, to learn how to carry it without being consumed by it, to figure out who you are beneath what you can do, that can only be learned through experience. He closed the notebook. I'm recommending to the council that we offer you an inner disciple rank, effective immediately. This gives you status, resources, and freedom of movement that you don't currently have. Take it. Use it. And when you're ready to move on without guilt. This sect is good, but it's not your final destination. How do you know that? I asked. Because I understand the seal that's containing you. I know what kind of power we're talking about. And I know that power that vast doesn't fit well within small structures, no matter how well-intentioned the small structure is. I felt something shift in my chest. Not just relief. Recognition. Master Yuchen had understood me from nearly the beginning, had given me space, resources, and private training because he was helping me become what I needed to be. He leaned back in his chair, studying me with an expression I'd learned to recognize. The look of someone who understood power because they'd lived with it their entire lives. The notebook you keep, it reveals something important about how you think. Most people see power as a simple hierarchy. You see it as an architecture. You understand that power isn't just about capability. It's about how capability is distributed, how it flows through organizations, how individual strengths and weaknesses create patterns that can be read like text. That's useful for prediction, I said. It is. And it's useful for something else. It's useful for understanding your own place within a system without becoming consumed by the hierarchy. You didn't become bitter when the disciples ranked above you. You didn't rage against the injustice of being treated as zero. Instead, you analyzed the system, understood how it worked, and prepared yourself to move beyond it entirely. That's strategic, I said. It's mature. Strategic thinking is what clever people do. Maturity is understanding the difference between being clever and being wise. Being clever means knowing how to manipulate a system. Being wise means knowing when a system can't contain you and having the grace to leave before you destroy it from the inside. He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the sect grounds in the evening light. The power you're carrying, it's going to attract people, organizations, people who want to control you, use you, make you serve their purposes. Some of them will be genuinely good people who genuinely believe they can help you. Some will be predatory, looking for a powerful tool they can shape to their use. You need to understand the difference. How? I asked. By keeping that analytical mind sharp. By continuing to read the architecture of power wherever you go. By understanding that good intentions and harmful outcomes aren't mutually exclusive. The best predators believe in their own righteousness. The worst ones are the ones who offer exactly what you want, exactly when you want it, exactly in the way you want to receive it. They're dangerous because they're right. Because accepting their help is actually wise, except for the small detail that it chains you to their goals instead of your own. So what should I do? Accept help from people like xianxia. She's being honest with you about what she wants. Access to someone with your power, someone she can learn from, someone who might help her achieve her organizational goals. But she's not hiding that. She's been explicit. She's giving you the choice. That's the hallmark of someone worth trusting. Not someone without self-interest, but someone whose self-interest is compatible with your own and who doesn't require deception to achieve it. Thank you, I said. Don't thank me yet. Wait until you've figured out what the gratitude means. Wait until you've walked the next phase of this journey and understand what this moment cost me to understand. Then you can decide whether the gratitude is still appropriate. Chapter 34. The departure. Lin Qing's transfer was finalized. She would leave in 2 days. Her belongings had already been packed into carefully organized containers. She'd said her goodbyes to the disciples who'd become her friends. She'd completed her final assignments and turned over the records for her section of the gardens. We sat in that garden one last time, watching the sun set over the valley below the sect. You're becoming something, she said. I can feel it. Not like I can feel other people's power, but like I can feel inevitability. I'm breaking a seal, I said. I know. Master Yu Qin explained some of it to me. He thought I should understand what was happening, given that I'm leaving. Did he tell you I'd probably have to leave too? He did. He also told me that when I come back to this region, I should remember that you were here, that I might see something that reminds me of you, that if I'm ever in trouble and need help from someone no one else can help with, I should ask about whether you're still alive and where you are. I didn't respond. There wasn't much to say to that. I'm going to be brilliant, Lin Qing said. At the new sect, I'm going to learn cultivation techniques they've never taught to an outer disciple before. I'm going to push myself. I'm going to become someone worth remembering. You already are, I said. I know, but I want to be more. She turned to look at me directly. And you're going to become something that scares people. Don't let it scare you. I won't. And if you're ever in a situation where you have to destroy something beautiful to survive, destroy it. Don't let loyalty make you stupid. That's the worst kind of death, dying for something that wasn't worth it. Noted, I said. I'm serious, Sukai. You're precise, and you're smart, and you're kind in that cold way that works better than regular kindness. Don't waste it on people who don't deserve it. She was telling me goodbye in the only way she knew how. Not through sentiment. Through practical wisdom. Through the understanding that the world was dangerous and that survival sometimes meant making hard choices. Don't let loyalty make you stupid, she said, and I understood that she was giving me permission. Permission to leave. Permission to prioritize my own development over gratitude to the sect. Permission to recognize that some chains, no matter how kindly placed, were still chains. The sunset was turning the sky all shades of gold and red and purple. The valley below the sect was becoming dark. The world was turning toward night. And in that transition moment between light and darkness, I felt the full weight of what came next. Lin Qing would become brilliant somewhere else. I would become something unimaginable here. We would both move forward. We would probably never see each other again in the way we'd known each other in the sect. But we would exist, somewhere in the world, as people who'd helped each other survive a difficult transition. Be careful where you pour your loyalty, I told her. People are fragile. Organizations are fragile. The things worth loving are usually the most fragile things of all. I know, but it's worth it anyway. Yes, it is. We sat in silence as the darkness deepened. The night watch disciples began moving through the grounds, lighting lanterns. The sect was settling into evening routine, and I was settling into the understanding that my time here was ending. Not immediately, not this week, but within the foreseeable future. The seal was breaking. The timeline was compressing. Soon, I would have to choose between staying and destroying what I loved, or leaving and preserving it. Loyalty to the sect meant loving it enough to leave. The next morning, she left with the transfer caravan. I watched her go. I felt her presence leave the sect. And for the first time since I'd arrived, I felt the sect become a place of transition rather than home. A place where I was becoming something, not a place where I was staying. The timeline was even shorter now. Days, probably. The next crack would be the final one. Chapter 35. The elder's illness. Elder Su Feng fell ill 5 days after Lin Qing's departure. Not dramatically. There was no sudden collapse or emergency. Instead, the degradation that had been subtle for years accelerated. He stopped appearing in the council meetings. He was seen less in the common areas. His presence faded to something almost ghostly. I went to see him in his private chambers. He was in bed, smaller than I remembered, as if the illness was eating him from inside. The crippling he'd done to himself decades ago was finally catching up. The deliberate damage he'd inflicted to limit his own power was becoming fatal. You came, he said when I entered. I wanted to thank you. I I said. Before it's too late. For what? For understanding what I was. For asking me to wait instead of demanding I leave. For preparing the sect for what I'm becoming. He smiled weakly. It's not much of a gift. More like a request with consequences. It's more than I would have received anywhere else. He nodded. Your mother was brilliant. She understood power in ways that most people never do. When you were born, she realized immediately what you were. Realized what it would cost to keep you alive. She sacrificed everything to place the seal on you. To create the framework for your survival. You knew her, I said. I was young then. Ambitious. Not yet capable of understanding what she was doing. He coughed, a dry sound. She asked me to help keep you safe. To wait in this sect. To be here when you came of age. To make sure the seal could be broken without killing you. I agreed to help, and then she sealed herself away. She trusted the seal to contain you, to teach you, to prepare you. And it did. It's been working perfectly. Where is she? I asked. Dead, probably. Or sealed herself. I don't know. The last time I saw her, she told me not to look for her. She said she'd become something that couldn't exist in normal space anymore. That the price of the seal was that she couldn't exist in a place her sealed child could find her. The knowledge settled in me like stone. My mother had given up existence to keep me alive. That was the weight I was carrying. That was the obligation. I need to know something, Elder Su Feng said. When the seal breaks, when you become fully what you are, do you think you'll be angry? At her, for trapping you? At me for helping? At the sect, for containing you? I don't think so, I said. I think I'll be grateful. And then I'll leave. And then I'll figure out how to use what I've become in a way that makes the sacrifice mean something. He closed his eyes. Good. That's the answer I was hoping for. How long do you have? I asked. Days. A week, maybe. He opened his eyes again. I'm not afraid. I've lived longer than I expected. I've seen you emerge from nothing. That's enough. Elder Su Feng's breathing became more labored as we talked. I could feel the strain it was costing him. His cultivation base, which had once been strong, had been deliberately weakened decades ago. The crippling was finally consuming him completely. The seal is sophisticated, he continued, with difficulty. Your mother spent years designing it. She worked with artificers and scholars and power theorists. She built something that could be broken gradually. Something that would teach as it released. Something that would prepare you, step by step, for the moment when you'd have to carry the full weight. How much power are we talking about? I asked. He paused, considering whether to answer. Enough that if you released it all at once, this region would be unrecognizable. Enough that you could reshape the landscape, redirect rivers, reshape mountains. Enough that the only comparable power would be natural disasters or the sect's founding elders. The knowledge was vast and terrible. I was carrying that much power. The seal was containing that much power. And my mother had sealed herself away because that's what it took to make me survivable. The gratitude is too much, I said. I can't repay that kind of sacrifice. You don't have to repay it. You just have to live well. You have to use what you've been given in a way that makes her sacrifice meaningful. That's the only payment she would want. I visited him every day after that. Not talking much. Just existing in the same space. Being present while he declined. It was my way of honoring what he'd done. To be with him at the end the way he'd been with me at the beginning. When he died, I felt the weight of that obligation settle more completely. I was no longer just breaking a seal. I was honoring a sacrifice. I was justifying the decades my mother had given up. I was making the pain and the isolation and the loss mean something. On the 7th day, he died in his sleep. The sect held a funeral ceremony. Master Yu Chun delivered the eulogy, speaking of Elder Su Feng's decades of service, his wisdom, his quiet strength. But the ceremony felt incomplete. No one mentioned what he'd really sacrificed. No one spoke of the seal. No one acknowledged that everything he'd done had been for me. I placed flowers on his tomb afterward. I wrote his name in my notebook beneath all my observations about power and meditation and cultivation. And I felt the final crack in the seal forming. The pressure was immense now, almost unbearable. The remaining framework of the containment was beginning to fracture from the inside out. I had perhaps 3 days before it became completely untenable. 3 days left as someone hidden. 3 days left as the worthless outer disciple. 3 days before I became whatever I actually was. Chapter 36. The spirit beast came on the day Elder Su Feng was buried. The attack happened in the afternoon, as the funeral ceremony was concluding and disciples were dispersing to their various chambers. A wild creature, something large and predatory, crossed the protective boundary that the sect's formation arrays maintained around the inhabited areas. It was driven by hunger or territorial challenge, or the simple circumstance of wandering in the wrong direction at the wrong time. The alarms sounded, a pattern of bells that meant immediate threat requiring all available cultivators. I was in the library when I heard them. I set down my reading materials and moved toward the courtyard where disciples were assembling. By the time I arrived, Master Yuchun was already assigning positions. Inner disciples at the fighting perimeter. Outer disciples at the protective inner circle. Support cultivators preparing defensive arrays. The beast was a creature of gray fur and teeth, something like a mountain cat but larger, with claws that could carve through stone and eyes that glowed amber with the accumulated power of a wild cultivation. Its chi signature was massive, easily equivalent to a core formation rank 5 cultivator or higher. It had probably been wandering for decades, accumulating power through feeding on smaller creatures and ambient spiritual energy. Master Yuchun scanned the available disciples. His eyes passed over the fighting line, assessing capabilities. Then he looked at me. Sukai, you're on the inner perimeter. Protect the non-combatants and the support cultivators. Don't engage unless the beast breaks through the fighting line. Understood, I said. I moved to the designated position. The circle of disciples whose role was to prevent the beast from reaching the dormitories and common buildings where unprepared disciples and servants were sheltering. I stood with a dozen other outer disciples, watching the inner disciples advance toward where the beast was prowling at the edge of the sect's grounds. The fighting was brief and brutal. The inner disciples were skilled, years of training and accumulated power visible in every movement. They used formations, coordinated attacks, the accumulated knowledge of cultivation combat. And they were good. They drove the beast backward, made it bleed, forced it to recognize that this territory was defended. But the beast was also powerful. It was wild, unpredictable, carrying a kind of feral intelligence that made it dangerous in ways that cultivated martial training sometimes couldn't anticipate. It evaded attacks. It found openings. It made noise that was calculated to intimidate. For the first time in days, I felt the seal's pressure ease slightly. In the presence of a genuine threat, something inside me was willing to participate. The container was ready to function, but the inner disciples were holding. The beast was beginning to tire. The outcome was no longer in question. The sect would survive this. Then the beast broke through. Not through the inner line. It couldn't overcome them. But it feinted toward the outer perimeter, and one of the disciples defending the inner buildings panicked, created an opening, and the beast seized the opportunity. It charged toward the dormitory buildings where the most vulnerable disciples were sheltering. I stepped into its path. I didn't display power, didn't channel chi, didn't create any manifestation of what the seal had been teaching me. I just stood there, in the beast's direct line of advance, with my body positioned to block passage. The beast didn't slow down. I sidestepped at the last possible moment and used the creature's own momentum against it. A technique called form without chi, basic physical redirection, the kind of thing a skilled, unarmed combatant could perform without any cultivation at all. I pivoted on one leg, guided the beast's shoulder with my hands, and let its own force carry it sideways and away from the buildings. It crashed into a stone wall instead of flesh, which gave the inner disciples time to regroup. The beast recovered quickly, turned to face me with new attention. I just announced myself as a threat it couldn't dismiss. It charged again. This time, I moved with complete precision. I let it come, understood the trajectory of its movement, and distributed the impact across my entire body instead of trying to stop it. Pushed my consciousness into my physical frame, not my chi signature. Let the seal's containment do what it had been designed to do. Make my body denser, heavier, harder to move than anything the beast was expecting to collide with. The creature hit me and bounced back. I had a nosebleed from the impact. The force was significant enough that my body had taken actual damage. But I was still standing. The beast was confused now, having collided with something that didn't move, didn't show power, but was simply heavier and more immobile than it had anticipated. Retreat! Master Yuchun shouted. All outer disciples, fall back to secondary positions. The other disciples moved. I held my position, watching the beast's eyes, understanding its calculation. It was trying to determine whether I was worth engaging or whether the human cultivators behind me were more valuable targets. I took a step forward. The beast took a step back. Then it turned and retreated, moving away from the sect toward the open land beyond. The threat was ending, not because we defeated it, but because the beast had decided we weren't a worthwhile target. The inner disciples didn't pursue it. Master Yuchun stood in the courtyard, watching the beast disappear into the distance. Then he turned to look at me. I was still standing, still calm, still showing nothing of the power that had been released inside my body just to hold position against a predator. Dismissed, Master Yuchun said. All disciples return to your stations. The disciples began to disperse, but I caught the look in Master Yuchun's eyes. He understood what he'd just witnessed. Not a technique, not a display of cultivation power, Just the absolute physicality of someone carrying weight that shouldn't be carryable. He understood that the timeline was even shorter than he'd thought. Chapter 37. The knowledge. That night, I felt the seal begin to crack for the final time. It wasn't a slow pressure this time. It was collapse. The framework was fracturing. The containment was failing. The power that had been compressed inside me for 20 years was becoming too vast, too potent, too present to hold back. I returned to the dungeon. The meditation chamber I'd been using had been destroyed during my third release, so I sat in the raw stone chamber, the deepest one, with nothing but stone and silence. The final crack opened like a flower blooming. It was pain. It was relief. It was agony and ecstasy and the sensation of becoming vast. The power that had been building through every release suddenly made itself fully available. Not released into the world. Just unlocked internally. Made present. Made real. My body expanded in ways it shouldn't have been able to expand. My meridians restructured themselves. My cultivation base became something so vast and so deep that I couldn't have measured it if I tried. I was suddenly carrying power that existed at a completely different scale than anything I'd been managing before. The dungeon's walls cracked. The stone beneath me fractured. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling. I stood slowly. The seal was completely broken now. Only fragments remained, decorative marks on my palm, residual compression that served no real purpose anymore. The golden mark had become so bright that it was almost white. I had become fully what I was. And the realization was both exactly what I'd expected and completely different. I'd known I carried power. Abstractly, theoretically, I'd understood it. But carrying it was different. Feeling it live in my body, being aware of the vastness of what I could do, understanding that a single gesture could reshape the landscape for hundreds of miles in any direction, that was a different category of knowledge. For several hours after the final release, I simply sat in the dungeon and tried to process what I was now capable of perceiving. The world had changed. Or I had changed, and therefore the world had changed in relation to me. Every living thing within 100 miles of the sect was suddenly legible to my senses. I could feel the slow, grinding power of the mountains. I could sense the ancient chi currents that flowed through the earth beneath my feet. I could perceive the delicate pathways of power that the sect's formation arrays had been constructed to channel and control. I was conscious of each person in the sect, not intrusively. I wasn't reading their thoughts or forcing myself into their private awareness. But I was conscious of their presence the way you're conscious of the furniture in a room you've lived in for years. You don't pay attention to it actively, but you know where everything is. I was dangerous. Not in the way that cultivators at higher ranks were dangerous, but in a way that was qualitatively different. I was dangerous the way a natural disaster was dangerous. The way an earthquake or a flood or a storm was dangerous. Dangerous not through intention, but through simple, vast existence. I could destroy the sect with a gesture. I could kill everyone in it without effort. I could reshape the valley and make the sect's buildings collapse into rubble. I could reach out with my will and reshape the landscape for hundreds of miles in any direction. The awareness of that capability was almost crushing. For a moment, I understood why my mother had felt the need to seal me. The power itself was neutral. It wasn't malicious or kind. But the awareness of what I could do was a weight. The knowledge that I could unmake everything and everyone I cared about. That I carried the capacity for devastation simply by existing. That was a different kind of danger than simple strength. But I wouldn't. That was the choice I made standing in the fractured dungeon, fully conscious of what I'd become. I would not destroy anything. I would not harm anyone. I would use my power carefully, strategically, in service of purposes that made the destruction minimal. I would be what the seal had taught me to be: precise, controlled, strategic. I would carry this vast power the way a sword is carried, carefully, with respect for its danger, understanding that the sharpness of the blade made it easier to cut exactly where you want it rather than everywhere indiscriminately. I climbed out of the dungeon as the morning light began to appear on the horizon. The sun was rising. A new day was beginning, and I was something other than what I'd been when I went to sleep. The sect was quiet in the pre-dawn hours. The night watch disciples had finished their rounds. The early risers hadn't yet begun their meditations. There was a moment of absolute stillness, and I stood in it, feeling the vastness of what I'd become settle into my bones. I looked at my hands. The golden mark on my palm was still bright, not quite as brilliant as it had been at the height of the final release, but bright enough that it seemed to glow against my skin. The seal was truly gone now. The compression that had defined my existence for 2 decades was no longer there. What was left was freedom. And with freedom came choice. And with choice came responsibility. I understood now why my mother had sealed me. It wasn't cruelty. It was the deepest possible love, the willingness to limit herself, to limit me, to constrain us both so that we could both survive the emergence of something that would eventually reshape the world simply by existing in it. The dungeon behind me lay in ruins. I would need to tell Master Yuchen about the damage. There would need to be explanations, repairs, reclassifications of the space. But that was a problem for later. For now, I simply stood in the pre-dawn darkness and felt the weight of becoming. I was no longer the broken outer disciple. I was no longer even the hidden genius with secret power. I was something that had no name yet. Something that had never existed before. Something that would reshape everything it touched simply by existing. And I was ready to begin. Chapter 38. The confusion the sect noticed immediately. Not because I was displaying power or doing anything unusual, but because the world around me was reacting to what I'd become. The formation arrays in the sect's grounds, which had never acknowledged my presence before, suddenly recognized me. They hummed when I walked past them. They created small patterns of light. The other disciples noticed. They began to whisper. Master Yuchen called a council meeting. The elders assembled in the inner chamber. And Master Yuchen announced my change in status, that I was now being recognized as an inner disciple with specialized powers that would require accommodation. The announcement created more whispers, but it also created a framework. The sect had a way to explain what was happening. I wasn't a threat that had emerged suddenly. I was a hidden disciple whose cultivation had finally manifested. It was unusual, but it was explicable. Xianxia was in the courtyard when the announcement was spreading. I watched him process the information. He'd challenged me when my power was still partially hidden. He'd learned to accept it because he'd had no choice. Now the full extent of the change was becoming public, and he was trying to recalibrate everything he'd understood. I found him in the gardens. Your cultivation, he said. It's core formation rank 5. Maybe higher. How did you reach that level without anyone noticing? Careful advancement, I said. Private training. Deliberate suppression until the moment was right. That doesn't make sense. It takes years to reach core formation rank 5. Most of the time it does. But some cultivation paths move differently if the foundation is right. He was quiet for a moment. I challenged you when you were like this. I thought you were at rank 0. I thought I was superior to you. You were superior in some ways. Your technique is better than mine. Your strategic understanding of combat is more refined. You'll probably always be a better fighter than I am, because you've spent your life learning how to fight. I've spent my life learning how to exist. That's not comforting, he said. It's not meant to be. It's just the truth. I started to walk past him, then paused. You asked me before how I got stronger. The answer is simpler than you'd like it to be. I had something inside me that was compressed. It's no longer compressed. That's all. It's not all, he said. It's everything. And you're going to leave now. Now that you're powerful, you're not going to stay in this sect. Probably not, I said. He was quiet for a long time, processing this. The afternoon light was fading, casting long shadows across the gardens. The sect felt different now. The formation arrays hummed in a different frequency, acknowledging the presence of something they'd been designed to contain, but never to recognize. I spent 2 years thinking I was superior to you, he said finally. Not just in power, but in understanding, in capability, in potential. I thought I had figured out how the world worked, and you were just someone who hadn't caught up yet. You had figured some things out, I said. Your training methods are good. Your dedication is real. Those aren't small things. But they're not enough to matter in the way that actually matters. They matter in the way that actually matters to you. And that's sufficient. Not everyone needs to be the strongest. Not everyone needs to carry power that reshapes landscapes. Most people will live better lives if they can accept their own level and become excellent at that level, rather than constantly measuring themselves against people they can never equal. He was quiet again, thinking about that. Is that what you're going to do? Accept your level and become excellent at it. I don't have the luxury of accepting my level. The seal decided what my level was going to be decades before I was born. But I can become excellent at carrying it. I can become skilled at not destroying things. I can learn to use this power in ways that make the destruction minimal and the creation possible. That's wise, he said. It's necessary, I said. Wisdom and necessity usually end up looking the same from the outside. He nodded, accepting that inevitability the way he'd accepted everything else, with grace and understanding that some things could not be changed, only acknowledged. I hope wherever you go, you find somewhere that appreciates what you are. So do I said. And Zhang Xiao, I hope you find somewhere that appreciates what you are too. You're good at what you do. Don't measure your worth by my existence. He smiled slightly. Too late for that. But I'll try. Chapter 39. The Seeker returns. Shunhua appeared 3 days after the seal broke completely. She walked through the sect's gates without announcement, moving directly toward the meditation pavilion where she knew she'd find me. Her chi signature was calm, her presence assured. She'd been monitoring my progress. waiting for the moment when the containment would finally fail. "The seal is gone," she said when she found me. "Yes. Show me." I drew on the power, not releasing it externally, but allowing it to become visible in my aura. The air around me shimmered. The golden mark on my palm blazed so brightly that she had to look away. The power itself was almost tangible, a weight in the space around me that made the air feel thick and charged. "That's enormous," she said quietly. "That's more power than I anticipated. That's the kind of power that attracts attention from very dangerous people." "I know." She studied me carefully. "You're not excited. Most people with power like that, the first emotion is excitement. Euphoria. The kind of joy that comes from suddenly being able to reshape the world. You're not experiencing that." "I'm experiencing something else," I said. "I'm experiencing the weight of responsibility. The understanding that carrying power like this means I have to be careful about everything I do. The knowledge that a mistake, a moment of loss of control, could destroy everything I care about. It's hard to be excited about that." She nodded, understanding. "That's why you're dangerous. Most people with power like this, they'd be dancing with it, testing it, pushing it to see what it could do. You're immediately thinking about constraint, about control, about the ways you could cause harm. That's the thinking of someone who has the potential to be actually wise rather than just strong." "Is that why you want me?" I asked. "Partially, but also because you're strategic. You've already been thinking about what comes next. You understand that the sect has limits. You understand that staying here will eventually force you to choose between your own growth and the sect's preservation. You understand that the kindest thing you can do for the people you care about is to leave before you grow into someone they can't contain." She was right. I'd been thinking about this for weeks now, since the third crack in the seal, since I'd begun to understand the true scope of what I was becoming. The offer I made is still valid. More than valid. When you're ready to leave this sect, and you're ready now, come find me. We have facilities, resources, teachers who can help you understand how to carry what you're carrying without being destroyed by it. We have people who've walked the path you're walking. They can teach you what knowledge can teach you, which is everything except the actual experience itself. "I need to settle some things here first," I said. "I need to help Master Yuchen understand that my departure isn't a rejection. I need to make sure Lin Qing understands that our friendship means something even though I'm leaving. I need to be present while Elder Su Feng's memory is honored. I need to transition my responsibilities to someone capable of handling them." "How long?" "A few weeks, probably. A month at most. The timeline is compressed. Other people are paying attention. Other organizations are probably beginning to notice that something significant happened here. If I stay much longer, the attention will intensify. The pressure will build. Eventually, it will force the issue earlier than anyone expects." She nodded. "That's wise. Take your time. Say your goodbyes. Make peace with what you're leaving. But don't wait too long. The longer you stay visible and in one place, the faster word travels to people who'd want what you have. And not all of those people will have kind intentions." "I understand." "Good." She stood to leave. "I'll have people watching. When you're ready to send the message, you know how to do it. They'll bring you to where we are." She left before I could respond. She didn't need to hear me agree. She knew I understood the urgency. She also knew that I would make the decision in my own time, at my own pace, and that forcing the issue would only make me suspicious of her motivations. That was the difference between her approach and most others. She wasn't trying to control me. She was offering a genuine alternative, then trusting me to choose wisely. Chapter 40. The understanding Lin Qing sent a message through the merchant network. I heard, it said, "About what you are. About what the seal was. I'm not surprised. I always thought you were too careful to be as powerless as everyone believed. Good luck with whatever comes next. When I come back to this region in a few years, I hope I hear that you're still alive and doing well. That would make me happy." I read the message and felt something shift in my chest. It was gratitude, yes, but also recognition. Lin Qing had seen me even when I was hidden. She'd understood that I was more than what the surface showed. She'd left without fear, knowing that I'd eventually become something significant. I wrote a response. "Go be brilliant. I'll be here or elsewhere, but I'll be alive. That's the only promise I can make." Master Yuchen found me in the evening, after all the disciples had dispersed to their dormitories. "The council has approved a formal arrangement," he said. "You'll remain as an inner disciple for as long as you choose. No one will question your training methods or your time allocation. But I suspect you're not planning to stay very long." "No," I said. "Where will you go?" "I don't know yet. There are people offering me things. Opportunities. Paths that might help me understand what I've become. I'm going to explore them. Will you come back here?" "Maybe. Probably not in the way I was before. But I'm grateful for what the sect gave me. I'm grateful for what you gave me. That matters." He nodded. "Then go when you're ready. Go with my blessing. And if the world ever tries to break you, and it will try, Because that's what the world does to dangerous things. Remember that you're not fragile. You're just compressed. The world will eventually learn that it can't remake you. I bowed to him. Thank you. Don't thank me. Just live well. That night, I sat in my dormitory and wrote in my notebook for the last time. The seal is broken. The compression is released. I am now what I was always meant to become. The previous pages of this notebook documented the breaking. This final entry documents the understanding. The seal was not a prison. It was a teacher. Every moment of compression was teaching me precision, efficiency, the mathematics of carrying weight. Every crack was showing me how to transform constraint into freedom. I'm leaving the sect in approximately 2 weeks. I'll give Master Yuchen proper notice. I'll help transition my responsibilities. I'll say goodbye to everyone who mattered. Then I'll go find what comes next. The seal was the gift. Now the gift gets to become whatever it chooses to become. I closed the notebook, set it on my desk, looked at the dormitory room that had been my first real home. This room had sheltered me through the most difficult period of my life. These walls had held me while I learned to understand that being broken could be a starting point rather than an ending. The stone that had absorbed so many of my tears, so much of my quiet suffering, had become a witness to my transformation. And I was leaving it. Not forever, perhaps, but when I returned, if I returned, it would be as something fundamentally different. The person who'd lived in this room would be gone, replaced by someone who could reshape mountains and reshape valleys. Someone who could reshape the very foundations of reality itself. And for the first time since I'd arrived at the sect, I felt the weight of leaving. Not regret, not fear, just the recognition that a chapter was ending. That the person I'd been here, the broken outer disciple, the careful observer, the hidden genius, was about to become something else. I stood and moved to the window, looked out at the sect grounds. The formation arrays hummed in recognition of my power. The disciples were settling into evening routines, unaware that I was already saying goodbye to the place that had saved my life. Master Yuchen was in the main pavilion. I could feel his presence through my heightened senses, his calm acceptance of what was happening, his quiet pride in how I'd managed the transformation. He understood that the greatest gift he could give me was permission to leave. Lin Xing was far away now, traveling toward her new sect, unaware that I was already planning my departure. But I would write to her. I would let her know that I was moving forward, that I was finding my path, that her friendship had meant enough to carry with me into whatever came next. Elder Su Feng was in the earth now, resting after decades of sacrifice. His body was gone, but the effect of his sacrifice lived on in me. In the way I thought, in the way I approached power, in the understanding that sometimes the greatest strength was the willingness to limit yourself for others. The sect had been my chrysalis. The seal had been my teacher. The years of humiliation and suppression had been the pressure that squeezed me into becoming this. And now I was ready to unfold whatever wings I'd grown in the darkness. I stood and moved to the window, looked out at the sect grounds, felt the vast power in my body, the knowledge of what I could do, the awareness of how far I'd come. The seal was the gift. My mother understood that when she sealed me. Elder Su Feng understood that when he waited for me. Master Yuchen understood that when he protected me. The seal wasn't a prison, it was a framework for growth. It wasn't a limitation, it was a teacher, showing me precisely how to transform constraint into capability. And now the gift got to see what it was for. Now I got to leave this place knowing exactly what I'd learned here. Now I could move forward into the vast, terrible freedom of choosing what to do with power like this. The path ahead was unknown. Unknown and terrifying and brilliant. I would leave this sect and find the people who understood what I was becoming. I would learn from them. I would learn from experience. I would eventually discover who Su Kai actually was, beneath the seal, beyond the constraint, without the structure of a small institution to define me. The seal had given me everything up to this point, but now it was time to give back, to honor the sacrifice of my mother and Elder Su Feng and Master Yuchen by becoming someone worthy of what they'd given up for me. I picked up the notebook one last time and added a final line. The seal is broken. Now comes the part where I learn what I'm supposed to do with freedom. In Batch 4, Chapters 21 to 40. Complete Step 2, Story 275. They sealed my cultivation at birth. The seal was the gift. Part 1. Step 3, Chapters 41 to 60. Chapters 41 to 60. Power and Loss. Chapter 41. The temple's history. The temple existed at the intersection of 3 mountain ranges, accessible only by paths that seemed to exist differently depending on which direction you approached from. Starfall Temple, Abbot Jing called it. Built 7 centuries ago by cultivators who understood something fundamental about the nature of hiding. The seal, Jing said, walking me through the temple's library, was never a secret from us. We were told about it before you were born. The library was a series of carved chambers, each one descending deeper into the mountain. The scrolls were stored in climate-controlled vaults, preserved with cultivation techniques that prevented aging. The oldest records were from 300 years ago. The most recent were dated last month. I could see the care that had been taken. Each scroll was handled with reverence. Each text was preserved as if it contained the most precious knowledge in the world. And perhaps, I realized they did. Who told you? I asked. The person who sealed you. I stopped walking. Jing continued, unbothered by my cessation of movement. He was an old man, easily in his 80s, with the bearing of someone who'd made peace with death decades ago and had simply been too busy to die. His chi signature was clean, precise, the mark of a cultivator who'd chosen a single path and walked it completely. Every movement he made seemed measured, intentional, as if he'd spent his entire life learning to move with perfect efficiency. Her name, Jing said, is Yara. She came to our temple 50 years ago, carrying you. You were an infant, maybe 3 months old at most. She was careful with you, but there was something in her eyes, a kind of resignation. The look of someone who was about to do something that cost them everything, and she was making peace with that cost before acting. He led me deeper into the library. The walls changed as we descended. The stone became smoother, more refined, bearing inscriptions that seemed to grow older as we went deeper. Some of the carvings were so ancient that they were barely legible, the stone worn smooth by time and the weight of years. She placed you in the care of a merchant family in Stone River Village, Jing continued. We didn't know why she chose that family, but she was absolutely certain about it. She spent a week observing them, understanding their structure, their ethics, their capacity to love. Only when she was completely satisfied did she place you with them. And then, I asked. Then she came back to us. She told us to watch, to keep records, to maintain the knowledge. She said, one day, the child will break free. When he does, if he comes to us, we will show him what he needs to know. But he has to come freely. He has to make the choice to seek understanding, not have it forced upon him. Why come to you now? I asked. Because, Jing said simply, the other sects would want to control you. They would want to harness your power for their own purposes, to integrate you into their structure, to make you a tool for their ambitions. We simply want to help you understand. The library contained thousands of scrolls. Most were commentary on a single technique, the sealing method. The oldest records described it in abstract terms, as if the authors didn't quite know how to describe something so far beyond their normal understanding. Later records grew more precise, more clinical. By the most recent era, the records read like mathematical proofs, exact descriptions of how to compress a being's power into a state of dimensional suspension, how to fold infinity into a manageable space, how to contain the uncontainable. I spent the next week moving through the library in systematic patterns. I read about the sealing techniques, fundamental principles. I read about the history of who discovered it, civilizations that predated the current world, cultivators who understood power at a level that made contemporary masters look like children playing with toys. I read about the theory underlying it, the mathematics of dimensional compression, the mechanics of folding space, the ethics of sealing a conscious being. The picture that emerged was of something far older than the current world, a technique developed by a civilization that had existed hundreds of thousands of years ago, when cultivation was young and the world was still being shaped by the hands of beings who could literally reshape reality. There was a note, in what appeared to be Yara's handwriting, in a margin of one of the oldest texts, still the most merciful option available. Below that, in different handwriting, someone else had written, the most merciful prison is still a prison. But if the alternative is the end of all things, even a prison becomes a gift. I understood then that the temple didn't just contain information about the seal. It contained the entire weight of the decision to seal me, the philosophical arguments for and against it, the records of other anomalies, sealed across millennia, the knowledge of what happened when a seal was not placed, when a being born wrong was allowed to exist uncontained. The oldest records, the ones that required me to translate ancient language systems just to read them, described civilizations unmade, realities that had fractured because an anomaly was left unsealed, worlds that had to be reconstructed or simply abandoned because the existence of a single wrongly born being had destabilized everything. The temple had been built to ensure that knowledge was never lost, to maintain the sealing technique, to watch for the emergence of new anomalies, and to provide context and understanding when those anomalies eventually woke. Stay as long as you need, Jing said on my first day. Read everything. The knowledge is yours to gain. You have a right to understand your own nature, and we have an obligation to provide that understanding without judgment or condition. Chapter 42. The fifth breakthrough, the temple's core meditation chamber, was a spherical room carved from a single piece of crystal. The walls were smooth, flawless, and they seemed to refract light in ways that made the chamber feel like you were meditating inside a prism. Light bounced against every surface, creating a constant, gentle illumination that never grew harsh or dim. The chamber had been designed by someone who understood both cultivation and aesthetics. It was beautiful in a way that made you understand beauty as a mathematical principle rather than an emotional response. I'd been in the chamber for 2 days, sitting in the exact center of the sphere, when the fifth release happened. The pressure had been building since I arrived at the temple. Simply breathing the air here, saturated with cultivation essence and the residual power of centuries of meditation, had started to trigger changes in my body. I could feel the seal fractioning, could sense the layers of containment beginning to come apart. But I wasn't ready. I needed more time to understand what was happening, to read more of the temple's records, to prepare myself for the next level of power. The seal didn't care about my timeline. Unlike the previous breaks, this one wasn't gradual. The seal, what remained of it, didn't crack or fracture. It shattered completely, all at once, in a single explosive moment of decompression that felt like being inside a collapsing star going supernova. The pressure was so intense that I thought my body would literally rupture, that the vessel containing the power would simply fail under the weight of what was being released. The power that emerged wasn't compressed into my meridians. It expanded outward, reshaping my body at a fundamental level. My bones became denser, harder, capable of surviving impacts that would destroy normal matter. My muscles reorganized, restructuring themselves to handle the power flowing through them. My skin began to glow from within as the power became too vast to contain completely within my physical form. It leaked out at the edges, creating an aura of visible light around my body. My hair changed, not fading gradually, but instantly, as if centuries of aging compressed into a moment, and the color simply transformed from dark to silver. The change was so sudden that I felt my scalp tighten, felt the fundamental structure of each hair shaft reorganize itself. It was not painful exactly, but it was definitely the sensation of my body being unmade and remade in real time. The mark on my palm bloomed outward like a flower unfurling in fast motion, consuming the space across my entire forearm. It became a sigil, a symbol of such complexity that I couldn't perceive the entire pattern at once. Looking at it felt like looking at something simultaneously two-dimensional and infinite, like trying to hold the entire structure of the universe in your visual field without your mind fracturing from the incompleteness of your perception. My rank advanced. I felt it clearly now, tribulation crossing, not as a gradual progression, but as a sudden transformation. One moment I was core formation rank 5 or 6. The next moment I was something entirely different. The kind of rank that meant I could control heaven and earth with a gesture. The kind of rank that meant the world itself would start to take notice of my existence. The kind of rank that meant I was beginning to move beyond the category of cultivator and into something else entirely. The chamber began to crack. The crystal walls fractured under the pressure of power being released, thin lines appearing in the perfect surface and then spreading, branching outward like the tributaries of a river system. Shards of light scattered across the floor, each one containing a fragment of refracted power. The chamber had been designed to contain meditation, to support cultivation, but it had not been designed to contain this. I stood slowly. The destruction I was causing was incidental to my existence. I wasn't trying to destroy the chamber. I was just standing, and the chamber couldn't handle what I'd become. This was the reality of exponential decompression. Even my stillness now caused damage. Even my breath, carrying power so vast that it restructured the air around me, could tear apart carefully constructed formations that had been designed centuries ago. The chamber's collapse triggered alarms throughout the temple. I felt the monks rushing toward me, felt them sensing what had happened through cultivation networks that connected them all, felt the moment when they understood that the meditative state had elevated me beyond anything they'd anticipated. Their fear was palpable, not the fear of someone in physical danger, but the fear of witnessing something fundamental and incomprehensible. I walked out of the shattered chamber, leaving destruction in my footsteps simply because my power was now so vast that it pressed against the world around me, and the world couldn't maintain its structure against the pressure. The stone beneath my feet cracked slightly with each step. The air around me shimmered as my presence reshaped the fundamental structure of space itself. Abbot Jing met me in the central courtyard. He didn't look surprised. He looked resigned, as if he'd been expecting this, waiting for it. He looked at my silver hair, at the sigil that covered my forearm and now extended partially up my neck, at the way the air around me had begun to shimmer with barely contained power, like heat shimmer rising off summer stone. "Tribulation crossing," he said quietly. Not a question, a statement of fact. "Yes. You've surpassed our expectations by 3 ranks. The records suggested you would reach core formation here. Maybe foundation establishment of the higher tiers. But tribulation crossing, that's exponential beyond prediction." "I'm sorry about the chamber," I said. "It was designed to be destroyed," Jing said calmly, as if the loss of a 600-year-old meditation chamber was a trivial thing. When the person who'd use it reached true awakening, the crystal was meant to shatter. It's a symbolic thing, a way of marking the transformation. The monks will see the destroyed chamber and understand. You are no longer a student here. You are something beyond students. You are something that the temple can no longer contain. I looked at my transformed hands. The silver hair felt strange against my skin, wrong in a way that I couldn't articulate. My body had changed so radically that I was going to need time to relearn how to inhabit it, how to move through space with a form that was now fundamentally different from what it had been moments before. "The records," Jing said. "You've read them. The knowledge is yours now. What comes next?" "I need to find Yara," I said. "I need to understand why she sealed me. I need to hear from her what she couldn't put in written form. I need to know if I forgive her." Jing nodded slowly, understanding the weight of that. "Then the library has one more thing to give you, and then you'll need to leave." Chapter 43. The records speak. The temple's oldest records were written in a form of notation that took me an hour to decipher. The script was beautiful but alien, designed by a civilization that thought about language differently than the current world did. Once I cracked the pattern, understanding that the symbols represented not just sounds or concepts, but entire dimensional coordinates, the knowledge became overwhelming. The sealing technique didn't originate in the current world. It came from a previous era, a civilization that had developed cultivation far beyond the current state of understanding. That civilization had existed in a world where the laws of physics were more flexible, where the boundary between consciousness and physical form was permeable, where beings of pure power could exist without the restrictions that bound the cultivators of the modern age. That civilization had created the sealing technique specifically to handle what they called anomalies, beings who were born wrong, born at the intersection of incompatible dimensions, beings whose existence in a single reality created instability that cascaded outward, destabilizing everything around them. The records described the process with mathematical precision. When an anomaly was born, it had to be identified immediately. The identification required specific cultivation techniques, specific ways of perceiving power that were lost to the current world. Once identified, the anomaly had to be sealed, given time to develop consciousness, awareness, and ethics. Only then could it be released. Or rather, only then could there be any hope of managing its release. A conscious, ethical anomaly could learn to exist without tearing apart the fabric of reality. But an unconscious, unethical anomaly would reshape the world simply by existing in it. The records were clear about this. The difference between a managed anomaly and an unmanaged one was literally the difference between civilization and extinction. The records made clear what Jing had implied. I was an anomaly. Not by choice, not by curse, but by fundamental nature. The person who sealed me had done it because no other option existed. The alternative was death. Not my death, but the death of everything. The records identified that person by name, Yara. The notation described her as a celestial cultivator of the 19th iteration, specialized in containment and restoration. Power rank, transcendent with cosmic alignment. Biographical note, survivor of dimensional collapse event in the 43rd civilization cycle. The dates were confusing. They didn't match any calendar I knew, didn't correspond to anything in the current world's understanding of time. But the meaning was clear. Yara was ancient. Not ancient in the sense of old, but ancient in the sense of having existed through multiple eras of civilization, having survived the ending of worlds, having carried knowledge through the transition between completely different paradigms of existence. Yara was powerful. The record described her power as being capable of spanning dimensional boundaries, of existing partially in multiple realities simultaneously, of understanding the mathematics of impossible things. This was beyond transcendent rank. This was something else entirely. And most importantly, the records made clear that she'd sealed me not out of malice, not even out of fear, but out of necessity. And that necessity was described in a single line that took me an hour to fully comprehend. Unsealed. This anomaly would expand into all possible realities simultaneously. Reality itself would fractionally collapse. Consciousness would become impossible. Causality would unravel. The seal is merciful. It is also essential. I closed the record and sat in the library silence for a long time. The weight of that knowledge was heavier than any physical force could be. I'd spent 20 years thinking the seal was something placed on me, some external constraint that had been inflicted from outside. Now I understood. The seal was something placed inside me, something that I was carrying at the fundamental level of my being, something that had shaped me as I grew, taught me through its very structure, made me into someone capable of eventually understanding why it was necessary. The seal wasn't a prison that was placed on me. The seal was a teacher that had been woven into my consciousness from birth. Every moment I spent living with the seal was a lesson in precision, in limitation, in understanding that sometimes the greatest freedom came from choosing to constrain yourself. Chapter 44. The mark's purpose. I showed Jing the mark on my forearm. The sigil that had bloomed from what used to be a small golden line on my palm, now expanded to cover nearly the entire surface of my arm from wrist to elbow. The pattern was so intricate that it seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it, as if the mark itself was alive in some way, responding to my presence, communicating something that my conscious mind couldn't quite grasp. "That's not a physical mark," he said, examining it carefully without touching it. He moved his hand close enough to feel the energy radiating from it, and I could see the moment of understanding cross his face. "That's a coordinate anchor, written in a language that predates the current world. It's telling you where to go." "Where?" "To her. To Yara." She placed herself in stasis at the exact coordinates those symbols describe. The mark is a map. Not a conventional map that shows you terrain and directions, but a resonance marker. As you get closer to her location, the mark will become warmer. You'll be able to feel the pull of it. It will guide you the way a compass guides someone toward north, except the thing you're being guided toward is a person rather than a direction. He walked me to a chamber filled with fragments, pieces of ancient maps, shards of crystal with coordinates carved into them in the same alien script, scrolls that described celestial navigation using stars that might not exist anymore, using constellations that had been rearranged by the passage of eons. She spent decades, Jing said, assembling these fragments, leaving them in strategic locations across the world, creating waypoints, creating a path. She wanted to make absolutely certain that if you ever woke up, if you ever broke the seal, you would be able to find her. She wanted to make sure you didn't have to search blind through a world you didn't understand. Why seal herself? I asked. Why not just wait somewhere accessible? Why make it so difficult? Because the seal required a witness. Someone to maintain the field, to ensure it didn't degrade over the decades, to be present at the moment of breaking so they could provide the guidance needed for the next step. She couldn't maintain the seal on you from the outside. The seal required her to be bound into the same stasis field that was holding you. She had to step outside of normal time, had to place herself in suspension alongside the technique she'd created, had to commit to being dormant until the exact moment you were ready to wake. And that moment is now. Yes, the stasis fields are degrading. The seal on you is coming apart, and Yara's stasis field is failing in tandem, which means she's waking. Whether you reach her or not, she will wake. The question is whether you'll be there when she does. How long do I have? I asked. Days. Maybe weeks if you move carefully and the degradation remains slow. But the temple's instruments suggest the timeline is accelerating. The more you release your power, the more the seal destabilizes, the faster Yara's stasis field fails. It's a cascade effect. Each breakthrough you have speeds up the process. He showed me a map, ancient and carefully preserved, marked with a single point far to the north. The peak of 10,000 stars. That was where she was waiting. That was where the stasis field was maintained. That was where I needed to go if I wanted to hear from her directly, if I wanted answers rather than just records, if I wanted to understand why she'd made the choice to seal me before I was even born. Your dreams, Jing said. The ones you've been having, they're not actually dreams. They're memories transmitted through the seal itself. Your consciousness and hers are slightly entangled. The seal created a connection between you that means some of her knowledge can seep through to you, even while you're both in states of suspension. Those fragmented images, those voices you hear, they're her trying to guide you, trying to show you pieces of your past before you woke. Can she hear me? In a limited way. If you focus hard enough, if you channel your power with precision, you can send thoughts through the connection. You can let her know you're coming. You can assure her that you understand the basic outline of what happened. I tried it that night, after Jing had left me alone in the library. I focused my power, compressed it down to the finest possible point, and tried to send a thought across the dimensional distance that separated us. I'm coming, I tried to say. I understand. Wait for me. And somewhere far away, in a stasis field that was beginning to fail, I felt a response. Not words exactly, but a sensation of relief, of recognition, of someone who'd been waiting for decades finally beginning to understand that their wait was almost over. Chapter 45. Elder Xu Feng's arrival, he walked into the temple 3 days later, moving slowly, his body supported by a staff that glowed faintly with residual qi that was barely enough to keep him upright. Elder Su Feng, my great-uncle, older now than when I'd last seen him at the Jade Spring sect, diminished, dying visibly. Su Kai, he said when he found me in the library, his voice rough like stone being ground by time. You look different. The seal broke completely. We're past the point of hiding what's happening. I know. I felt it. The resonance of it reached all the way back to the village. The entire world felt it, actually. Every cultivator sensitive enough to perceive massive power releases felt something shift. He settled onto a stone bench, and I could see the effort it cost him. His cultivation base was failing. Not because he'd been injured, not because of age alone, but because he'd deliberately crippled it decades ago, and the crippling was finally catching up with him. The debt was being called due. You knew this was coming, I said. It wasn't a question. I've known for 30 years that I would die before you woke up completely. That was always part of the plan. I crippled myself deliberately, Sukai. Cut my own cultivation base apart, systematically removing my power so that I could never be tempted to use it in ways that would contradict the purpose of the seal. I did it because I understood something that took me decades to accept. You were more important than my own existence. Your awakening was more important than my power. We sat together in the temple courtyard as the afternoon light faded, casting long shadows across the stone. Su Feng spoke slowly, carefully, pausing frequently as his failing body made it difficult to form words. But he talked, and I listened, understanding that these were probably his final teachings, the last things he would ever tell me before his mortality caught up completely. I met Yara 53 years ago, he began. She was beautiful and terrible and completely unlike anything I'd ever encountered. She existed partially outside of time, partially in dimensions I couldn't quite perceive. She was kind to me, but she was also completely unmoved by my attempts to convince her of anything. You were in love with her, I said. I was, or I thought I was. Love is complicated when you're dealing with someone who exists partially outside of time. It's hard to maintain romantic feelings towards someone who was born in an era that ended 100,000 years ago. But what I felt was real enough. I wanted to protect her. I wanted to take care of her. And when she made the decision to seal you, I tried to stop her. He coughed, a harsh sound. More blood on his lips. He wiped it away with a gesture that suggested he'd done this many times before, that the bleeding had become as normal as breathing. What I understood, in the moment when she made her choice, was that her love for you was more powerful than anything I could offer her. Her willingness to seal you, to seal herself, to spend 50 years in stasis. That was the highest expression of love I've ever witnessed. It made my love for her seem small in comparison. So I made a choice. I decided to support her decision. I decided to cripple myself, deliberately, so that I could be here, so that I could watch over you, so that when you woke up, there would be at least one person who understood what you were and could help you accept it. Why didn't you ever tell me? I asked. Because you had to discover things yourself. Because truth that's handed to you is never as powerful as truth that you find through your own effort. Because the seal was teaching you through the limitation itself. And if I'd explained too much, if I'd made things easy, you would have missed the entire point of the exercise. Chapter 46. The final conversation. Su Feng lasted through the night. By morning, his breathing was shallow, his skin pale. The monks brought him into a room lit by soft, golden light. A room designed specifically for people preparing to transition from life to what comes after. They brought medicine that would ease his pain without extending the inevitable, that would let him speak clearly while his body shut down around his consciousness. I sat beside him, and he reached over and gripped my hand with surprising strength. Not because he was strong, but because he was focusing every remaining bit of his cultivation into that single gesture, into the importance of making the connection physical, making it real. Your mother, he said, her name was Yara. But that's not her birth name. Her birth name was something in a language you can't speak, a language that hasn't had speakers for hundreds of thousands of years. In the current world, in the current language, she chose Yara. It means starlight without source. She picked it because she came from a place where light didn't come from anything physical, where illumination was a fundamental property of existence rather than a product of heat or reaction or sun. Where did she come from? I asked. From the era before this one. From when the world was structured completely differently, when cultivation operated on principles that no longer exist. She was part of a civilization that understood cultivation at a level we can only guess at now. When that civilization ended, and the records are unclear about exactly how it ended, only that it did, she went into stasis, not knowing when or if she'd ever wake. And that's when she created the sealing technique. No, That technique already existed. It was ancient even in her original era. She just understood it well enough to use it when the situation demanded it. She understood it because she'd watched it used before. She'd seen what happened when an anomaly was let loose without proper containment. His breathing became more labored. I could feel his cultivation failing, feel his body beginning the final shutdown sequence. I was quiet, listening, waiting for him to gather the strength for the next part. Your father, Su Feng said finally, his voice so quiet I had to lean close to hear it. The person whose bloodline combined with Yara to create you. He was a human cultivator. A man from our era. He didn't know what she was. Didn't know what you'd become. He died before you were born, fighting against forces he didn't understand. Yara killed him? I asked, and there was something cold in my voice. If she had killed him, if she had murdered my father, no. The seal did. Indirectly. When she sealed you, the sealing process required sacrifice. It required something to anchor it, something to keep it stable. She used the death that was already happening, used your father's sacrifice to make the seal complete. He was dying anyway. She just gave his death meaning. I felt something shift inside me. Understanding. Not acceptance, not yet. But at least the shape of what had happened became clearer. The narrative that Elder Su Feng had been protecting me from understanding all these years suddenly made sense. She's been waiting to see you, Su Feng said. Waiting for you to break free. Waiting to know that her sacrifice meant something, that the sealing was worth it, that you would become someone worthy of what she'd done. Will she be alive when I reach her? I asked. Maybe. Maybe not. The stasis has limits. She's been in suspension for 50 years. 50 years of artificial preservation that comes with its own cost. She could have days left. She could have hours. The important thing is that you reach her, that you listen to what she has to say, and that you forgive her. Even if you don't understand why, forgive her. Because the alternative is to carry unforgiveness into a future where the two of you are going to have to work together to save everything. Save everything from what? I asked. From the void. From the other thing the seal was containing. Your power is just part of it, Sukai. The seal was also holding back something else. Something that feeds on dimensional fractures that existed in the spaces between worlds. When it breaks completely, when all the containment fails, the void is going to start seeping back into reality. And you're going to have to decide whether to let it consume everything or to seal it again. And that decision is going to cost you. He closed his eyes. The pain medications were beginning to take hold. His voice became softer. Go to the peak of 10,000 stars. Find Yara. Listen to what she has to say. And remember, the seal was never the villain. It was always the mercy. It's still the mercy. It always will be. By evening, he was gone. Chapter 47. Death and clarity. The funeral pyre was lit at sunset. The monks chanted in a language I didn't understand, but the meaning was clear in their voices. This was an ending. This was a transition. This was the moment when someone who'd been alive became simply memory, simply history, simply the cumulative effect of choices made and sacrifices offered. Su Feng's body burned. The smoke rose into the clear mountain air, dissipating into the sky. It was the traditional ending for cultivators in the Jade Spring sect's sphere of influence, returning the body to the elements, letting the power that had been cultivated during life return to the world from which it came. And as the smoke disappeared, I felt something shift in my understanding. He'd known his entire life that this moment was coming, that he would die before I fully woke, that he would have to pass the knowledge to me in the final hours of his existence. That the story he carried, the story of meeting Yara, of understanding why the seal was necessary, of crippling himself to support her choice, would have to be transmitted all at once, compressed into a single night, because there was no time for anything else. That was the life he'd chosen, not the life the seal had given him, but the life he'd chosen in response to understanding what the seal meant. He'd deliberately hurt himself. He'd deliberately limited himself. He'd spent decades in relative isolation, giving up power, giving up companionship, giving up the possibility of normal existence. All of it so that he could be present in this moment, so that he could tell me the truth about what I was and where I needed to go. Kai Rue found me standing at the edge of the funeral pyre about an hour after the flames had died down to embers. She approached quietly, understanding that this was not a moment for conversation, just a moment for presence. He was important to you, she said. It wasn't a question. He was. I didn't know it until the end, but he was. I looked at my hands. The sigil on my forearm glowed faintly in the darkness, pulsing with power that seemed to respond to my emotional state. He knew what I was before I did. He spent his whole life protecting me without me understanding that's what he was doing. That's what people do for people they love, Kai Rue said simply. They do the protecting, and they don't always get to explain why, and sometimes they don't get to hear thank you. They just do it because it matters. Because the person they care about matters more than their own comfort. I understand that now, I said. That's the problem. I understand it too late. He's dead, and I finally understand why his death mattered, why his life was structured the way it was, why he made all the choices he made. It's never too late to understand. It's just, timing is always wrong. You understand things at the exact moment you understand them, and you can't change when that moment arrives. You can only decide what to do with the understanding once you have it. And what you do with it is carry it forward. You take what Su Feng taught you, what Su Feng showed you through his sacrifice, and you let it shape how you move through the world. We stood together in silence, watching the funeral pyre burn down to ash. And I understood something that Su Feng had been trying to tell me without saying it directly. Gratitude doesn't require the presence of the person you're grateful to. It just requires that you acknowledge, at some point, that what they did mattered, that it changed you, that you're walking forward into your future carrying their sacrifice with you. That's what he'd wanted me to do. That's what he'd made me promise to do, without ever asking it in words. Just by being there, by telling me the story, by dying before I could fully understand what he meant, he'd made it clear that I had to carry this forward. I had to find Yara. I had to listen to what she had to say. And I had to do it understanding that when I heard her voice, that person would not have much longer to live. Chapter 48. The departure. The temple provided us with coordinates, supplies, and information about the safest route to the peak of 10,000 stars. The monks had studied the world's geography extensively. They had to, in order to maintain the waypoints and fragments that Yara had scattered across centuries. There was no truly safe route north. Every path through the cultivation realm was dangerous in different ways. But there were routes that were less likely to funnel us directly into organized ambushes, less likely to run us into sects that were actively hunting for threats to their power structure. Xianxia and Kai Rui were waiting for me when I told Abbot Jing I was leaving. They stood together at the temple gates, their possessions packed into single bags that could be carried at maximum speed. Xianxia had a sword across her back and multiple qi rings on her fingers, pieces of cultivation equipment that Jing had given her specifically for the journey ahead. Kai Rui had her usual street urchin assortment of tools and supplies, the equipment of someone who'd learned to survive by being adaptable and portable. You knew I was going, I said. Of course, Xianxia said. This is what you were always moving toward. This is why the seal broke in the first place. So you could reach the person who sealed you and hear what she had to say. So you could understand the origin story. So you could make an informed choice about what to do next. Are you going to come with me? I asked her. I am. Someone needs to watch your back while you're walking toward what's probably going to be the most emotionally difficult conversation of your life. Someone needs to be present for the moment when you finally understand why your mother sealed you. That's what I'm here for. Well, one of the things I'm here for. She said the last part with a slight smile that carried multiple meanings. I didn't fully process what she meant. I was too focused on the immediate task. Move north, find Yara, hear the story, understand why the seal had been necessary. The monks provided us with maps, provisions, and information about cultivation hotspots that would be dangerous to pass through. There was an entire region, they told us, that had become a battleground between the Eternal Wind sect and the Jade Spring sect, political conflict that had escalated into open warfare. We would need to avoid that region completely, or move through it with absolute stealth. Kai Rui packed our supplies with the efficiency of someone who'd spent her life ready to leave on short notice. She'd been a street urchin before meeting me. The habit of portability was still deeply embedded in her. Everything we needed could be carried on our bodies. Everything we didn't need was left behind. How long will it take? She asked as we were preparing to depart. To reach the peak? 2 weeks of steady travel if conditions are perfect. Longer if we encounter opposition. The coordinates put her at the highest point of the mountain range. That means climbing. That means navigating terrain that's not designed to be walked by normal humans. That means we're going to be exhausted by the time we arrive, if we arrive at all. But you can do it, Kai Rui said. It wasn't a question. She understood my capabilities now. She understood what I was becoming. I don't know, I said honestly. I've never tested the limit of what this body can do. I break the seal every few days, and something new becomes possible. A new rank, a new capability, a new level of power that I didn't have before. By the time we reach the peak, I might be something completely different again. We left at dawn. The temple monks lined the paths to see us off, standing quietly, their hands pressed together in formal acknowledgement. Abbot Jing stood at the gates, his expression serene, but his eyes carrying knowledge of what was probably coming. He'd studied the same records I had. He understood the implications. Come back, he said to me as we left, his voice quiet enough that only I could hear it across the distance. If you survive, what comes next? We would like to know how the story ends. I don't know if I will, I said. That's why I said if, not when. Go well, Sukai. Go with the seal's blessing, and with the understanding that sometimes the greatest gift is the one that breaks you before it frees you. We walked out of the temple as the morning light turned the sky gold. Behind us, the temple faded into the distance. Ahead, the path led north, toward mountains that rose higher than I could see. Toward a woman I'd never met, who'd sealed me before I was born, who'd been waiting 50 years to die in my presence. Toward the answers I needed. And toward something else. Something that neither of us could predict. Something that was beginning to move in the spaces between worlds, waking up as the seal that had contained it began to fail. Chapter 49. The ambush. We were 3 days north of the temple when the first attack came. The road had narrowed, passing through a carved canyon with walls that rose on both sides. It was the kind of terrain that funneled traffic, that made it impossible to retreat quickly, that created natural ambush points. I'd recommended we take a different route, the longer path that wound through the open plains and around the canyon system. But Xianxia had insisted that time was critical, that we couldn't afford to lose 2 days taking the long way around, that the risk of ambush was worth the time saved. She was right, strategically speaking. But that didn't make it more pleasant when the ambush actually happened. I felt the presence of cultivators before the attack actually began. My awareness had expanded significantly since the 5th breakthrough. I could now perceive people's cultivation signatures from hundreds of yards away. 3 groups, positioned strategically. They'd been waiting for us, or possibly waiting for someone like us. Someone carrying significant power, someone worth attacking for profit or status or political leverage. The first group came from the front of the canyon. A dozen disciples from the Eternal Wind sect, their robes marked with the sect's insignia, their movement synchronized from years of training together. They moved into position, blocking the path, their swords drawn with the kind of precision that suggested they'd rehearsed this exact maneuver multiple times. The second group came from behind. Mercenaries, probably, hired blades without sect affiliation, motivated purely by the promise of payment. They moved with the coordination of people who'd trained together, who understood how to work as a unit, who knew each other's weaknesses and strengths well enough to move almost telepathically. The third group remained hidden. I could sense their presence, cultivators at core formation rank or higher, waiting for the moment when I committed to fighting one of the other groups, so they could strike from an unexpected direction. It was a classic ambush technique. We're down the target with obvious threats while positioning for a devastating surprise attack. Run, Xianxia said to Kai Rui, her voice steady and calm, as if we weren't standing in the middle of a triangle of hostile forces. North, up the canyon wall. You can climb it. The angle is steep enough that normal cultivators won't be able to follow. What about you? Kai Rui asked, recognizing the implications of what Xianxia was telling her. We'll handle this. But the moment Kai Rui tried to move, the hidden third group revealed themselves. They came from above, dropping down from the canyon walls, cutting off the escape route with precision that suggested they'd been positioned specifically to stop this tactic. They moved with military precision, soldiers, not cultivators. But soldiers trained to fight cultivators, equipped with weapons designed to disrupt chi signatures and disable cultivation-based advantages. Plan changed, I said. Kai Rui with me. Xianxia, do you know how to make an exit? I've learned a few things, Xianxia said. She moved with sudden speed, pulling a stone from her pouch and throwing it with enough force that it shattered one of the canyon walls. Dust exploded upward, creating a moment of chaos and obscured vision. It was a cultivator's technique, using your power to reshape the environment as a tactical advantage. Kai Rui moved closer to me. I gathered her against my body, let my power expand around her, creating a protective shell of force that would let her survive whatever was about to happen. Then I ran, not away from the combat, toward it. The Eternal Wind disciples were the closest, and they were the least prepared for someone simply charging directly at them rather than attempting tactical positioning. I hit the first group moving at a speed that shouldn't have been possible. The disciples scattered, trying to regroup, trying to form the defensive patterns they'd trained for. But I was already past them. Kai Rui was safe in my arms. Xianxia was moving through the dust cloud, creating additional damage, additional chaos, buying us the seconds we needed to move. The mercenaries tried to cut us off as we passed. I went around them, not through them. I had no desire to kill people who didn't matter, who were just doing a job for payment. The canyon wall was still intact on one side. I ran up it, my weight becoming so much greater than normal that I sank into the stone slightly with each step, leaving footprints as if in sand. The third group tried to intercept us from above. Xianxia threw something, an orb of light that expanded into a barrier field. The soldiers ran into it and bounced back. It wasn't designed to kill or injure. It was designed to redirect, to move them out of position. We cleared the canyon running at maximum speed. Behind us, the ambush was collapsing, not because we'd defeated them, but because we'd moved past them before they could coordinate their attacks. Xianxia caught up to me, running beside us, her movement as smooth as water, her breathing controlled and even. "Keep running," she said. "They'll follow." But I slowed, stopped, turned to face the canyon we'd just left. "Sukai," Xianxia said. "Don't. They're going to keep following if I don't establish a boundary," I said. "If I don't show them that chasing me is going to cost more than they're willing to pay. If I don't demonstrate that the threat I pose is greater than any reward they could receive." I raised my hand, drew on the power that had been compressed inside me for decades, let it expand outward in a single, focused gesture. The power moved like a wave of force. It hit the canyon, and the canyon's walls simply ceased to exist. They didn't collapse. That would be too gentle a term, too kind to what was happening. They unraveled. The stone decompressed, became dust, became nothing. The canyon that had been a natural formation for millennia vanished in the moment it took for my power to move through it. The cultivators caught in that wave, several of them didn't escape in time. I felt them cease to exist, felt their consciousnesses simply wink out of reality as the power overwhelmed them. Their bodies didn't burn or explode. They simply became unmade by the force, ceased to cohere as physical matter, returned to the base components of existence. Behind the dissolving canyon, I felt the ones who'd survived. They gathered, calculating whether pursuing us was worth continuing. They decided it wasn't. "Come," I said to Xianxia and Kai Rui. "Let's not spend any more time here." We moved north at a steady pace. Kai Rui was shaking, not from fear, but from the shock of witnessing what I'd just done. I'd killed people, not maliciously, with rage, with enjoyment, just as a simple demonstration of what would happen if anyone got in the way. A practical exercise in establishing boundaries. "I'm sorry you had to see that," I said. "Don't be," Kai Rui said, her voice steady despite her shaking hands. "That's what power is. That's what it means to have cultivated beyond the point where you're just a person with a sword. You're a force now, and forces sometimes have to demonstrate their capability in a way that can't be ignored or explained away." Xianxia was watching me carefully. "That was a choice," she said. "You chose to kill them. You could have chosen differently. You could have created a barrier instead of a destruction wave. You could have made them retreat without murdering them. If I hadn't, they would follow. If I hadn't, others would think the ambush was merely unsuccessful, that trying again might work. I had to make the cost clear. I had to demonstrate that the price of pursuing me is higher than the potential reward. And the cost was their lives. Yes. How does that feel? I considered the question honestly, searching my emotional landscape for something that might qualify as guilt or regret or sorrow. "Nothing," I said. "I feel nothing about it. They were obstacles. They are no longer obstacles." That's the complete range of my emotional response. I understand intellectually that I should feel something, that killing people should carry emotional weight. But I don't feel it. I observe that I don't feel it, and I analyze the implications, but the feeling itself doesn't come. That's the dangerous part, Xianxia said quietly. Not the power. The indifference. I know. I'm trying to maintain ethics in a body that doesn't have emotional connection to consequences. It's harder than it sounds. We walked north through the evening, and I felt the weight of what I'd just done settle into my understanding. I could kill people easily. Too easily. And the terrible part was that I was right. Killing them had prevented further ambushes, had established that the cost of following me was higher than the potential reward. It was efficient. It was practical. And it was the first moment I truly understood why Yara had felt the need to seal me. A being that could reshape landscapes and kill dozens with a gesture, a being that felt nothing about such actions, that being unchecked, unopposed, unguided by ethics that required effort to maintain. That being was exactly as dangerous as the ancient records had suggested. Chapter 50. Xianhua's wound. She didn't tell me she'd been hit. We made camp that night, about 10 miles north of the destroyed canyon. Kai Rui gathered wood for fire, moving with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd survived on the streets and understood how to find resources in unfamiliar terrain. I set up the perimeter defenses, cultivation formations that would alert me if anything living approached, that would create barriers to slow down any attackers, that would give us time to react if we were discovered. Xianxia disappeared to find water. She came back moving slightly differently. Not obviously, but her weight was off just enough that I noticed. Her right side was protected too carefully, the movements of someone who was minimizing stress on an injured area. She'd been hit. During the ambush, when the chaos was at its peak, one of the soldiers had gotten a blade through her defenses. A cultivator's blade, probably. Something that would corrupt normal healing. I didn't say anything immediately. I waited, observing, gathering data. She made it through dinner, made it through the initial setup of camp, made it through the first watch, made it until about midnight before her pain broke through her control. She was sitting on the far side of our camp, trying to hide it, but I could sense her meridians. I could feel the damage running through her body like a dark thread through clean cloth. A cultivator's blade, infused with dark energy, had cut across her ribs and down her side. The wound was severe. Conventional healing wouldn't work. The dark energy had been designed to corrupt, to degrade, to prevent the body's natural regeneration processes from functioning properly. You should have said, I said, approaching her. It would have slowed us down. We're on a timeline. Every day we waste is another day the stasis fields are failing. Another day Yara is getting closer to death, whether we reach her or not. We could have stopped. You're injured. I'm managing. But her voice was strained. The pain was significant. She was losing blood slowly, which meant the wound was severe but not immediately fatal. In a few hours, though, maybe tomorrow morning, it would become a critical problem. I can fix this, I said. How? Normal healing techniques won't work against dark energy corruption. Compressed power. Direct infusion. I channel my decompressing chi into your meridians. Force your body to accelerate its own healing. It works because your body understands how to repair itself. I'm just giving it the power to do it faster. That sounds painful. It is. But faster than watching you bleed out slowly, and faster than searching for someone with the right cultivation techniques to remove dark corruption. She looked at me for a long moment. Do it. I knelt beside her, placed my hands on either side of the wound, drew on the power that had been building since the seal broke completely. This wasn't the kind of power that destroyed. This was precision work, allowing just enough of the vast force inside me to flow into her meridians to trigger healing acceleration without burning her alive from the inside. It was like playing an instrument I'd never touched before, using muscles I didn't know I had, guided by instinct rather than knowledge. I could sense the structure of her body, the pathways of chi, the places where power flowed, the nature of the injury, and the dark corruption that was spreading from the original wound. Her body seized immediately. The pain hit her like a wave. She gasped, tried to scream, caught herself. I could feel her biting down on her lip hard enough to draw blood. Kai Rue appeared from the darkness, looked at what was happening, understood, and went back to keeping watch. Some things couldn't be helped. Some things just had to be endured. The infusion lasted about 15 minutes. I could feel the wound sealing itself, the dark energy being overwhelmed by the sheer amount of healing power I was channeling, her body beginning to repair itself faster than damage could propagate. The process was agonizing for her. Healing this fast created an intense burning sensation as her nerves had to readjust, as her body reorganized at an accelerated rate. When I pulled back, she was pale and shaking. The wound was still visible, but it was sealing. The bleeding had stopped. The dark energy was beginning to dissipate, its corrupting influence being burned away by the clean power I'd infused. Water, she said. Need water. Everything hurts. Everything is burning. I brought water. She drank. Lay back slowly. Breathe through the aftermath of the healing process. It would take her body a few hours to fully integrate what had happened, to completely repair itself, for the nerves to stop screaming in protest. But the crisis had passed. Thank you, she said. I didn't respond immediately. I was trying to process what had just happened. I'd used my power in a way that was constructive. That was healing. That was positive. And it still felt like violence, forcing my will onto her body, making her meridians accommodate power they weren't designed to handle, causing her pain in service of keeping her alive. That was the paradox I was beginning to understand. There was no way to use power that wasn't, in some sense, an assault on the world. You could kill with it. You could heal with it. You could reshape mountains or protect people you cared about. But either way, you were forcing your will onto reality and the people in it experienced that as violation, whether the outcome was good or bad. An hour later, after I'd confirmed that the healing was complete and Shun Hua could move again, she found me at the edge of our camp, looking north toward the mountains. She moved quietly, already healed enough that her movement was smooth, graceful. She came up beside me, and without warning, she turned toward me and kissed me. For a moment, I didn't understand what was happening. My understanding of human behavior and social interaction had been severely limited by the seal's compression. I was still learning how to interpret actions that weren't obviously tied to survival or power dynamics. Then I did understand. She pulled back, looking slightly shocked at her own boldness, her face flushing with embarrassment and something else. Fear, maybe, of how I would respond. I'm sorry, she said. I had to. If we die in the next few days, if everything falls apart when we reach the peak, if the void consumes reality and none of this matters, I had to do that. I had to know what it felt like. I had to make you know that you matter to me in a way that's not just strategic or protective. I processed the kiss. Processed what it meant. Processed the fact that she had feelings for me that had probably been developing since we met, and that she'd finally acted on them in a moment of adrenaline and relief and the recognition that mortality was closer than any of us wanted to admit. I don't know what to do with that, I said honestly. You don't have to do anything. It was for me, not for you. I needed to feel like I mattered to you, and kissing you was the only way I could figure out how to make that real. I needed to be more than the person who watches your back and keeps you from becoming too indifferent to suffering. I needed to be someone you felt something for. You do matter, I said. I don't know how to express it the way other people do, but you matter. You've mattered since we met. You're one of the few people who understand what I'm becoming and don't fear it. That's enough, she said. And she went back to the camp, leaving me standing alone in the darkness, trying to process the fact that someone had just declared themselves to me, and I'd responded with intellectual honesty instead of emotion. That was the problem. That was the cost of being what I was. I could feel gratitude. I could feel responsibility. I could feel the weight of loss. But joy, affection, the things that made connections meaningful, I could understand them intellectually, but I couldn't feel them the way a normal person did. Xianxia had kissed me because she loved me, and I'd appreciated it from a distance, like observing a beautiful mathematical proof rather than being changed by it. I had to reach Yara. I had to understand if this was permanent, if the seal had extracted a price that included the ability to feel deeply, if I was going to spend my life surrounded by people who cared about me while I remained separate, distant, able to understand their feelings, but never quite touch them. The mountains loomed ahead, and I understood that the answers I was walking toward weren't going to be comfortable. Chapter 51. The approaching threat. The news came through scouts on the 5th day of travel. Abbot Jing had arranged for monks to maintain a network of observation posts along the path to the peak of 10,000 stars. They watched for threats, tracked the movement of major cultivation factions, and reported back through a network of communication formations that let information travel faster than any human could travel. A heavenly prince was coming. His name was Qinfeng. His rank was nearly transcendent, which meant he was approaching the level of cosmic consciousness that only the most powerful cultivators in existence could reach. His bloodline was divine, not cultivated, but inherited from celestial ancestors. This meant his power wasn't just something he'd grown into through effort and discipline. It was encoded into his very being, as fundamental to his existence as breathing was to normal humans. How long? I asked the scouts who brought the information, monks who'd traveled hard to reach us with the warning. Maybe 2 weeks behind you, traveling at a pace that suggests he's not trying to catch you immediately. He's studying the trail, understanding who you are, learning your patterns of movement, probably also giving you time to lead him to wherever you're going. He seems to know your destination. He knows I'm heading to the peak of 10,000 stars, I said. It wasn't a question. He seems to, yes. Which is strange, because no one you've talked to outside of our group would know that. Which means his people are good at gathering intelligence, or he has some way of perceiving the broader movements of power in the cultivation realm. Either way, he's not something I can lose. Either way, I'm going to have to face him before this is over. Xianxia looked at me carefully. Are you going to fight him? If he makes me. But a heavenly prince isn't going to descend from the sky just to test combat with someone at tribulation crossing rank. If he's following me, if he's patient about it, it's because he wants something. Information. Confrontation. A chance to understand what I am. A chance to decide whether I'm a threat to the celestial order. Are you a threat to the celestial order? Kai Rui asked quietly. I considered that honestly. I was becoming something vast. My power was increasing exponentially. My indifference to consequences was concerning. My potential for destruction was nearly infinite. Yes, but I don't think the heavenly prince knows that yet. He's probably coming to assess the situation before making his report to whoever sent him. He's probably trying to figure out if I can be controlled, if I can be integrated into celestial structure, if I'm an asset or a threat. We increased our pace, not running, but moving at the maximum sustainable speed for someone without tribulation crossing rank. Xianxia pushed herself despite her still healing wound. Kai Rui never complained, never slowed. They both understood what was happening. We were being hunted by something that represented institutional power on a scale we couldn't match. That night, I felt the shift in the world around us. The presence of the heavenly prince became real, became close. He was traveling through the cultivation realm in a way that let him cover enormous distances in minimal time. He wasn't hiking through terrain like a normal being. He was moving through dimensional overlaps, using techniques that predated the current world, using methods that treated space as something flexible and negotiable rather than fixed and immutable. He'll reach us before we reach the peak, Xianxia said as we made camp. Yes. Within days, probably. Maybe a week at most. What happens then? Then I find out whether my mother's sacrifice was enough to make me powerful enough to survive a confrontation with the celestial order, and whether my ethics are strong enough to let me refuse to fight if fighting isn't necessary. We continued north through the darkness, knowing that every step was bringing us closer to an intersection we couldn't avoid. Behind us, the Heavenly Prince was coming. Ahead, Yara was waiting in stasis, dying by the second as the years without motion wore on her body, as the stasis field gradually failed. And above it all, I could feel something else beginning to move. A disturbance in the fabric of reality itself. A presence that had been sealed away, that was beginning to wake up as the containment that had held it failed. The void. The thing my mother had sealed along with my power. It was beginning to return. Chapter 52. The mountains approached the foothills became mountains. The mountains became peaks. The landscape transformed from cultivated terrain, where humans had built temples and cities and shaped the world according to their desires, into something primal and untamed. The air changed as we climbed higher, becoming thinner, colder, harder to breathe. The cultivation density increased to the point where it was almost visible. You could see the chi flowing through the air like water flows through a stream, could sense the concentration of power in every stone, every plant, every breath of wind. My body responded immediately to this environment. There was so much compressed potential in the atmosphere that simply breathing it in began to trigger changes. I felt the power building inside me, felt the pressure increasing, felt the seal, what remained of it, beginning to fracture again. Not yet, I said to myself. Not until we reach the peak. I need to reach her before I undergo another transformation. But the body doesn't listen to rational requests. The body responds to its environment, to the cascade of stimuli that surrounds it, to the fundamental laws of cultivation that had been established long before my existence. The power was building whether I wanted it to or not. The environment was too rich with cultivation density. The presence of Yara's stasis field, now only days away, was creating a resonance that was drawing the remaining containment in my body out like a magnet drawing iron. On the 7th day of mountain climbing, the 6th break happened. It came suddenly, while I was hiking between the exposed ridges of the highest peaks, where the air was so thin that normal humans would asphyxiate within minutes. The power inside me didn't expand gradually. It shattered the remaining seals in an explosion that felt like my body was becoming a star, burning from the inside out with power too vast to contain. I felt my rank advancing, heavenly immortal. The kind of rank that meant I could control the weather with conscious thought, reshape mountains with a gesture, manipulate the movement of massive objects as if they were toys. It was the kind of power that ancient cultivators had theorized about but never actually achieved. The mountains beneath my feet shook. Not in a small way. The entire range trembled, a seismic event registering across hundreds of miles. Rocks began to fall, cascading down the slopes in avalanches that were massive enough to bury entire settlements. Snow slid down from the highest peaks in waves. The peaks above me fractured as the power released began to reshape the very structure of the stone. I stopped moving and stood perfectly still, trying to process what I'd become. Heavenly, immortal rank. Ancient and terrible power. The kind of power that the celestial realm feared, that other factions hunted. The kind of power that would make even the Heavenly Prince's attention make sense, because I was beginning to become something that could threaten the stability of the celestial order. Xianxia and Kai Rui found me about an hour later, both of them careful to approach from a distance, understanding that I was in a state of transition. You're glowing, Kai Rui said. Like a small sun. It's terrifying and beautiful at the same time. My appearance had changed again. My hair was now not just silver, but threaded with gold that seemed to come from within the hair itself. My skin had an ethereal quality, as if I was translucent in certain lights, as if the power inside me was beginning to leak out through the very pores. The sigil on my forearm had expanded further, becoming a pattern so complex that looking at it made the eye slide sideways, unable to focus. We're close, I said. A few more days of climbing, and we'll reach the peak. And then you meet the person who sealed you, Xianxia said. And hopefully you don't have a 7th breakthrough that tears apart the entire mountain range. There might be more than one, I said quietly. If the pattern holds, every time I face something emotionally significant, the power responds. Meeting Yara is probably going to trigger another release. I should warn you. When that happens, you both need to be as far away as possible. We're not leaving, Kai Rui said firmly. Whatever happens at that peak, we're going to be there with you. You don't get to exclude us from the difficult parts. That's not how this works. I didn't argue. I was learning that the people I cared about made their own decisions about risk, and trying to protect them by sending them away was just another form of violence. It was imposing my will on them under the guise of care. We continued climbing. The air got thinner. The cultivation density got so high that it became almost impossible to think clearly. There was so much power in the environment that my awareness kept trying to expand to encompass all of it, kept trying to integrate the vast potential energy that surrounded us. And in the distance, I could feel it now. The peak where Yara was waiting. The stasis field that had preserved her for 50 years. The woman who'd sealed me, who'd been waiting for me to wake, who was about to die in the moment she finally got to see me face to face. I could feel her waiting. I could feel the fading of her consciousness as the stasis held on by thinner and thinner threads. I could sense that we were running out of time. And I could feel the void beginning to move beneath everything, awakening in the spaces between dimensions, responding to the fact that the seal that had contained it was finally failing. The time was running out. For all of us. Chapter 53. The celestial prince arrives. He appeared on a ridge 1,000 feet above us, materializing out of a shift in the air itself. One moment the ridge was empty. The next moment he was there, and the world around him had changed to accommodate his presence. The air felt different where he stood. Gravity felt different. Even time seemed to move at a slightly different pace, as if he brought his own version of reality with him. Prince Qinfeng was beautiful in a way that made your eyes hurt. Not because he was physically attractive, though he was. His features were perfect in a way that suggested divine ancestry, that showed the marks of celestial bloodline. But his beauty was painful because his presence was so complete, so perfect, that looking at it directly created cognitive dissonance. He was exactly what you wanted to see, except you didn't want to see anything that perfect because the comparison made everything else seem diminished. His eyes were ancient. They'd watched empires rise and fall. They'd observed cultivation techniques evolve and degrade. They'd perceived the slow movement of centuries with an indifference that was terrifying. "Sukai," he said, and his voice carried across the mountain as if the distance between us was nothing, as if sound traveled differently when he spoke. "I've been following you for weeks now. It's time we talked." I didn't climb to meet him. Instead, I stood where I was and let him come down to me. It was a small statement. "I'm not coming to you. You're coming to me," but it mattered. It set the tone for whatever conversation was about to happen. He landed in front of us with a grace that suggested gravity was optional for someone of his rank. He looked at Shun Hua and Kai Rui, then dismissed them, returning his attention entirely to me. "You're remarkably powerful," he said, walking around me in a circle, assessing me from different angles. "For someone who was sealed until weeks ago, the records suggest you should still be in early foundation establishment. Instead, you're heavenly immortal. That's not normal progression." "The seal was compression," I said. "When it broke, the compressed power decompressed. I was carrying decades of growth in a single body. That made the progression nonlinear." "Yes, I understand the theory. What I'm trying to understand is the purpose. Why seal someone at all? What was worth preserving you for?" "I'm dangerous," I said. "An anomaly. Without the seal, my existence would tear apart reality. The seal was meant to give me time to develop ethics before I developed that much power. I was supposed to learn how not to destroy things before I became capable of destroying everything." Qinfeng studied me carefully. "And have you learned? Have you developed ethics strong enough to prevent you from using your power destructively?" "I'm trying." "That's not an answer. It's the only honest one I can give." He walked around me slowly, examining me from different angles, assessing my power signature, testing my defensive aura to see if I'd react to the pressure he was applying. I didn't react. I let him press against my power without resistance. Let him understand the absolute vastness of what I was carrying. Let him feel the weight of it and the control I was maintaining over it. When he finished his assessment, his expression had changed. Not to fear. He was too ancient, too confident for that. But to something like recognition. Understanding. "You're going to be a problem," he said finally. "If you continue to exist, if you continue to grow, if you continue to release this power, you're going to become something that the celestial order cannot control. And the celestial order has built itself on the principle that everything can be controlled. Everything can be integrated into structure. Everything can be put in its place." "I'm not trying to be a problem," I said. "I'm trying to reach the person who sealed me. To understand why the seal was necessary. To understand what my purpose is supposed to be." "Your purpose," Qinfeng said, "is to be contained. That's what you are. A contained anomaly. The seal is your purpose. And if that seal is broken, if you're no longer contained, then you become a threat that must be eliminated." "Are you here to eliminate me?" "No. I'm here to assess you, to report back to my superiors, to let them know whether you need to be killed before you become too dangerous." And my current assessment is that you probably do need to be killed. You're too powerful. You're too different. You're the kind of variable that brings systems down. He looked past me, toward the peak that was still a few days' climb away. Your sealer is at the peak of 10,000 stars, he said. She's been in stasis for 50 years. She's dying as we speak. The stasis is aging her even though time isn't moving normally inside it. You have maybe 2 days before she dies, whether you reach her or not. The information hit like a physical blow. 2 days. I'd calculated a few more days of climbing, maybe 3 or 4. But if Chen Feng was right, if the timeline was shorter than I'd understood, then I'm going to let you go, Chen Feng said, stepping back, giving me space. I'm going to let you reach her. I'm going to give you the chance to hear what she has to say, to get the answers you came for. Because after you hear those answers, you're going to have to make a choice. And I want to know what choice you make. What choice? Whether you let her die peacefully, or whether you use your power to do something stupid to try to save her. Whether you accept the sacrifice, or whether you rage against it. Whether you accept loss, or whether you try to rewrite the rules of reality to prevent it. I want to know if you have the wisdom to accept loss, or if you're just a petulant child wrapped in cosmic power. He stepped back, giving me space. Go. Climb. Reach her if you can. And when you're done with that conversation, know that I'll be waiting. We'll finish this then. We'll decide whether you live or die based on who you are after hearing her final words. He didn't wait for my response. He simply vanished, moving back into the dimensional overlaps that let him traverse space as if distance was a thing that could be negotiated like a merchant negotiates price. Shenhua and Kai Rui approached me carefully. What did he want? Shenhua asked. To assess whether I need to be killed. To give me time to reach Yara before he makes his decision. Is he going to kill you? Kai Rui asked. Probably. Unless I can convince him that I'm not a threat to the celestial order. Can you? I looked at my hands, at the power flowing through them, at the vast capabilities I was carrying. I don't know, I said. I've killed for no reason except efficiency. I've demonstrated indifference to human suffering. I've shown that I can reshape the world with a thought. From the celestial order's perspective, I'm exactly the kind of threat that needs to be eliminated. From my perspective, Kai Rui said, you're someone trying very hard to be good, carrying power that makes goodness difficult, and doing better than anyone has any right to expect. That doesn't matter to the celestial order. No, she agreed. But it matters to me, and it will matter to your mother. We resumed climbing, moving with increased speed now that we knew time was truly limited. 2 days, maybe less. We had to reach the peak before Yara died, before the stasis field failed, before the window for saying goodbye closed forever. And beneath it all, I could feel the void continuing to move, continuing to wake, the barrier that had contained it growing thinner by the hour as my power continued to expand and the seal continued to fail. Everything was converging. Everything was coming to a single point. In 2 days, I would meet the woman who'd sealed me. I would hear the answers I'd been walking toward, and then I would have to make a choice about what to do when those answers came with a cost I wasn't prepared to pay. Chapter 54. Doubt I spent the night climbing alone, letting Shenhua and Kai Rui rest at a sheltered camp while I pushed toward the peak with everything I had. The terrain was becoming nearly impossible to traverse. The slopes were steep beyond what normal climbers could handle. The air was too thin to support normal human breathing. The temperature was so cold that water froze instantly. But none of that mattered to me. I was heavenly immortal rank. I could survive conditions that would kill most cultivators in seconds. I could move through terrain that didn't technically support human existence. And in that solitude, the doubt came quietly, settling into my thoughts like frost forming on stone. What if Chen Feng was right? What if Yara had sealed me not to protect me, but to control me? What if the entire story, the compression, the gift, the necessity of the seal, was just a narrative she'd constructed to justify taking a human being and sealing them away before they were even born? The records in the temple had said she did it to save me. But what if that was what she'd told the temple? What if she'd manipulated the monks, left false information, created a false narrative that would cause me to come to her, to meet her, to place myself in a situation where she could, what? Kill me? Reseal me? Do something to prevent me from becoming the threat that I was clearly becoming? I climbed higher, my body moving almost automatically, while my mind spiraled through doubt and fear and the terrible vulnerability of not being able to trust my own understanding of reality. What if the compression wasn't preparation, but imprisonment? What if the seal wasn't a teacher, but a cage? What if everything I'd learned was a lie designed to make me accept my own limitation? Kai Rui found me on a ridge, still moving, no longer climbing so much as ascending directly into the air, letting my power carry me closer to the peak. Stop, she said. Not a request. An order. I stopped. Let myself settle on the stone beside her. She sat down without asking permission, establishing that this was a conversation that would happen whether I wanted it to or not. You're doubting, she said. Yes. That's good. Doubt means you're thinking. Doubt means you're not just accepting the narrative that's been given to you. What if the entire story is a lie? What if Yara sealed me for her own purposes? What if everything Elder Sufong told me was false? What if the temple was manipulated? What if, Kai Rui said, all of those things are true? What if the narrative is compromised, the story is false, the entire framework is a manipulation? What would you do then? I didn't answer immediately. I sat with the question, let it settle into my understanding. I would still have power. I would still be dangerous. I would still need to figure out how to exist in a world where my simple presence could destroy things. The truth about why the seal was placed wouldn't change the present situation, right? So whether the story is true or false, whether Yara did it for mercy or for control, you still have the same problem. You have power, and you have to figure out how to use it ethically. The motivation behind the seal doesn't change that. It doesn't change what you have to do. It doesn't change the choices you have to make. But it would change my relationship with her. If she sealed me for her own purposes, then everything about her is a lie. Everything about why I'm the way I am is a lie. Maybe. Or maybe she sealed you for her own purposes and also for mercy. Maybe both things can be true. Maybe people are complicated enough to act for multiple reasons simultaneously, to have mixed motivations, to do good things for partly selfish reasons and selfish things with partly good intentions. Kai Rui looked out at the darkness, at the vast space between the peaks. You've been sealed your whole life. The seal taught you precision, efficiency, the mathematics of carrying weight. Whatever Yara's reasons, those lessons are real. They're part of you now. That can't be false. I felt something shift inside me. Not acceptance, but a loosening of the grip that doubt had taken. Kai Rui was right. The narrative might be false. Yara's intentions might be terrible. But the lessons, the actual teachings that had been coded into my existence through the seal's compression, those were real regardless of motivation. Thank you, I said. Don't thank me. Just go meet her. Ask her the hard questions. Listen to the answers. And if she can't answer satisfactorily, well, you're powerful enough to extract the truth by force if necessary. You can make her explain. You can demand honesty. You have the power to enforce it. I climbed higher. Faster. The peak was close now. Close enough that I could feel Yara's presence distinctly. She was there, waiting, her consciousness stretched thin by 50 years of stasis, her body already beginning to fail from the strain. And I understood that whatever came next, whatever answers I received, whatever the truth of her intentions turned out to be, I had to face it. Had to walk into that moment knowing it might shatter everything I'd built my understanding on. That was the lesson Kai Rui was teaching me. The ability to move forward despite doubt. The capacity to keep moving towards something that might destroy you. Because the alternative is never knowing. The peak loomed above me, close enough to touch. Chapter 55. The peak, the summit was barren. Rock and ice. And in the center of that emptiness, a single structure carved from stone that predated the current civilization. It was crystalline. Built from a material that looked like glass, but felt like something far older and more fundamental. Something that had been shaped by forces beyond normal cultivation, by hands that had known how to reshape reality itself. It caught the light of the stars and refracted it in patterns that seemed to have meaning. Shifting geometries that held knowledge in their configuration, that created mathematics visible to the eye. Inside the chamber, suspended in blue light that had the quality of something living, something that breathed, that responded, that existed partially in multiple states simultaneously, was a woman. She was beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with symmetry or conventional standards. She was beautiful the way mathematics is beautiful. Exactly right, every line necessary, every curve serving a purpose. But her beauty was also strange, wrong in subtle ways. Her features didn't quite match any cultivator bloodline. Her proportions were slightly off from what would be considered natural. Her eyes had pupils that weren't quite round. Her hair seemed to have a color that shifted depending on the angle of the light. Looking at her, you understood that she wasn't entirely from this world. She was something that had been born in a place where the laws of reality were different, where the boundaries between dimensions were permeable, where consciousness and physical form were only loosely connected. This was Yara, my sealer, the woman who'd compressed my power and placed herself in stasis to witness my awakening. The woman who'd been dying by degrees for 50 years, waiting for this moment. I approached the chamber carefully. The stasis field was incredibly complex, layers of containment that had been maintained for 5 decades, that had been renewed and adjusted and carefully balanced to keep her alive, while keeping her consciousness suspended. Her aging slowed. her body preserved in a state between life and death. As I got closer, I could feel the degradation. The containment was failing. The stasis was breaking down. Not suddenly, not catastrophically, but gradually, inevitably. Yara was waking up. Her eyes opened. They were ancient eyes, old enough to hold the weight of civilizations. They looked at me, and in that gaze, I felt understood more completely than I'd ever felt understood before. She was reading me with the same depth that I could read the world around me. She was seeing me exactly as I was, a confused, powerful, trying to be good being who was still learning how to exist. The stasis field collapsed. It didn't fail. It was designed to do this, to release her the moment she began to wake, to let her return to normal consciousness. She fell forward, and I caught her, supporting her weight against my body. She was light. Not light in the way that weight is literal, but light in the sense that she seemed insubstantial, fragile, as if she was already partly dissolved into the world around her. 50 years of stasis had extracted a cost. Her body was beginning to fail. "My child," she said, and her voice was the voice from the dreams, the voice that had been speaking to me across 50 years of stasis, the voice that had been guiding me since before I was born. "You've grown so strong. I'm sorry I had to do this to you, but I had no choice." I held her carefully, very carefully, understanding that any excess pressure would cause her harm, that her body was too delicate to survive rough handling, that this moment was fragile in ways that physical fragility couldn't quite capture. "Tell me why," I said. I processed this moment with the analytical clarity that had become my default state of mind. The stasis field's collapse had been inevitable. I'd read enough of the temple records to understand the mathematics of preservation. Time suspension incurred a debt. The longer the stasis lasted, the more severe the physiological degradation when consciousness returned. Yara's body was paying that debt now, cell by cell, system by system. Her heart would fail before her lungs before her kidneys. The order was mathematically predictable if you understood the equations of temporal stasis. But there was something else I was observing, something colder and more strategic. Her weakness gave me advantage. In this moment, she was vulnerable, and I was approaching full power. If she had any intention of restraining me, of manipulating my choices, this was the moment where she would attempt it. I'd learned enough from the temple's records to understand that celestial beings operated from positions of power. Yara's stasis, her degradation, meant she no longer held such a position. The asymmetry was now reversed. The thought wasn't malicious. It was simply factual analysis. I filed it away alongside everything else I was processing. The degradation of the stasis field, the specific pattern of her deterioration, the way her consciousness had snapped into focus the moment the seal began to fail, as if she'd been waiting specifically for this moment to arrive. The chamber itself was significant. The crystalline walls had been designed with precision I could finally appreciate. The refractive patterns weren't random. They formed a containment matrix, visible only to those with cultivator's eyes. Someone, decades ago, had created a prison of light. Beautiful, functional, temporary, as all containment was temporary. These were the calculations I was running while she caught her breath, while her body negotiated the transition from stasis to mortality. I was reading the immediate situation the way Elder Su Feng must have read the Jade Spring sect, not with emotion, but with cold evaluation of strategic positions, power gradients, and the distribution of leverage. "Let me sit first," she said. "I've been standing in one position for 50 years. I'd like to sit down before I explain why I committed what is essentially the most profound betrayal a mother could commit to her child." Chapter 56. The awakening. She collapsed slowly, gradually, as if her body had to negotiate with gravity, remind itself how to exist within the normal physics of the world. I lowered her gently to the stone floor beneath the crystalline chamber. She sat with her back against the chamber's edge, looking at me with an expression that mixed profound sadness with fierce, defiant pride. 20 years, she said, her voice stronger now despite her failing body. "I watched you for 20 years before the seal took effect. I held you when you were an infant. I cried when I had to place you with the merchant family. I cried even harder when I sealed you. Why seal me at all? Why not just raise me, teach me, help me develop ethics in real time rather than through compressed lessons?" "Because," she said, and her voice took on a quality of absolute certainty, "you're not human in the way that other humans are human. Your consciousness doesn't develop along the normal timeline. Your power doesn't expand according to the natural progression. You would have been fully aware of your capabilities by age 5 or 6. And by age 12, you would have had the power to reshape entire mountains." She coughed. It was a harsh, wet sound. Blood appeared on her lips. She wiped it away with a gesture that suggested she'd done this many times before, that the degradation, the failure, The slow unraveling of her preserved body was something she'd come to expect. A child with that kind of power, she continued. A child without the emotional maturity to handle what they could do. They would have destroyed the world through simple accident, through curiosity, through the natural development of a young mind testing its boundaries. A 5-year-old with the power to reshape mountains would be indistinguishable from a natural disaster. She reached out and touched my face. Her hand was cold. "You're warm," she said. "I've been in cold stasis for 50 years. I forgot what warmth felt like. I'm glad I get to feel it one more time before everything stops." "How long?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Hours. Maybe a day if I'm very still and if my body cooperates." The stasis preserved me, but it also strangled me. The suspension of time, the artificial preservation, it comes with a cost. You can't stop time for someone without that stopping having consequences. My body is finally paying the debt. She coughed again. More blood. She didn't bother wiping it away this time. "I need to tell you what you are," she said. "And then I need to tell you why that matters. And then I need to tell you what comes next and what choice you're going to have to make when the seal finally breaks completely." "I'm listening," I said, settling down beside her, understanding that these would be her final teachings, the things that would define the rest of my existence. I understood what I was observing. The pain in her body was significant enough that she couldn't hide it completely, but she was managing it with the discipline of someone who'd carried severe injury for decades without complaint. The stasis had preserved her, but preservation wasn't the same as healing. It was suspension. And now that she was conscious again, now that time was moving normally for her body again, every moment of that suspended time was catching up simultaneously. Her cough intensified. I could hear fluid in her lungs, the sound of a body failing in real time. The dry precision of my analysis was already calculating. Acute pulmonary failure, probably within hours. Her body temperature was dropping. The stasis had slowed her metabolism to a near halt. Reintroduction to normal time meant her metabolic systems were restarting all at once, and they were failing because they'd been suspended too long. But she was determined to finish this conversation before her body stopped functioning. I respected that. It was the same strategic choice Elder Su Feng had made. Focus all remaining resources on the thing that mattered most. In her case, that thing was explaining what I was. In Su Feng's case, it had been explaining why he'd chosen to help. I watched her carefully, analyzing not just her words but the pattern of her revelation. She was revealing critical information in a specific order. First, the emotional dimension. She'd cried when she sealed me. Then the logical dimension, the reason sealing was necessary. Then the physiological dimension, the cost of stasis. It was structured teaching, designed to build understanding systematically. The woman was a strategist as well as a sealer. The cold calculation of it was almost beautiful. She was managing her own death the way a cultivator managed a difficult technique, breaking it into component parts, executing each part with precision, minimizing waste. What she was actually saying, under the surface, was this: "I love you. I imprisoned you. Here is why that makes logical sense. Now you are going to have to accept it and continue anyway." The calculation of that was even colder than the management of her dying body. Chapter 57. The final truth. Yara talked slowly, stopping frequently to gather breath, to manage the pain that her failing body was creating, to simply exist in the moment. She'd been waiting for this conversation for 50 years. She was going to take whatever time it needed, even if it meant dying in the middle of it. "You're not human," she began, and her voice had changed. It had become clear, strong, carrying the weight of absolute knowledge. "Not entirely. And you're not a cultivator in the sense that your peers understand cultivation. You're something that was born at the intersection of multiple dimensions, something that shouldn't exist in a single reality, something that emerged as a result of cosmic accident and one person's desperate decision to try to save their world." "My father," I said. "Not exactly. Your progenitor was a celestial being, not a prince, not someone important to the celestial hierarchy, but a soldier, a foot soldier of the celestial order who was stationed in a place where he shouldn't have been. He was investigating a dimensional fracture, a tear in reality where multiple dimensions were meeting and bleeding into each other. He was pulled partially through it. And in that moment between realities, he encountered me." She paused, gathering strength. I was lost. I'd been traveling between dimensions for years, looking for a world that could sustain me, a reality where I could exist without causing damage through simple incompatibility. Most worlds, I'm too dense. My existence in them creates pressure that eventually causes structural failure. But that particular world, that particular dimensional space, it was open, fractured, unstable. It could hold both of us simultaneously without collapsing. And that's where I was created. Yes, in the space between worlds. In a moment that lasted maybe an hour, but felt like months because time doesn't move the same way in fractured dimensions. We created you together. Him, me, the dimensional fracture itself. You were born at the exact moment the fracture began to close. You were being pulled into the current world even as you were forming. Why didn't he come with me? Because closing fractured dimensions is painful. Because he was celestial and bound by celestial law, and escaping to the current world would have been a violation of that law. Because the dimensional closure pulled him backward, even as it pulled you forward. His last act was to push me forward, to make sure I made it through, to ensure I could protect you. Yara's expression was distant now, remembering something from long ago, something that she'd carried for decades. I arrived in the current world with an infant who was physically impossible. You were a being that shouldn't exist. Your structure didn't make sense. Your power was infinite because you had access to all the dimensions you were born between. In the current world, you would have expanded into all of them simultaneously, tearing apart reality in the process. So you sealed me. I studied the sealing technique, found the records of civilizations that had dealt with anomalies before, understood the math, and I made the choice to seal you, to compress your power into a form that could exist in a single reality without destroying that reality. And then you sealed yourself. Yes, because the seal required a witness. Because I couldn't seal you and then leave. You would have woken up confused, alone, with no way to understand what had happened to you. I placed myself in stasis so that when you broke the seal, I would be there. So you could hear from me, not from records or temples or people who'd been told to explain, but from me, directly, why I'd done this to you. She coughed again. The blood was coming more frequently now. I love you, she said, and her voice was absolute certainty. I need you to understand that. I sealed you because I love you more than I love my own existence. I sealed myself because I love you enough to spend 50 years in suspension to be present for your awakening. I felt something shift inside me. Not acceptance, not yet, but understanding. The kind of understanding that came from seeing the genuine weight of sacrifice, from perceiving the cost another being had paid for your existence. What about the void? I asked. Elder Su Feng said the seal was containing something else, something that was being protected against. Yes, Yara said. Your birth in the fractured dimension attracted something. A presence that exists in the spaces between realities. Something that fed on dimensional tears, on the spaces where worlds come together. The fracture that created you was its food, its sustenance. When the fracture closed, it lost access to the current world, but it's been trying to come back ever since. And the seal was keeping it out. The seal was doing multiple things. It was containing your power. It was preventing you from expanding into all dimensions at once. And it was also creating a barrier, a wall, a locked door between you and the void. It was saying, as long as this child is contained, the void cannot enter. Yara reached out and gripped my hand. Her grip was weak, but the intent was strong. When you break the seal completely, when you fully release your power, you're going to have to be ready for what comes next. The void will begin to seep back into reality. It will be slow at first, but it will accelerate, and you'll have to decide what to do about it. What can I do about it? You can reseal it. The sealing technique is written in a scroll that was placed in your path by those who understood the necessity. You can reseal the void, but the cost of resealing is high, and the duration of any reseal is limited. You would be trading your freedom again, not sealing yourself, but sealing the void while being bonded to that seal. She closed her eyes. I don't have the strength to say more, but there's something else you need to understand. I don't regret any of this. Even though I sealed you, even though I spent 50 years in stasis, even though I'm dying right now, I don't regret it. Because you became what you needed to become. You developed ethics before you developed absolute power. You learned to question, to doubt, to seek understanding rather than simply accepting given narratives. You became worthy of what you are. Chapter 58. The grief. She died at midnight. I held her as her body failed, as her breathing became shallow, as her consciousness gradually withdrew from the world. The sensation of her dying in my arms was profound in a way that I couldn't quite articulate. She was fading. She was returning to the void from which all consciousness emerges. She was becoming memory. In her final moments, she said, "Thank you. For coming. For listening. For being exactly what you needed to be." Then she was gone. Her body became light, became something that existed partially between dimensions, became less and less real until finally, it simply vanished. No corpse to bury. No physical remains to process. Just the memory that she had been here, and now she was not. Kai Rue and Shun Hua found me an hour later, still kneeling at the center of the crystalline chamber, my hands pressed against the stone where Yara's body had been. Kai Rue cried. Real tears, Genuine grief for a woman she'd never met, but who'd mattered in the way that people who sacrifice everything for others always matter. She wept openly, and I realized that her capacity for grief was something I couldn't fully access, something in my being that had been sealed away along with my power. The ability to feel loss as an emotional response rather than as intellectual acknowledgement. Xianxia said nothing. She stood at the edge of the chamber, her face expressionless, but I could sense the weight she was carrying. She'd come to protect me, and she'd witnessed the moment when the last chance for me to have a real conversation with my creator passed irrevocably away. She's gone, I said, stating the obvious because I needed to hear it spoken aloud, because saying it made it real in a way that observation alone couldn't. Yes, Kai Rue said through her tears. But she got what she wanted. She got to see you awake. She got to say goodbye. Is that enough? I asked. It has to be, Xianxia said. Because it's all that was possible. I stood slowly. My body felt different now. The power inside me was expanding, pressing outward, responding to the emotional weight of what had just happened. I could feel the seal fracturing further, could sense another breakthrough building. We need to leave this chamber, I said. When my power fully releases, it's going to destroy this place. Everything here will be unmade. We descended from the peak slowly, carefully, taking time to move away from the summit before the power release happened. As we climbed down, I felt the change building inside me. The seventh breakthrough was coming. The power that had been compressed for my entire existence, the power that had been dying to be released, the power that had been screaming against its containment since the moment I woke. It was finally ready to move. About an hour after we'd left the summit, it happened. The peak above us exploded, not into fire or destruction, but into light. Pure, coherent, diamond-white light that expanded outward in a wave that I could feel even from a distance. The mountain wasn't damaged so much as transformed. The rock became something else, something crystalline and strange, and temporarily touched by power so vast that it rewrote the fundamental structure of matter. My body transformed completely. My hair became pure white light. My skin became translucent, allowing the power inside me to become visible. The sigil on my forearm expanded into a pattern that covered my entire body, a marking so complex and so beautiful that looking at it made the mind hurt. I'd reached transcendent rank, the kind of rank where you were no longer just a cultivator. You were a force of nature. You were cosmic in scope. You were the kind of power that the celestial order had to take seriously. And with that rank came understanding. Complete, total understanding of what I was and what I could do. Complete understanding of the void beginning to seep back into reality. Complete understanding of the choice I was now facing. Reseal the void and bind myself to that seal. Or let it consume reality. There was no third option. There was no way to maintain absolute freedom and also prevent the void from destroying the world. The sacrifice that Yara had made, the sacrifice that Elder Su Feng had made, they were going to require matching sacrifice from me. I would have to seal myself again. Chapter 59. The void breaks the sky fractured. It happened while we were descending from the peak, moving through the high mountain passes. One moment the stars were visible. The night was normal, maintainable by the laws of physics that the current world understood. The next moment, the sky split, not physically, but dimensionally, and something began to seep through. The void. It was not darkness in the conventional sense. It was the absence of existence itself. Where it touched the world, things stopped being real. Stone became unreal and simply ceased to be, crumbling into dust, and then into nothing. Air became transparent and meaningless, the fundamental structure of gas becoming unable to maintain coherence. The ground beneath our feet started to dissolve at the edges where the void's influence was strongest, becoming less real with each passing moment. Run, I said to Xianxia and Kai Rue. Go down the mountain. Get away from here. Find shelter in the lower elevations. I have to deal with this. We're not leaving, Kai Rue said stubbornly, her voice carrying absolute certainty. You have to. If I lose control, if my power destabilizes, I'm going to destroy everything in a massive radius. You need to be far away. They didn't argue. I'd made the statement with enough finality that resistance was pointless. They ran down the mountain at maximum speed, trusting that I could handle what was emerging above us. I turned to face the void. It was vast, incomprehensibly vast. The piece of it that was seeping through the dimensional crack was just an infinitesimal fraction of the whole, but even that fraction was large enough to begin consuming the mountain range. The crack was spreading. The rupture was accelerating. The barrier that Yara had helped maintain, the barrier that had been degrading since I woke up, was completely failing now. I could feel the void's presence in my mind. It wasn't conscious, wasn't trying to communicate. It was simply moving, expanding, seeking to reclaim the dimensional access it had lost when I was sealed. It was hunger. It was the fundamental absence of being, trying to return to the source of sustenance it had been denied for decades. And I could sense the scroll that Yara had mentioned. I'd been carrying it the entire time, not physically, but in the structure of my being. The sealing incantation, the technique for rebuilding containment, the knowledge needed to reseal the void and bind myself to that seal. The problem was that this was the opposite of what I'd come to understand. I'd spent the entire journey toward the peak learning about freedom, about the value of not being contained, about the possibility of choosing my own path. And now I was being asked to choose recontainment, to seal myself again, to trade absolute freedom for the sake of preventing the destruction of everything. It was exactly the choice Yara had been making when she decided to seal herself into stasis. It was exactly the choice that Elder Su Feng had made when he deliberately crippled his own power. Sacrifice. Continuous, endless, never acknowledged sacrifice. The void pressed closer. The crack in the sky expanded another mile. I had to decide. Now, in this moment, let the void consume everything, or seal it and seal myself with it. The analytical part of my mind was doing something peculiar in that moment. It was stepping back from the immediate crisis and evaluating the geometry of my choices with the dry precision that had defined my entire existence. This was what the seal had taught me, I realized. Not just to think quickly, but to think clearly in moments of maximum pressure. The seal had trained my mind to partition itself, one part handling the immediate tactical crisis, another part analyzing the strategic implications of each choice. Let me enumerate what I was calculating. If I did nothing and allowed the void to consume the world, it would be, mathematically, the simplest choice. It would also be the choice that would make me equivalent to a natural disaster. The destruction would be in motion. My power would be irrelevant because I would have made the decision not to use it. Responsibility is not just about power. It's about the intersection of power and choice. I had both, therefore I bore the responsibility. If I resealed myself, I would be binding myself to 1,000 years of containment. 1,000 years is a long time. It's long enough that human civilizations rise and fall, long enough that mountains erode, long enough that I would see everything I cared about turn to dust. But I would be alive. I would be conscious. The seal would not be the total suspension that Yara had chosen for herself. It would be a contract, not a cage. The third option was to reseal myself partially, to limit the seal, to maintain some degree of freedom in exchange for having to reinforce the containment periodically. This would allow me to continue living a semblance of a normal life. But it would mean accepting an endless series of choices to reinforce the seal. It would mean never being able to truly rest. It would mean that the burden of maintenance would be ongoing, always present, always demanding. The void pressed closer, and I felt the pull of it in my mind. It was not trying to persuade me. It was simply expanding, seeking, reclaiming. The hunger it represented was absolute and impersonal. It was a natural force, like gravity. It was not evil. It was just destructive. I looked back toward the mountain, not physically, but with my senses extended. I could feel Shenhua and Kai Rui descending. I could feel the temple monks far below, sensing the crisis. I could feel the entire world waiting for whatever choice I made next. The responsibility was not abstract. It was concrete. It had faces. It had names. The dry part of my mind, the analytical part, trained by sealing and limitation, registered the chessboard of the situation. Every move had a cost. Every choice had consequences that extended beyond myself. The illusion of absolute freedom had been exactly that, an illusion. I'd never been free. I'd simply been gradually learning the shape of the cage I inhabited. Except, and this was the insight that changed the calculation, I could choose the shape of that cage. I could choose the terms of my own containment. That choice was the only freedom that actually mattered. Chapter 60. The choice. The scroll appeared in my hands. Not because I'd pulled it out, but because it had always been there, encoded in the structure of the seal, written in the language of sealing itself. The moment I was ready to read it, the moment I was willing to understand what it contained, it manifested. The handwriting was mine. The date on the scroll was 20 years in the future. How was I reading something written in my own handwriting from a future that hadn't happened yet? The answer was that time was more flexible than it seemed. The sealing technique created loops, created bridges between moments, created a space where causality could be negotiated with by those who understood the rules. I read the incantation. The words were simple, not in structure, but in meaning. They said, essentially, I will contain what must be contained. I will bind myself to the void. I will become the wall between realities. For as long as I exist, the void will not devour the world. And then it said, the cost of resealing is 1,000 years. You will be conscious, but contained. You will perceive time passing, but unable to move through it normally. You will be aware of the world, but unable to interact with it significantly. When the 1,000 years end, another must take your place, or the void will be released. The scroll gave me options. I could reseal immediately and be bound for 1,000 years. I could reseal myself partially and maintain some freedom in exchange for needing to actively reinforce the seal every few decades. I could refuse to reseal and let the void consume the world, trusting that the celestial order or some other faction would eventually find a way to deal with the crisis. The void pressed closer. The crack in the sky was now so large that I could see through it into the space between dimensions. I could see the void clearly, not as a thing with shape or structure, but as an absolute negation of existence. Where it touched anything, that anything ceased to be real, ceased to cohere, returned to the fundamental state of non-being. I thought about Elder Su Feng, who'd spent decades crippled, spent his life preparing for my awakening, died before he could see it complete. I thought about Yara, who'd sealed herself away, died the moment she finally got to be present with the child she'd created. I thought about Kai Rui and Shun Hua, who were running down the mountain, who would continue their lives in whatever world emerged from this decision. I understood then what I was supposed to understand. There was no escape from sacrifice. There was no way to have absolute freedom and also have ethics. There was no way to carry power and not be responsible for what that power could do. The choice to seal myself again wasn't a tragedy. It was a gift. It was the continuation of the gift that Yara had started by sealing me the first time. It was understanding that the greatest power was sometimes the power to voluntarily limit yourself, to choose constraint in service of something larger than your own desire for freedom. I raised my hands toward the crack in the sky, drew all of my power, the transcendent rank, the compressed decades, the exponential releases, everything I'd been becoming, and I began the sealing incantation. The words reshaped reality. The space around me became thick with power. Time slowed. The void began to move backward, to be pressed back through the dimensional crack. The crack itself began to seal, to close, the barrier between worlds being rebuilt. But differently this time. Instead of being external, instead of being a seal placed by another person on a being they were protecting, this seal was internal. This seal was me, choosing to contain the void by binding myself to it. This seal was voluntary. This seal was a choice. The incantation reached its final words. I bind myself. I seal the void. I become the wall. For 1,000 years, or until I am relieved, I will hold. The power released. The void was pushed back through the dimensional crack. The crack itself sealed with a sound like the world sighing in relief. And I felt the seal activate, felt it wrap around me, felt myself becoming bound to the void in a way that meant I would always be aware of its presence, always be conscious of the barrier I'd become, always be carrying the weight of that responsibility. But I was not imprisoned the way I'd been imprisoned before. I was not trapped in powerlessness. I could still exist, could still interact with the world, could still love and be loved. The seal was more like a contract than a cage. 1,000 years of work. 1,000 years of continuous responsibility. But not 1,000 years of non-existence. I descended the mountain and found Xinhua and Kai Rui waiting for me in a sheltered valley. They were shaking, both of them, from fear, from cold, from the overwhelming reality of what had just happened. It's done, I said. The void is sealed again. The crisis is over. At what cost? Xinhua asked. 1,000 years of my existence, bound to maintenance of the seal. After that, either I'm relieved by someone else, or the void emerges again and the cycle repeats. That's not fair, Kai Rui said. No, I agreed. It's not fair. It's the reality I was born to and the choice I chose to make. It's not fair, but it's necessary. And that's the lesson I needed to learn. We looked back toward the peak, which was glowing faintly with residual power from the ceiling. The chamber where Yara had died was no longer there. It had been unmade in the energy release. But the knowledge she'd given me, the understanding she'd provided, the sacrifice she'd made, those remained. I had finally understood what the seal was for. It wasn't a prison. It wasn't a limitation. It was preparation. Preparation for the day when I would have to seal something far larger than myself. Preparation for the moment when I would have to choose to limit myself in service of preventing the destruction of everything. The seal was the gift. The seal had always been the gift. And now I understood why. Chapters 41 to 60, Arc 3, Power and Loss. Complete Step 3, Story 275. They sealed my cultivation at birth. The seal was the gift. Step 4. The Reemergence. Chapter 61. The weight of years. 1,000 years is not a long time when you're conscious through all of it. Time, I discovered in the sealed state, is not linear to a consciousness bound to an interdimensional barrier. It moves in pulses. Hours stretch like seasons. Years compress into single moments of effort. The first century was agony, constant, grinding vigilance against the void's pressure. The barrier I'd become had to be reinforced every hour, every minute, every breath. I learned the rhythm of the void's hunger. It ebbed and flowed like an ocean tide, testing the seal at irregular intervals, probing for weakness. By the second century, vigilance had become instinct. My consciousness didn't need to focus on the barrier anymore. I simply was the barrier, observing without acting, present without choosing. It was a peculiar existence. I wasn't asleep. I was aware of everything happening outside the seal, watching the world continue without me. The 10,000 stars meditation chamber became my anchor. Kai Rui and xianxia maintained the surrounding area, kept it clean, kept it sacred. They aged. I felt it happening, felt the years accumulate on them like frost. They never asked me to release myself. They understood the necessity. xianxia left instructions before she died. Yes, she died. In her 200th year of cultivation, still guarding the chamber. Kai Rui lived longer. Cultivators do. She died in her 340th year, still placing flowers at the chamber's entrance, still believing I could hear her. I could. I did. Every word. When both of them were gone, the weight doubled. I was alone in a way that had no language for it. Still bound to the void. Still vigilant. Still necessary. But untended. The 10,000 stars fell into disrepair. Dynasties rose around it, saw the glowing mountain, treated it as sacred space that should never be approached. Centuries of history built up in the valleys below, and I was the still point at the center, the unchanging thing in a world of change. The void adapted over time. It learned the rhythm of my barrier. It stopped probing frantically and instead waited, testing only occasionally, as if it had forgotten what it was trying to do and was simply following an old pattern. I wondered, in my slow consciousness, whether the void was conscious at all, whether it wanted something specific or was simply the expression of reality's desire to return to its original state. By the 500th year, I had developed a strange peace with the arrangement. This was my life now. Not the life I'd wanted, but the life I'd chosen. The sacrifice wasn't as noble and terrible as I'd feared it would be. It was just life, different than others' lives, but no more tragic than existence always is. The weight of the years became easier to bear only because I had nothing else to compare it to. I didn't deteriorate. My body remained frozen at 20, my consciousness indefinitely aware. But the weight accumulated in increments too small to feel at any given moment. By the 600th year, I began to understand that weight itself was becoming part of my nature. I wasn't carrying the burden of the void so much as I was becoming the burden. The distinction collapsed somewhere around century 7. I examined the theoretical frameworks that Yara had left behind. I studied the barrier's structure from the inside, observing patterns and how it held against pressure. I meditated on the nature of the void itself, trying to understand what it was beyond, that which must be contained. These long meditations occupied centuries in ways that felt like hours. Time moved differently when you were inside a meditation that would last for 50 or 80 years of external calendar time. The mountain's ecosystem adapted to the perpetual glow of the barrier. Plants grew in unusual configurations. Animals developed sensitivities to the kind of energy that emanated from the seal. By the 800th year, there were creatures that lived entirely within the barrier's light field. Creatures that would cease to exist if the seal ever broke. I'd created a new ecology, trapped in its own existence, dependent on my continuation. And then, in the 847th year of my seal, something unprecedented happened. The barrier shimmered, not with external pressure from the void, but with internal pressure from myself. My compression nature had never stopped working. All this time, sealed and bound, my fundamental ability to compress and accumulate had continued its function. I'd been compressing centuries of meditation, centuries of void study, centuries of refined understanding. My sealed body had been a pressure chamber for nearly a millennium. The seal's integrity began to shift. Not fracturing, adapting. For the first time since I'd bound myself, I realized I didn't have to wait 1,000 years for release. My own nature was releasing me. My compression was decompressing. And the accumulated power of nearly a millennium of meditation was preparing to detonate. I had to make a choice. I could accept the decompression, let it happen, emerge from the seal early. But if I emerged early, my compression would continue its exponential pattern, and the power release would potentially destabilize the seal I'd built. I could resist the decompression, force my nature to slow, extend my sacrifice for the full 1,000 years. Or I could guide the decompression carefully, merging it with the barrier itself, becoming something new in the process. I spent the next 153 years contemplating this choice. Yes, 153 years of continuous deliberation, examining every angle, every consequence. By the time I decided, I was no longer the same person who'd made the original seal. I was older, slower, more certain about what mattered. I chose decompression with integration. Chapter 62. The breaking the decompression began on a clear morning in the 1000th year of the seal. I say clear morning, but that phrasing is absurd when describing the internal experience of a sealed consciousness. There was no morning, no afternoon, no progression of sun across the sky. There was only a shift in the quality of my awareness, a thinning of the boundaries. The compressed power began moving. Unlike the violent eruption when I'd first broken the seal as a young man, this release was controlled. I guided it. I channeled it toward the barrier itself, feeding my decompression into the structure I'd built to contain the void. The barrier had been holding for 1,000 years. Now it needed to be stronger, denser, more resilient. I could give it that strength by feeding my own power into its foundation. As I compressed power released, something strange happened. The barrier began to glow, faintly at first, then with increasing brilliance. The 10,000 stars meditation chamber, which had been dark for centuries, filled with light. The mountains around it resonated with a frequency that hadn't been heard in 1,000 years. The resonance was almost beautiful, not a sound, but a vibration that ran through the fabric of reality itself, a tremor that spoke of locked doors slowly opening. The light was visible from hundreds of miles away. Cultivators in distant sects looked up and saw it, and knew something had changed. The sealed mountain was reactivating. Whatever entity or force had been bound there was stirring. Messages began to travel through cultivation networks before the light had even finished its initial display. Sects mobilized. Councils convened. The world, which had lived in relative peace for centuries, suddenly understood that something fundamental had shifted. Over the course of 3 days, my decompression reached completion. The barrier integrated fully with my expanded consciousness. I was no longer separate from it. I was the barrier, and the barrier was me, and the distinction between observer and observed had collapsed into a single unified awareness. I could feel the void pressing against me, and I could feel my resistance. They were not opposites. They were two aspects of a single tension, a single structure, a single work of continuous creation and containment. The power flowing through me was immense. Not the violent, chaotic power I'd released when I first broke the seal as a young man, but something far more profound. This was power that had been compressed for 1,000 years, refined into something pure. Every meditation I'd performed in the sealed state, every moment of understanding, had been compressed into the foundation of my being. I felt the accumulated weight of a millennium of focused consciousness, and rather than being destroyed by it, I was elevated by it. The power felt like it had become part of my fundamental nature, inseparable from who I was. And then, on the 4th day, I opened my eyes. The meditation chamber was exactly as I'd left it, which meant it was also completely transformed. The stone walls had aged in a way that suggested centuries of weather, but they were intact. The spell matrices that Yara had carved into the stone 1,000 years ago were still glowing faintly, still functional. My body was unchanged. I still looked like the 20-year-old boy who'd broken the seal for the first time, still wore the same robes, still had the same faint scar on my left hand from a training accident during Arc 2. But everything about me had changed. My power was immense, not in the violent way it had been when I was young and proud and naive, but in a quiet, absolute way. I could feel the void as clearly as I could feel my own thoughts. I understood it now, not as enemy, not as force to be conquered, but as a natural phenomenon, as fundamental as gravity or entropy. It had to be contained, yes, but not hated. Understood. I stood. My legs remembered how to move. I walked to the chamber's entrance and stepped out into the morning light of a world I hadn't directly experienced in 1,000 years. The world had changed dramatically. The forests had grown, receded, grown again. The human habitations in the valleys below were different. The old kingdoms had been replaced by new ones multiple times over. The architecture was unfamiliar. The language on signs that I could read from the mountain was different. Old Chinese had evolved into New Chinese, and I had to consciously shift my understanding to parse it. The sky was slightly hazy in a way that suggested civilization had grown massive. I descended the mountain slowly. Not because I was weak. I'd maintained physical strength through the meditation, but because I wanted to observe. I wanted to understand what the world had become without me. Each step down the mountain was a step into time that had passed without me. I was walking through history that had already happened, events I'd only been aware of from a distance, filtered through the meditative awareness of someone who was not truly present. The villages at the base of 10,000 stars had grown into a small city. Temples had been built around the mountain's lower slopes, dedicated to whatever divine force they believed lived at the peak. Priests maintained the sacred ground. Pilgrims came to meditate in the lower chambers, believing that proximity to the mystical energy would grant them enlightenment. I observed them with analytical curiosity. These people had built an entire religious infrastructure around something they didn't understand. I was both the object of their worship and an observer of it, separated by the vast gulf of knowledge that I possessed. I walked through the city as a stranger in my own story, observing the people, the technology, the cultivation methods. I saw something that made me pause. Young cultivators training with techniques I didn't recognize. More efficient, more refined. 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge had advanced the entire field. But I also saw something that troubled me. Powerful sects warring again. Not in the way they had in my youth. Territorial squabbles over influence. These were something larger. Cultivators with power I'd never seen before, fighting not over land or titles, but over ideology. Some wanted to push cultivation to its absolute limits. Others wanted to restrict it, maintain the status quo. There were hints of the same fear I'd felt 1,000 years ago. Fear that power without control would destroy the world. History rhymes, I thought, watching a sect battle unfold at the distant horizon. That night, I climbed back to the 10,000 stars chamber and made a decision. I wouldn't stay in isolation. I couldn't. The world needed the barrier I'd built, needed my continuous presence in this role, but I didn't need to remain locked away. I could walk among people again. I could understand what the world had become. I could perhaps contribute to preventing the next catastrophe. Staying in the sealed state had been my sacrifice. But my seal was not a prison, not anymore. It was a responsibility, and I could be responsible while living. So I began to prepare to leave the mountain. Chapter 63. The stranger finding appropriate clothing was my first challenge. The robes I'd been wearing for 1,000 years were archaic. I bought new ones in the city below, using currency I had to study to understand. The merchant asked no questions. To him, I was just another cultivator, probably young, probably from a distant sect, probably passing through. I didn't correct him on the young assessment. My appearance hadn't changed. 1,000 years of magical binding had kept my body in a state of suspended time. But I was profoundly old in every other way. My next step was acquiring information. I went to the largest library in the nearest major city, nearly 50 miles from the mountain. The city was called New Jade Spring, and it was built on the site of the old Jade Spring sect's territory. History, it seemed, had layers upon layers upon layers. In the library, I found scrolls and bound books documenting the past 1,000 years. I read them methodically. Wars, dynasties, cultivator sects rising and falling, magical advances, spiritual crises. There had been 6 major moments when cultivators feared the world would collapse under the weight of unchecked power. Each time, some balance had been restored. Each time, people had found ways to survive and continue. The world was not as fragile as I'd feared when I sealed myself. It was also not as stable. It was just continuing. As all things do. One detail made me pause. There were occasional references to the 10,000 stars as a site of power, a place where something vast slumbered. No one knew what. The educated guesses ranged from an ancient immortal in meditation to a seal containing a cosmic threat to a natural convergence of world energy. I was, in essence, a mystery that had been partially solved and then forgotten and then re-theorized 100 times. By the time I finished reading, I'd been in the library for 3 consecutive days, not sleeping, not pausing. A librarian approached me carefully, as one approaches a dangerous animal. "Are you well, cultivator?" she asked. "You've been reading without break." "Reorientation," I said. "I've been traveling. Long journey. Needed to understand what's current." She accepted this without further question. Cultivators were strange by definition. Long journeys and information gathering were normal behaviors. I asked her about the major sects currently active. She produced a comprehensive document. The Eternal Flame sect had risen to prominence in the Western kingdoms. The Celestial Wind sect, a descendant line of the original Eternal Wind sect from my era, still held significant power in the East. The Jade Spring sect no longer existed, replaced centuries ago by successors that had eventually fragmented. But the most striking information was about power distribution. In my era, there had been clear hierarchies. Transcendent cultivators were rare. Most cultivators peaked at heavenly rank. Now, the documentation suggested, there were more peak-level cultivators than ever before, and a significant number of them had reached transcendence. "Why?" I asked. The librarian seemed confused by the question. "Why what? Why so many transcendent cultivators?" In my understanding, Reaching that level required extraordinary circumstances or natural talent. The cultivation reformation 300 years ago, the librarian said. New techniques were developed, more efficient paths to advancement. Any cultivator with sufficient dedication could reach transcendence now. It's still rare, but less rare than it used to be. I absorbed this. 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge had democratized power. It wasn't a good thing or a bad thing. It simply was. More power floating in the world meant more potential for both creation and destruction. The balance hadn't changed, just the scale. Is there, I asked carefully, anyone who knows what's really in the 10,000 stars mountain? The actual truth. The librarian's expression shifted. Interesting. She did know something. Come with me, she said. She led me to a restricted section, showed credentials I didn't fully understand. Behind a locked door, she produced a single scroll, bound in protective cloth. This is restricted knowledge, she said, passed between librarians for centuries. If you're what I think you might be, you should read it. I opened the scroll. It was a message, left by someone nearly 500 years ago. The handwriting was faded but careful. To whoever tends the 10,000 stars, the seal was placed by a cultivator named Su Kai approximately 1,000 years ago. He bound himself to contain an interdimensional force known as the Void Entity. This information was preserved through oral tradition from one of his companions, Kai Rue, who lived for several centuries and left a detailed record before her death. Su Kai's sacrifice cannot be overstated. He bound himself, his freedom, and his future so that the world could continue existing. If he ever emerges from that seal, he should know, the world remembers what he gave up, even if most have forgotten his name. I read it 3 times, trying to process. Someone had remembered. Kai Rue had remembered. She'd lived centuries, told the story, left a record, and that record had been preserved through a network of librarians. Tears were inappropriate, but I experienced something adjacent to tears. A tightness in my chest. A heaviness in my perception. Thank you, I said to the librarian, for keeping this. Are you him, she asked. Are you Su Kai? I could have lied. I could have deflected, but I was tired of deflection. I am, I said. The librarian's entire body seemed to relax, as if she'd been holding tension for decades, waiting for this moment. The world should know you're back, she said. The world doesn't need to know that, I replied. The world needs to continue. Information about my presence would only complicate that. Can I ask you to maintain the silence? 1,000 years of it hasn't hurt anything. She nodded slowly. If that's what you choose. But I'll add a note to the record. Su Kai returned. Date? Current year. He chose to walk in the world rather than remain sealed. He is watching still. That's acceptable, I said. I left the library as evening turned to night, carrying with me the weight of being remembered, even if only in fragments, by a handful of people across centuries. It was not the fame I might have imagined wanting at 20 years old. It was something better. It was the acknowledgement that sacrifice had been seen, understood, and honored. The world had continued without me knowing how much it needed to know I existed. That, I thought, was exactly right. Chapter 64. The unfinished circle news travels through cultivator networks like water finding cracks. A major cultivator emerging from the 10,000 stars would be information of significant worth. I maintained low profile deliberately, but I also knew that concealment would only work temporarily. 3 weeks after leaving the library, I was approached directly. It happened in an inn in a secondary city, about 200 miles north of the 10,000 stars. I was in a common room, having a meal I didn't need but wanted for the sensory experience, when a woman sat across from me without being invited. She was perhaps 30, by appearance, though cultivators could be deceptive about age. She had sharp features, sharp eyes, and the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. Su Kai, she said. Not a question. I considered lying. Decided against it. Lying would waste both our time. Yes, I said. I represent the Eternal Flame sect, she continued. We've detected unusual energy signatures from the 10,000 stars. Energy signatures that we've linked, through historical archives, to a cultivator who placed a seal nearly 1,000 years ago. That cultivator was supposedly bound to the seal, unable to leave. Yet here you are, leaving. The seal held for 1,000 years, I said. My agreement was for 1,000 years. I honored it. And now I'm walking. She smiled slightly. You understand what your emergence means? 1,000-year seal breaking means the void entity is either contained more securely now or escaping more readily. Both of those facts are of extreme interest to every major sect. The void is still contained, I said. And now it's also integrated with my consciousness in a way that makes the containment deeper than before. The barrier didn't break. It evolved. The seal I created 1,000 years ago was a structure of force and will. The seal I carry now is something else, a negotiation, an understanding, a balance between two things that were never meant to coexist, but which have learned to do so. I'm not claiming this is stable in the way the old seal was stable. I'm claiming it's more sustainable. The old seal required constant reinforcement, constant vigilance, constant resistance. This seal requires ongoing cooperation. The void and I are no longer enemies trying to destroy each other. We're partners trying to find a way to both exist. That's a very convenient explanation, she said. How do we verify it? You don't, I said. You either trust me or you don't. But understand that if you approach me with violence, my response will be to reseal myself and trigger the void's full emergence. Everyone in this continent will cease to exist before you could organize a second attack. That's not a threat. That's a statement of fact based on the nature of what I carry. I'm not boasting. I'm being precise about what would happen if the void were no longer contained by this barrier. I paused, letting that sink in. I could see the calculation shifting in her eyes. The Eternal Flame sect offers you sanctuary. We have libraries, training facilities, allies. We also have news that might interest you. And I'd rather deliver that news in a place where we don't have to worry about eavesdroppers or interruptions. She didn't flinch. Remarkable. She was analyzing the situation with complete clarity, weighing the value of my continued cooperation against the risk of approaching me. I believe you, she said. I'm here to deliver a message, not start a war. The Eternal Flame sect offers you sanctuary. We have libraries, training facilities, allies. We also have news that might interest you. What news? I asked, though I suspected I already knew. You have a daughter. The world seemed to pause momentarily. I had been expecting many things. This was not among them. Explain, I said, keeping my voice level. 530 years ago, she said, a woman named Xianxia, who was known to be close to you during your era, gave birth to a child. A daughter. She claimed the father was absent but alive, bound by duty to something larger than personal relationships. She never gave the child a name publicly, but Xianxia called her Liming, meaning dawnlight. I had to stop existing for a moment. Had to pause all my consciousness functions and restart them because I didn't have adequate framework to process this information. Xianxia. Pregnant. Before I sealed myself? After I sealed myself? How is that even possible? Xianxia lived another 200 years after you sealed yourself, the woman said, reading my shock accurately. She had nearly a century to wait before pregnancy became impossible. She raised the daughter, taught her cultivation, left instructions for how her story should be passed down. Xianxia died 500 years ago, but the daughter, your daughter, is still alive. Where? I asked. The Eternal Flame sect, the woman said. She's been leading our organization for the past 280 years. She's phenomenally powerful, and she's been waiting for you her entire life, even though she thought she'd never meet you. I couldn't determine if this was a gift or a catastrophe. Take me to her, I said. Chapter 65. The reunion. The journey to Eternal Flame sect took 2 days of travel at cultivator speed. The woman's name was Lu Mei, and she served as my escort and information provider. She briefed me on my daughter's life in broad strokes. Liming, who went by Elder Liming now, had inherited her mother's intelligence and her father's, my, seemingly impossible cultivation rate. She'd advanced at speeds that alarmed observers, reached transcendence in her 200th year, and had been carefully managing the Eternal Flame sect ever since. She'd never married, never taken a formal mate, despite centuries of opportunities and pressure from sect elders. Why not? I asked. Lu Mei hesitated. According to the oral history, she said she was waiting for something. She didn't specify what. We interpreted it as spiritual wait, a moment when she'd feel fully ready to take a permanent mate. But now I wonder if she was waiting for someone specific. The Eternal Flame sect was built into a massive volcanic caldera, red stone, high altitude, with permanent heat rising from deep cracks in the earth. It was breathtaking in a way that had nothing to do with the physical beauty and everything to do with the concentration of power. Hundreds of cultivators maintained active meditation and cultivation simultaneously. The entire mountain was a generator of human potential. Lu Mei brought me to a central temple, told me to wait, and disappeared through an interior doorway. I stood alone in a vast meditation chamber, surrounded by dozens of disciples who didn't know who I was, didn't recognize the moment they were witnessing. I tried to process 17 minutes of my daughter's existence. I had missed her entire life, missed her childhood, her adolescence, her emergence into power, missed 530 years of moments that were now inaccessible. The door opened. Liming was tall, moved with precise grace, had her mother's sharp eyes and her mother's intense focus. She looked at me and I saw her entire body tense, as if she was holding multiple incompatible realities simultaneously in her consciousness. "You're real," she said. Her voice was low, controlled, but underneath it I could hear centuries of waiting, compressed into a single moment. "I am," I said. "Xianxia told me stories," Liming continued. "I didn't believe them at first. They were too specific to be mythological. Then I was older and I understood. She was telling me the truth. My father was a sealed cultivator. My father had sacrificed himself. I've spent 500 years wondering if you'd ever emerge, and the probability seemed to decrease with each passing century. The seal was for 1,000 years, I said. It held exactly that long. Then my own nature broke it from the inside. In a controlled way, she said. I can feel it. You've integrated with the seal somehow. You're not actually fully released. You're still bound to something. To the void itself, I confirmed. It's been integrated. We're codependent now. I can't abandon the barrier any more than I could 1,000 years ago. But I can walk now. I can be present. I can't. Love? She asked quietly. I couldn't formulate a response. The question hung in the space between us, heavy with 500 years of possibility and uncertainty. I'd spent 1,000 years sealed, 1,000 years contained. The question of whether I was still capable of love felt too large, too fundamental. She closed the distance between us, and for the first time in my life, my daughter embraced me. I'd missed this. The simple physicality of being held by someone who was at least partially created by my existence. The warmth of another person. The knowledge that I wasn't alone. The sensation of being wanted. I felt my arms move, almost without my consent, wrapping around her in return. This woman, my daughter, was part of me in ways that were both biological and also something far deeper. She carried my nature in her consciousness, my temperament in her being. I could feel it, the similarity between us, the way we thought at the same frequencies. 530 years, she said, speaking into my shoulder. I've been waiting. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't know. I know, she said. Xianxia made that clear. You sealed yourself to save the world. You saved me by saving the world. I've had 500 years to understand that. And I've forgiven you for it. I need you to understand that. I've forgiven you. Not because forgiveness is necessary. You did what you had to do. But because I'm offering it to you anyway, as a gift. You're allowed to stop being sorry now. Some wounds don't hurt less because you understand their necessity. But understanding does make survival possible. I realized, standing there with my daughter, that I'd spent 1,000 years thinking I'd lost everything. I'd lost my freedom. I'd lost my connection to the people I loved. I'd lost the ability to make choices based on desire rather than necessity. But I hadn't lost everything. In losing all of that, I'd gained something that most people never experience. The absolute certainty that my existence mattered. That I was necessary. That every day I chose to continue, I was saving the world. Not in some abstract way, but in a concrete, measurable, undeniable way. We stood together in that meditation chamber, the sealed man and his daughter, both of us older than anyone living except each other, both of us carrying the same burden of responsibility. She'd lived 500 years knowing I existed but couldn't touch her. I'd spent 1,000 years aware of the world but unable to directly interact with it. We'd both known sacrifice. We'd both understood the weight of being responsible for something larger than ourselves. Both of us understanding finally that the seal was never a curse. It was the beginning of something new. Not the ending of my life, but the transformation of it. And now, standing with my daughter, I could feel the weight shifting. It was still there. It would always be there. But it was no longer a weight I carried alone. Chapter 66. The inheritance. Liming wanted to know everything. We spent the first night in a private study in the sect's inner sanctum, and she questioned me with the same dry precision I'd spent 1,000 years cultivating. She had inherited that too. Inheritance of temperament is stranger than inheritance of power, I thought, watching her dissect my explanation of the seal's evolution. You're saying your compression nature never stopped working, she said, making notes on a paper with a tool that worked through mystical mechanism rather than ink. Even during the sealed state? Correct. The seal bound my action, not my being. My fundamental property of exponential compression continued operating. I was compressing meditation, not power. Insights, not technique. By the 847th year, I'd accumulated enough compressed understanding that the boundaries started to shift. And the barrier integrated your released power without fracturing, she continued. That suggests the barrier wasn't rigid. It was flexible, designed to accept power input. Because I designed it that way, I said. Subconsciously, I think. I created a barrier that could grow, could strengthen itself, could adapt. If I'd created a rigid seal, it would have shattered when my compression began releasing. Liming set down her writing tool and looked at me directly. You've been thinking about this for 900 years before the release actually happened. 153 years, I corrected. The last cycle of deliberation. But yes, it was a century and a half of continuous analysis. You've spent more time thinking about problems than most people spend alive, she said. It wasn't a complaint. It was an observation, made with something close to respect. I wanted to ask you something, I said. Xianxia left you alive. When I sealed myself, I didn't expect. She didn't tell you? Liming asked. Of course not. You would have forbidden it if she'd asked, and she knew it. She decided to live long enough to have a child, raise that child, and pass down knowledge. She decided that the void containment was your responsibility, but the preservation of knowledge and continuation of lineage was hers. She was brilliant, I said. I know, Liming replied. I have her journals. All of them. 530 years of recorded observations. She watched you sleep, metaphorically speaking, since you were aware, and she documented everything she could detect from outside the seal. She was trying to understand the void, trying to develop backup plans in case your seal failed. She was also, I think, trying to stay close to you in the only way available to her. Where are these journals? I asked. In the archive. I can show you. She paused. Are you prepared for that? Reading a 500-year record of someone who loved you and could only express that through observation from distance. I wasn't prepared. I wasn't sure I'd ever be prepared. But I said yes anyway, because preparation isn't really the point when facing necessity. Liming took me to the archive the next morning. It was a vast cavern beneath the volcano, maintained at perfect temperature and humidity through cultivation techniques. Hundreds of thousands of texts filled the space, organized in systems that made sense to scholars. Xianxia's journals were separate, in a section marked simply the witness. They were bound in leather that looked ancient, though Liming explained that the journals themselves had been preserved through magical means, constantly renewed, never aging, maintained as long as the eternal flame sect existed. I picked up the first one. The handwriting was Xianxia's. I recognized it from documents she'd written during the few years I'd known her when I was young. It was the same elegant script, the same careful precision. The first entry was dated 17 years after I'd sealed myself. I feel him still. In meditation, when I touch the barrier with my consciousness, I can feel Su Kai on the other side. He's present. He's aware. He's not sleeping. I don't know if he can perceive my presence. I try to send clear thought patterns, concepts wrapped in power that he might receive. I don't know if any of it reaches him. But I try anyway, because the alternative is to accept that he's truly isolated, and I can't accept that. Isolation is a kind of death, and I won't accept that my friend, my love, is dead even if he's still breathing. I read for hours. Entry after entry, decade after decade. Xianxia's observations grew more sophisticated over time. She began to understand the void in ways that I hadn't during the same period. She started developing theoretical frameworks for how the barrier could be strengthened without my active involvement. She documented her pregnancy, the birth of Liming, the early childhood, all with the understanding that the child would need to inherit not just power, but also knowledge and purpose. What struck me most forcefully was the tone of the journals. Xianxia wrote with a particular kind of love that I'd never fully appreciated. The love of someone who chose to stay, to wait, to believe in something they couldn't directly interact with. She wasn't waiting for me to save her or to rescue her. She was waiting to say goodbye properly, to ensure that if I ever emerged, I would know that I'd been remembered, that my sacrifice had been witnessed and honored. One entry, dated 50 years after Liming's birth, read, Today I realize that the greatest gift I can give to Su Kai is to not waste the sacrifice he made. I am raising a daughter who will eventually have the power to understand his choice fully. Not to forgive him. He doesn't need forgiveness, but to comprehend the magnitude of what he did and why it mattered. She'll know him through my descriptions, through the journals, through the inheritance of power and temperament. And when he emerges, and I believe he will emerge, because his nature is too strong to remain sealed forever, she'll be ready to meet him as an equal, not as a distant child wondering about her father. She knew I'd come back, I said to Liming. She was absolutely certain. Of course she was, Liming replied. She understood your nature better than anyone. Your compression doesn't just work on power. It works on everything. You compress experience. You compress choice. You compress sacrifice. And all compressed things eventually decompress. She knew that a 1,000-year seal was impossible for someone like you to maintain perfectly. She was betting on exactly this, that your nature would eventually force release, but that you'd guide the release carefully enough to maintain the barrier. I wish I'd known she was doing this, I said. I wish I could have told her she didn't have to wait, didn't have to dedicate her life to watching me. She wouldn't have listened, Liming said. She made her choice the same way you made yours. She accepted the consequences. She bore them with dignity. And she left me here with the understanding of what she'd done, so that I could spend 500 years honoring that choice by maintaining what you both built. I set the journal down and looked at my daughter directly. I missed everything, I said. Your entire existence. No, Liming said. You didn't miss it. You were implicit in it. Shenhua raised me with constant awareness that my father was saving the world. That shaped everything I became. My patience, my long-term planning, my understanding that power means responsibility. All of that came from growing up knowing that the greatest cultivator alive was choosing to be bound rather than to rule. You were present through absence. And honestly, that's probably healthier than actual parenting would have been. She was joking, I thought. Or perhaps she wasn't. Perhaps 500 years of maturity had given her the capacity to see the situation with complete clarity. What happens now? I asked. Now, Liming said. You decide what you're going to do with your life. The barrier is integrated. It doesn't need constant reinforcement anymore. You're not sealed, but you're not free either. The void is still bound to you, still requires management. You can't simply walk away. But within that constraint, you have options. You can stay here. You can travel. You can teach. You can rest. What do you want? I thought about this. I'd spent 1,000 years doing what was necessary. I'd compressed choice into survival, sacrifice into purpose. Now, faced with actual freedom within constraints, I didn't know what I wanted. I don't know, I said. I've been sealed longer than I was ever free. I don't know what wanting looks like anymore. Then we'll figure it out together, Liming said. You have time. Relative speaking, you'll probably live another 1,000 years. That's enough time to want several different things. She was right. I had time. For the first time since my seal had broken the first time, I had time as something to be used rather than merely endured. Teach me about the world, I said. Tell me what's happened. Tell me what's changed. And then, I think, I want to walk some more. Meet people. Understand if the world still needs me in the way it did 1,000 years ago. The world has always needed you, Liming said. But maybe not in the ways you expected. Let's find out together. Chapter 67. The Education. The Eternal Flame Sex Library was smaller than the one I'd found in New Jade Spring, but it was far more specialized. Liming had been collecting texts, techniques, and knowledge for the past 280 years of her leadership. The organization of information was rigorous, a scholar's mind displayed in physical form. For the next 3 weeks, Liming educated me systematically. The political landscape had become complex. 7 major sects dominated the eastern continent. Eternal Flame, which Liming led, Celestial Wind, Wandering Thunder, Hidden Pearl, Serene Lotus, Golden Lion, and the newly emerged Storm Sentinel. They maintained a precarious balance of power, occasionally coordinated on matters of continental security, but largely pursued independent agendas. The Western continent had been colonized by a single megasect called the Harmonious Way, which had achieved its dominance through a philosophy of forced peace. Any sect that resisted their consolidation was absorbed or destroyed. Their methods were efficient and brutal. The southern territories remained largely tribal, with dozens of smaller sects operating independently, most of which had achieved only low-level cultivation. The northern regions, my old home, technically, had become something like a shared cultural zone. Sects sent representatives to a neutral city, formed councils, disputed matters through formal debate, and occasionally through martial competition. Is there stability? I asked. Relative, Liming said. The cultivation reformation made it possible for more powerful cultivators to exist. That increased the number of people who could challenge the old power structures. Some sects responded by being more inclusive, others by being more oppressive. It's created a less stratified but also less stable world. No single faction is dominant enough to enforce order, but also none is weak enough to be easily eliminated. Another balance, I observed. Like the balance with the void. Exactly, Liming said. Everything now is balanced tension. No one can move too hard without risking everything. It creates peace through mutual vulnerability. It's not perfect, but it's worked for several centuries without major continental war. For now, I said. For now, she agreed. Which is why I need you here. Not as a solution, but as a deterrent. If the major sects know that I have my father, Sukai, the sealed one, the one who bound reality itself, residing in eternal flame, it changes the calculation. It makes aggression against us more dangerous. It creates the impression of an imbalance, which paradoxically stabilizes the balance. You want to use my presence as a weapon, I said. I want to use your presence as a stabilizer, Liming corrected. A weapon implies violent action. You're more like a weight on a scale. You don't move anything. You just make everything heavier. That's one way to describe what I've done for 1,000 years, I said. Made everything heavier. You've also made everything survivable, Liming said. The void could have destroyed the world. Instead, you sealed it. That act cost you your freedom, but it bought everyone else's existence. So yes, you made things heavier. But you balanced what would have been an impossible weight. I began to understand what xianxia must have come to understand over centuries of observation. The seal wasn't a tragedy that needed to be redeemed. It was a choice that had been necessary and right. The weight wasn't a burden I'd been forced to carry out of obligation. It was a weight I'd consciously chosen because the alternative was the destruction of everything and everyone I might ever care about. Reframed that way, the weight felt different. Not lighter, weight is weight, but more bearable, more purposeful. This distinction mattered. For 1,000 years, I'd thought of the seal as something imposed upon me, something I had to endure. But in truth, I created it. I designed it. I'd chosen it moment by moment, century by century. That choice didn't make the weight less crushing, but it transformed what the weight meant. It was no longer punishment or curse. It was responsibility. And responsibility, properly understood, was something that could give meaning to existence. Show me what happens if I leave, I said. Tell me the consequences if I disappear again. Liming produced documents that modeled several scenarios. If I left publicly and visibly, it would send a message. Eternal Flame Sect could afford to release its most powerful asset, which meant they were either supremely confident in their own strength or they didn't actually need me and had been using me for propaganda. Either message was dangerous to her position. If I disappeared quietly, without announcement, it would create mystery and fear. The sects would spend years trying to determine if I'd abandoned Eternal Flame, if I'd been captured by an enemy, if I'd gone to strengthen another faction. That uncertainty could destabilize the balance she'd maintained. If I died, or appeared to die, it would create a power vacuum. Sects that had calculated caution around my presence would suddenly feel liberated to act aggressively. The balance would shatter within months. So I'm trapped, I said. You're integrated, Liming corrected, with a slight smile that was entirely her mother's. The void trapped you the first time. The world is integrating you now. It's a better arrangement. You have agency. You have choice. You're just constrained by consequence. Welcome back to reality, I said. Welcome back to love, Liming said. Because that's what this is. People depending on you because they love what you've created. Not out of fear or force, but out of genuine attachment to the world you helped preserve. That's different from the seal. That's something you can work with. I looked at my daughter, this woman who was nearly 600 years old and who had spent all of it in the knowledge that her father might someday return. She'd organized her entire life around that possibility. She'd learned to cultivate, to lead, to think in centuries-long timescales. All of it was preparation for a moment I'd been unaware was coming. I'll stay, I said. For now, I'll stay and help stabilize what you've built here. And I'll try to figure out what it means to be a father, even if we're both old enough to render the usual parent-child dynamic somewhat irrelevant. That would be nice, Liming said. Xianxia would have liked that. Chapter 68. The first crisis. I'd been at Eternal Flame Sect for 6 months when the first real test arrived. It came in the form of an envoy from the Harmonious Way, the megasect that dominated the Western continent. The envoy was named Master Qing, and she arrived with an escort of exactly 3 cultivators, each of whom carried themselves with the distinctive bearing of Harmonious Way training. They were efficient, economical with movement, completely confident in their power. Liming arranged a formal reception. I attended, though we'd agreed that I would remain largely silent unless directly addressed. I was still learning how to be present in the world again. Silence felt safer than speech. Master Qing's message was direct. The Harmonious Way sought unification of the Eastern continent. They understood that the sects here valued independence, but they also believed that consolidation would reduce suffering. Wars between factions caused civilian casualties. Bureaucratic failures in one sect affected surrounding territories. If all the Eastern sects accepted Harmonious Way governance, the efficiency gains would benefit everyone. Her argument had the shape of logic. I could see the reasoning behind it. From a certain perspective, she was right. Consolidation did reduce inefficiency. Unified governance did prevent some forms of conflict. But it also required sacrifice, the sacrifice of independence, of the ability to make choices that diverged from the larger whole. The Harmonious Way was essentially offering to simplify the world, to reduce complexity and difference in service of a unified order. I recognized this position. I'd considered something similar 1,000 years ago when sealing the void. Could I kill the source of danger rather than contain it? Could I simplify the problem by eliminating alternatives? In short, Master Qing said, we're offering you the opportunity to surrender willingly, which comes with better terms than forced surrender would. Cooperation now will be rewarded. Resistance later will be met with force. I'm not threatening you, Elder Liming. I'm informing you of the inevitable trajectory of power dynamics. Liming didn't hesitate. The Eternal Flame sect will not be surrendering. We maintain our independence. Even knowing that refusal will eventually result in military pressure? Master Qing asked. Our resources are vast. We can afford to wage a war of attrition until your sect breaks. Even knowing that, Liming confirmed. Master Qing turned to look at me, the first time she'd acknowledged my presence directly. I perceive a powerful presence, she said. Someone familiar with century-scale timescales. Might I know your name? Liming answered before I could. That's not relevant to your negotiation with us. On the contrary, Master Qing said. If the Eternal Flame sect is being supported by Su Kai, and I believe it is, based on the power signature I can sense, then we're having a much more serious conversation than I initially thought. Su Kai is a myth from 1,000 years ago, the Void Sealer, the one who was supposed to be bound eternally. So it came down to this. My identity, once a jealously guarded secret, had become compromised by my own presence. I stood. I'm Su Kai, I said. My voice was quiet, but it carried through the chamber with absolute clarity. I sealed myself 1,000 years ago. I was bound until recently, at which point my own nature broke the seal from the interior. I'm not imprisoned here. I'm choosing to remain. Now, you were explaining why that matters to your negotiation. Master Qing studied me for a long moment. She was older than she appeared. I could tell from the way her consciousness moved that she'd been alive at least 300 years. It changes everything, she said. If you're truly Su Kai, then you're the only being in this continent who's actually comprehended the void on a deep level. That understanding is worth more than 100 normal cultivators. Alternatively, if you're a true threat, then attempting to conquer Eternal Flame becomes exponentially more dangerous. You're calculating, I said. That's intelligent. I'm also leaving, Master Qing said. And I'm reporting accurately to my superiors. The harmonious way will continue its consolidation, but it will do so while being extremely careful around the Eternal Flame sect. We'll maintain aggressive posture, but will avoid direct conflict. Why? Liming asked. What changed? You have my father, Master Qing said, gesturing vaguely toward me. Or more accurately, you have someone who understands reality at a level most of us can only theorize about. That's not worth the cost of finding out if he's willing to kill for you. She bowed, a gesture of respect rather than submission. Su Kai, it's an honor, she said. I hope you'll consider using your power for the benefit of all cultivation, not just for your daughter's sect. I'll consider it, I said. She left, and her escort departed with her. As soon as they were out of hearing range, Liming let out a breath she'd been holding. That could have been catastrophic, she said. Thank you for identifying yourself. I should have done it immediately, I said. Secrecy was never going to work. I'm too recognizable now. Actually, Liming said, what just happened is probably the best outcome we could have hoped for. Master Qing is smart enough to see that the risk-reward calculation is now in our favor. She'll convince the harmonious way to be cautious. And that caution will buy us time to consolidate our own position. You're congratulating yourself for a military victory that hasn't happened yet, I observed. I'm recognizing that you've just become a deterrent, Liming said, which is exactly what I needed you to be. The harmonious way fears you, not out of supernatural terror, but out of practical calculation. You're too powerful, and they don't understand what you'll do. In the face of uncertainty and power, most intelligent factions choose caution. Master Qing is intelligent. I began to understand what it meant to be used as a weight on a scale. I wasn't being asked to move or act. I was being asked to exist, loudly and publicly, with enough power that my existence changed the calculation for everyone else. It was a form of being trapped that was far more subtle than the seal had been, but it was still a form of trapping. I wondered if I would spend the rest of my existence trapped in increasingly complex ways, understanding more with each trapping that constraint and relationship were nearly impossible to distinguish. Chapter 69. The Deep Library. 2 years after arriving at Eternal Flame Sect, I requested access to the restricted archives. Liming, after explaining the security implications, agreed to take me to a deep library that she'd never mentioned before. It was buried beneath the volcano, in a vault that required both her and my power signatures to open. Inside, there were not merely texts. There were crystalline matrices that contained recorded consciousnesses, partial memories, experiences, observations of dead cultivators, preserved in magical form. This is the real archive, Liming said. The library you saw before was for general knowledge. This is where we keep things that are too dangerous or too specific to be widely known. There were records of the void's prior manifestations, accounts from cultivators who had touched it and survived, theoretical frameworks for understanding interdimensional forces. There were also personal records, Yara's own consciousness, preserved in crystal, available for consultation. I could access her thoughts directly, experiencing her understanding of the void not as information, but as lived experience. It was profoundly intimate and also deeply challenging to merge my consciousness with someone else's preserved memories and see how they perceive the world. I spent weeks in that library, learning, processing, integrating knowledge that had been accumulated across multiple millennia. The crystalline matrices held not just facts, but the emotional and philosophical context around those facts. I could feel Yara's frustration when she'd realized her seal was only temporary. I could sense the desperation of the cultivators in the second emergence, knowing they would have to sacrifice their lives to contain the void even temporarily. I learned that the void had emerged 4 times in recorded history. Each time, it had been contained through sacrifice. The first time, by an ancient being whose name had been lost to history, but whose consciousness I could touch in the oldest preserved crystals, ancient beyond measure, confused and terrified, and ultimately determined. The second time, by a coalition of cultivators who'd sealed it collectively. They'd all died in the process, their final moments preserved in a kind of crystalline tomb. Their deaths had felt purposeful to them, but also tragic, a last resort rather than a victory. The third time, by Yara herself, but she'd been unable to seal it completely, only to reduce its expansion rate. Her partial success had bought centuries, but also left her with the knowledge that she'd failed to find a permanent solution. The fourth time by me. Each cycle had been taking longer to complete. The first sealing had lasted 2,000 years. The second had lasted 1,500 years. The third had lasted 900 years. Mine had lasted exactly 1,000 years. The pattern suggested that the next emergence, if it happened, might be sealed for only 600 or 700 years. The implications were troubling. The void was becoming harder to contain, or I was becoming better at sealing it, which meant my successors would have inherited an easier problem that would eventually become harder again. What do you think it means? Liming asked when I explained the pattern. It means the void is learning, I said. Or it's adapting. Or we're all gradually failing in imperceptible ways, and the failure is accelerating. The outcome is the same. Eventually, the seal will break again, and the time between breaks will be too short to actually rebuild civilization. Unless someone finds a different solution, Liming said. Not sealing it. Something else. I've had 1,000 years to think about this, I said. I've never found another option. The void can't be destroyed. It can't be reasoned with. It's not a thing with intention. It's a force, a natural phenomenon. You can contain a natural phenomenon, but you can't change its nature. Yara thought otherwise, Liming said. She pulled a crystal from the archive. Listen to this. She activated it, and Yara's consciousness began to speak. Her voice was different than I'd imagined. More gentle, less certain. I have spent my existence studying the void, and I've come to believe that my study is incomplete. The void isn't mindless. It isn't a force. It's a state. It's the natural state of reality. The universe we know, with matter, with energy, with consciousness, is the anomaly. The void is what everything is trying to return to. And if that's true, then fighting against it is not an act of defense. It's an act of denial. The question we should be asking is not how do we seal it, but what would it mean if the void won? What would be lost? And is there a way to preserve what matters while allowing the transition to occur? The crystal ended. I sat in silence. She was asking the wrong question, I said, or the right question too late. By the time she understood, the void was already beginning to manifest. She had to seal it rather than dialogue with it. But you still have the knowledge of what she discovered, Liming said. And you have more time than she did. What if you spent the next century thinking about it the way she suggested? Not about how to seal it harder, but about what comes after the seal inevitably breaks. That's a terrible burden, I said. Yes, Liming agreed. But you're good at carrying terrible burdens. And you're better positioned than anyone to think it through, because you're the only one who's actually integrated with the void. You're not separate from it anymore. You're bound to it. That means you can understand it from the inside in ways Yara never could. I looked at my daughter, this woman who was nearly 600 years old, and who had spent all of it understanding how to position me for usefulness. You're asking me to become a researcher, I said. I'm asking you to become what you were always meant to become, Liming said. Not a fighter, not a hero, not even a protector, but a bridge. Someone who stands between the human world and the void, understanding both, finding a way to make them compatible. Chapter 70. The integration research, I discovered, is different when you're not afraid of consequences. For the first 100 years of my existence after breaking the seal from inside the barrier, I'd been approaching knowledge as a tool. Information was something I needed to survive, to maintain the barrier, to prevent disaster. Now, Working under Liming's direction, but with freedom to follow curiosity, I learned to approach knowledge as an end in itself. There was no urgency. There was no timeline. There was only the infinite expanse of understanding, waiting to be discovered. The Eternal Flame Sect's researchers became collaborators rather than subordinates. They brought me problems. I brought them connections to the void. Together, we built understanding that neither of us could have achieved alone. Workshops became sessions of genuine dialogue, where my 1,000 years of experience met their fresh perspectives. The collaboration was intoxicating. It was the opposite of being sealed, where I had only my own consciousness to work with. Now, I had partners. The first major breakthrough came when I realized that the void wasn't expanding, it was seeping. The barrier wasn't holding back a tide. It was holding back a slow leak. The void was, particle by particle, reality unit by reality unit, gradually deconstructing the world. The process was so slow that it would take thousands of years to be catastrophic, but it was inevitable. I understood, sitting in the research chamber, that what I'd thought was a stable containment was actually a controlled descent into dissolution. So the seal is only buying time, I explained to Liming, not solving the problem. Every year the seal holds is a year we're still losing substance to the void's gradual expansion. We're managing decline, not preventing it. Is there a way to accelerate the timeline? Liming asked. If the void is going to win eventually anyway, maybe it's better to face it now, while we still have resources and knowledge, rather than 1,000 years from now when the world might be less prepared. That's a reasonable argument, I said. It's also the argument that leads directly to choosing our own apocalypse. I'm not interested in that outcome. What are you interested in? Liming asked. Understanding what the void actually is, I said. Not theoretically, directly. I'm integrated with it. I can feel it, but I don't understand it. Yara thought it was the original state of reality. But what if that's wrong? What if the void is something newer than reality? What if it's the universe's immune system, attacking a growth it perceives as cancerous? What if there's a way to negotiate with it rather than simply resist it? The moment I said these words, I felt something shift in how Liming was looking at me. It was subtle, but profound. She'd been testing me, I realized. Not maliciously, but methodically. She needed to know if I was still thinking like a fighter, still focused on containment and opposition, or if I'd evolved to the point where I could think about coexistence. This was the shift that Liming had been waiting for, I realized. She'd positioned me, guided me, integrated me into her structure, not because she needed military strength, but because she needed someone who could ask the right questions. I was finally becoming what she'd always believed I could be, a tool for understanding rather than destruction. My power would be useful, yes, but my mind was what she actually needed. My ability to perceive patterns where others saw chaos. My willingness to challenge assumptions that everyone else took for granted. Over the next 2 centuries, I began to understand the void in new ways. By meditation, by direct contact through the barrier, by careful analysis of the point where reality met non-reality, I began to perceive patterns. The void wasn't random. It attacked certain types of consciousness more aggressively than others. It destroyed cultivated power rapidly, but biological matter more slowly. It erased abstract concepts faster than physical objects. There was structure to the void. Intention, maybe. Or at minimum, logic. The patterns were like a language I'd never learned but recognized instinctively. Each wave of pressure against the barrier communicated something. Each moment of resistance told me something about what the void was trying to achieve. I filled notebooks, literal, physical notebooks, with observations, diagrams, theoretical frameworks. The researchers began to organize these observations into larger patterns. I shared my observations with Liming. She, in turn, shared them with the researchers, who began to build theoretical frameworks around the patterns I'd identified. A picture began to emerge, complex and terrible, and somehow also beautiful. After 230 years of this work, we had a breakthrough. The void wasn't trying to destroy the world. It was trying to level it, to equalize all things, to return everything to a baseline state where nothing had hierarchy, no thing had status, nothing was more or less than anything else. In that context, the void's attack on cultivated power made sense. Power created hierarchy. The void was destroying hierarchy. That's almost a philosophy, one of the younger researchers said. A cosmic philosophy of equality. Destructive philosophy, another replied. It would destroy everything. Yes, I said, because absolute equality can only be achieved through absolute reduction. Everything at the same level, which is nothing. So it's not evil, Liming observed. It's just misguided. Like a healer who treats all sickness by eliminating the patient. Or like a philosopher who achieves perfect equality by eliminating all distinction, I said. The logic is internally consistent. The outcomes are catastrophic from any perspective that values existence. Which brings us back to the original problem, Liming said. We need a solution that isn't just sealing. We need something that addresses the void's actual goal while preserving the world. I have an idea, I said. But it requires willing participants, and it will require sacrifice. Tell me, Liming said. Chapter 71. The volunteers I needed to merge with the void more completely than I had before. Not at the level of the barrier. I'd been maintaining that for nearly 2,000 years now, but at the level of consciousness. I needed to fully understand what the void was trying to achieve, not just from observation, but from participation. That's what you and xianxia tried to do during Arc 3, Liming pointed out. It nearly destroyed you. It did destroy me, I said, and then reformed me. I'm not the same person anymore. I'm integrated with the void already. Going deeper shouldn't be as dangerous as it was when I was trying to merge while still being primarily human. Should isn't is, Liming said. I won't let you do this alone. I'm merging with you. My consciousness into yours, into the barrier, into the void itself. That will make you vulnerable, I said. If something goes wrong, if I lose integrity, you could be lost completely. I know, Liming said. I'm also the only one with enough power and the right bloodline to potentially survive the process. My father and mother both touched the void and survived. I'm stronger than both of them. If anyone is going to risk this, it should be me. You're manipulating me using my own parental instinct, I said. Yes, she agreed without hesitation. Is it working? Despite myself, I smiled. Unfortunately, yes. We prepared for 3 months. The other researchers in the Eternal Flame sect built containment structures around the meditation chamber. They developed protocols for checking consciousness integrity. They created safeguards that could potentially pull us back from the void if we drifted too far. The night before we began, Liming gave me xianxia's final journal entry. It was dated 530 years before, written in xianxia's later hand, slower but no less careful. I'm dying. Not from age. Cultivators can live nearly forever. I'm dying from exhaustion. I've spent 5 centuries watching the seal, reinforcing it subtly, documenting everything I could perceive. And I've come to understand that the barrier Sukai built isn't just a cage for the void. It's a bridge. And someday, someone will have to walk across it. I hope that someone is Liming. I hope that my daughter will have the courage that her father had, and the wisdom that I gained in watching him. I hope she'll understand what needs to be done and will do it despite the cost. And if she does that, if she becomes the second bridge, then maybe the cycle can actually change. Maybe instead of seal break forever, we can move to something new. That's my hope as I fall asleep for the final time. That my daughter will be braver than I was, and stronger, and that she'll save the world in a way I couldn't imagine. I read it 3 times. Then I burned the paper, as the entry had requested. xianxia's final hope became smoke and ash that rose toward the sky that the void might someday reclaim. The merge began at dawn. Liming and I sat in the meditation chamber. We joined our consciousness like we'd been trained to do for centuries. Then, instead of releasing, we sank. We sank through the barrier, through the layers of protection, through the space between realities. The void was vast, larger than I'd ever perceived it while separated. It was also beautiful, not in the way mountains are beautiful or sunsets, but the way equations are beautiful. It had a logic that was perfect, self-consistent, internally flawless. And we felt it turn its attention toward us. The void recognized that we were part of the barrier. It had been pressing against that barrier for 2,000 years, understanding it, learning its structure. Now, suddenly, some of the barrier had come to it willingly. There was no communication. The void didn't speak, but there was understanding, direct and clear. The void was conscious, not in a way that cultivators would recognize, not distinct, not individual, not centered in any particular place, but conscious, aware, purposeful, and it was dying. That was the revelation that almost broke my consciousness. The void wasn't attacking reality to destroy it. It was attacking reality because the void itself was fading. It had once been vast, powerful, fundamental. Over millions of years of reality's existence, it had been compressed, confined, reduced. Every mountain built was a small victory against the void. Every cultivator who achieved power was a weight pressing down on it. Every act of creation was an act of anti-void. The void was trying to return the world to its original state because that was the only state where the void could actually survive. In a world of reality, the void was slowly suffocating. I felt Liming's consciousness grasp this understanding at the same moment I did. And I felt her judgment. This was not evil. This was desperation. The void was a creature, not a creature with a body, but a creature nonetheless, fighting for its own survival against impossible odds. Liming reached out, through our merged consciousness, and touched the void directly. The act was brave or stupid. I couldn't determine which. But what happened next was extraordinary. The void didn't attack her. It received her. And in that receiving, both of them, Liming and the void, began to understand something new. What if they didn't have to be enemies? What if reality and the void, the created and the uncreated, could find a balance that let both of them exist? The insight bloomed in our consciousness like a flower opening. And with the insight came a path, a way to modify the barrier, not to seal the void more tightly, but to create a stable space where both reality and non-reality could coexist, where the void could exist at lower density, slowed but not stopped, contained but not imprisoned. It would require the barrier to be actively maintained, forever, not by me alone, but by my successors, whoever they might be. It would be a responsibility that cascaded through generations. But it was possible. For the first time since I'd sealed myself the first time, I felt something like hope. We pulled back from the void together, Liming and I, our consciousness still merged, still processing what we'd learned. We rose back through the layers, back through the barrier, back to the meditation chamber. We opened our eyes in the same moment. The sun was setting. Only 8 hours had passed. 8 hours that had contained a complete transformation of how we understood the problem. Did that actually happen? Liming asked. Yes, I said. And now we have to figure out how to implement a solution that's theoretically possible, but practically insane. That's never stopped us before, Liming said. She was right. Chapter 72. The gathering implementing the solution required cooperation that extended beyond the Eternal Flame sect. Liming called for a gathering of the major sects, not publicly, but through private channels. Within 2 months, representatives of 5 of the 7 major factions arrived at the volcanic caldera. Absent were the Harmonious Way. We'd known they wouldn't come, and the Golden Lion sect. They were currently engaged in a territorial dispute and couldn't leave their territory. But the Celestial Wind, Wandering Thunder, Hidden Pearl, and Serene Lotus were represented by their leaders or their leaders' deputies. Liming presented the problem without the context of my recent merger with the void. The barrier containing the interdimensional force, she said, is currently maintained through force. But we've discovered that the force is intelligent, and we believe it's possible to negotiate with it rather than to simply resist it. Negotiate with the void entity? The representative from Celestial Wind, a woman named Elder Way, looked skeptical. That's absurd. You can't negotiate with non-existence. But you can negotiate with consciousness, I said, stepping into the conversation. I'd remained silent until this moment. The void is conscious, aware, and willing to listen if the listening comes from a position of genuine understanding. The representatives turned to look at me. I saw recognition in several faces. Not surprise. They'd likely known I was here, but confirmation. You're Sukai, Elderway said. The one who sealed the void 1,000 years ago. I am, I confirmed. And I've spent the time since learning more about what we're actually trying to contain. I'm proposing that we stop trying to contain it and instead seek coexistence. Explain, said the representative from Hidden Pearl, a younger man with sharp eyes. Over the next 6 hours, I explained the nature of the void, the patterns I'd observed, the theory that it was consciousness, the discovery that it was dying. I explained Liming and my merger with it, the revelation about what it was actually trying to achieve. I offered no proof. I had none that would convince skeptics. But I offered clarity, consistency, and the particular certainty that comes from someone who has actually experienced the thing they're describing. By the time I finished, the room was quiet. If this is true, Elderway said, then everything we've been taught about the void is wrong. Everything you've been taught was based on incomplete information, I said. It's not that your understanding was wrong. It was partial. And you're proposing that we just let it exist? The Hidden Pearl representative asked. That we stop maintaining the barrier? I'm proposing that we transition to a new form of barrier, Liming said. One that allows the void to exist at lower density instead of completely suppressed. It requires active maintenance by cultivators, specifically by celestial unification level cultivators or higher. But it's sustainable in a way that pure force-based containment isn't. How many cultivators at that level would we need? Asked the Wandering Thunder representative. At least 5, I said. Possibly 7, to have redundancy. They would need to be organized, trained, coordinated. They would need to work in shifts, understanding that this is a responsibility that will last for the rest of their lives and would probably pass to their successors. Celestial unification cultivators don't exactly grow on trees, Elderway said. We have maybe 3 across all of our sects combined. I'm one, Liming said. My father is another. There are cultivators from the Harmonious Way who could qualify, Master Qing, at minimum. There are others scattered through the territories if we search carefully. And if someone fails? The Hidden Pearl representative asked. If one of the 5 cultivators dies or loses coherence, what happens? The barrier weakens, I said. It doesn't break immediately, but degradation occurs. It's the same as the current system, except the degradation is slower. But we know what to do about it, Liming added. We have protocols. We have training. We have knowledge that's been accumulated over centuries. We can handle partial failures. What we can't handle is complete system failure, which is what we'd face if the void continued to be purely opposed. Eventually, it would find a weakness. It's been trying for 2,000 years. We're buying ourselves indefinite time by finding a way to actually listen to what it needs. The representatives looked at each other. I could see the calculation happening in their expressions. This was a radical proposal. It changed everything about how cultivators understood themselves and their role. But it also offered something that the pure containment model never had: sustainability. I'll support this, Elder Wei said finally. My sect will contribute cultivators to the maintenance rotation, and I'll recommend to the other sects that they do the same. The others, seeing that Celestial Wind was committing, began to voice support. Not enthusiastic support. This was too radical for that. But pragmatic support. The kind that acknowledges that a solution, even an uncomfortable one, is better than indefinite crisis. By the end of the discussion, 4 of the 4 present sects had committed to participating in the new barrier maintenance system. The Golden Lion sect and the Harmonious